Now we have it. Thanks, everyone. Welcome. My name is Dejan Sneed, and I'd like to welcome you all live from SUBSUME Studios in fabulous underground Atlanta, heart of South Downtown, the city beneath the streets. We are here live for a 2025 year six of Black Futures Month, and just so excited for the opportunity to be with you all once again. So it is always a privilege and a pleasure as we continuously and a lot of times have to build this as we fly. But I'm excited to be here with you all today. And I think now more than ever, we need a Black Futures Month. And so thankful and appreciative of being able to stay here with y'all. And good day to you and Sonia. Hope you're doing well. And, we got Marcia in the house. I appreciate you all. So for those that are checking us out on YouTube and Twitch, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm happy to see the Facebook connection is working. So we are live and we are making this magic happen. So thanks again so very much. I want to appreciate the folks that, got us here and, all the friends, family, and collaborators and co-conspirators with us here at Subsume. I'd love to just again give you my love and support. The backers of our Kickstarter campaigns, those that just see us in the street, and those that simply just make a space for us to be. And so I won't stand on much ceremony on this opening. We're going to get right into some content here at the bottom of the hour, where we have a amazing list of creators, innovators, and really, I feel like in my personal and professional space, some of the people that are literally building the Black history of the future. So we'll be talking with writers, we'll be talking with artists, we'll be talking with scientists, we'll be talking with people that are doing the work, are a great representation of the spaces that we want to be, and who are part of the next movement. So for us from year five, where we had our space that was rooted in resilience, the story of Black history, finding a way, finding a space to continue and be strong and resolve through the most historic of times. And I think when we were at this time last year, of course, we were looking at a space where we had a Black woman, an Asian woman, a woman in a space of political power here in the Atlanta in the United States, where we had historic opportunity, and we are looking at a new space here for 2025, and we're seeing literally in real time the redefinition of so many systems, so many services, so many spaces that for us we thought were components of what we might define as America, what we might define as a country, we might define as humanity, are being created, redefined, and of course, the future is being enabled and amplified by the space of artificial intelligence, by the deconstruction of socio-political zones, and really just the way that we define ourselves as people. And so when we look at Black culture, Black history, Black work, and Black legacies, it also is going through a redefinition. But the reason for naming this year's theme "The Next Movement" is that this is not new to us, right? The idea of when there is historic change, that we move historically and we make and innovate in historic fashion. And so the next movement is a space for us to understand, appreciate, and collect our time, our talent, our resources, and make a way that is our way, and that enabled by technology, enabled by expertise, and enabled by a culture of consistency and collaboration that we as Black people, as people through the African diaspora, for those that are a simple part of our fabric of humanity, that our way and this next movement is mission critical to the success not only of the Black experience but also of that of humanity in some. And so for those that may not know me, I would love to see if with technology I can show you just a small snippet of who I am and this amazing secret layer that, through the kindness of others and a little bit of work between here and there, that we've been able to make a physical space that represents the world's first Afrofuturism lab, and where we're looking at in real time, working with the community we want to serve and that we are a part of, being able to create, innovate, and design the spaces of the future. And so, with that, I'd love to see if I can share that. And again, make a moment where we can just understand and appreciate each other. And again, I'm encouraged by the panelists and the people that we'll be able to bring forward to you here today, to the names that I'm seeing come across in the audience. And really, we need each other. We have to understand and appreciate that this next movement is a movement together, that none of us are going to be able to do this alone. And that again, we're going to have to work on a opportunity to be the best humans that we can be for this next movement to not only move but to take hold. And so with that, I'm going to see if I can bring forward uh, a little video that hopefully shows a little bit about me and what we're looking at doing here with Subsume. We've got a lot of fun points to get in. So for those that may be able to see us but have not registered for us online, I'm going to just drop the link really quick. That way you can stay connected and stay included in the work that we do here with Subsume. So we've got some amazing announcements that have come not only through this particular program, but also through some of our works to come. So for those that are part of this, we already appreciate you, and I'll obviously want to make a space there. So for those that have yet to register, you can go on to Eventbrite, just or Black Futures Month 2025, or you can go to, and I'm gonna make sure that this works as well. Um, and I want to thank the lovely and talented Tanya Woods, who makes a lot of our amazing stuff together. Let's see. So that should be Black Futures Month. Let's see if that is going to come up. There we go. So again, I get a chance to build a lot of stuff in real time. So I appreciate your patience and considerations there. So you can go to blackfuturesmonth.home for blackfuturesmonth.com/home. That'll make a space for us. Thank you. So that link should work, or just putting in or just searching for this. And then at the end of the day, you can always follow what we're all doing at our space of subsumestudios.com. So let's see if I can bring that up for us again in our assets. Yeah. So I get the opportunity to also drive this thing as I get to move along, and I'm just thankful for folks helping me get this thing set up. So we won't worry about it. But here is there we go. Thank you. So just been trying to make it a little bit more pronounced for folks there. Thank you so much. So let's see if I can show and share this video. If it works, that's great. If not, it'll be available online here shortly. So let us get that set so we can make time for our very first guest here at the bottom of the hour. Thank you so very much, everyone. If you'll please hold for us, we will come back with more. Again, my name is Dejan Sneed here with Subsume, and we welcome you to Black Futures Month 2025. Thanks, y'all. Be right back. think I am getting no sound, only all on my end. Oh, that's okay. No worries, family. I'm going to stop it and oh, I'm so sorry, folks. No sound. Oh, now it's an echo. Thank you so much. It looks like I'm going to upload that onto our system. Though I appreciate the opportunity. It was very last moment for me to try to push that in. I'm going to run that as a commercial then, and I'll just upload it as we get it fixed. But I know what I can do. I can make it a space where it is available online. So let me go. We'll do that a little bit later. So I just want to get back to the humanity side and we will work on it fixing there. So thank you all so very much. I appreciate the notes again. I'm building this year's point there, so no worries there. But really, what we're look at and will continue to share is that we have a space that we think is the test kitchen to really build the recipe for innovation, right? And so a way that we can bring people in and look to connect and collaborate with each other on that. And so we're going to continue to welcome you all down, and again, even in our digital spaces, where for those that are not in our greater Atlanta area, believe me, we are on the move, and again with some announcements to come. We hope that we can expand our reach and connection and collaboration in this service. So let's continue onward as far as what is the space that we're trying to work on, and what is subsume, right? So I get that a lot. And so the idea of subsume, of course, as a definition, means to include something into something else. And so as you are subsumed into something, you get to stay just as you are. You don't have to change. The circumstances and situations that they change still keep you connected as you were. And so if we think of a Venn diagram, three circles. If your circle is small, if your circle is large, you're still connected with the other two. And so the idea of having to have a special program or initiative for us to be included, we were of the mind and of the action that we didn't need to change. We didn't need our circumstances to be connected singularly where we had to be consumed and really trying to conform to any other types of perceptions of normality. And so the idea of subsume is that you're always included. So as soon as you start being a student of something, that you're already there. So as soon as you open that textbook, you're a data scientist. As soon as you pick up that paintbrush, you're an artist. And so I think this the space the of waiting for permission to be included in things that makes is a dangerous space to be. And so for us, we speak of liberty and move with agency. So the idea of subsume is just to be just as you are. And so I appreciate you all from there. And so as we get ready for our very first guest, I want to just kind of make a space to have some feedback from the audience. How does this Black Futures Month 2025 find you? If we had to sum it up in one word, I'd love to get some audience participation on this. What's one word that you're thinking of most here in 2025? And so for me, I'll start to kind of prime our conversations here. So for me, it is historic. I think that everything that we're doing right now is truly impactful on the future, and that we're in a case study that I think only comes around every point of hundreds of years. I think where there's just a traditional shift in the way that culture, particularly as humanity, operates and initiates the next part. And so, yet another reason to be to look to the next movement as our theme to be a little bit more poignant. Those are the things that we're excited to see and kind of show and share. So for me, mine is historic. And so for our folks that are in the audience, if you have anything, feel free to add. But I think as we look at Black Futures Month, which of course is a nod to N.K. Jemison's book, How Long to Black Futures Month. This is our year 6, and I was just so encouraged by the idea of always imagining and appreciating blackness in the future. And so, whether or not we're talking the newly released Space Funk anthology by MV Media and Milton J. Davis, or if we're thinking about the newest works of contemporary artists, or if we're looking at how we're reimagining ourselves with the artificial intelligence. And so I want to add a word here from renowned author Robert Jeffrey the second. I'm putting everyone's initials and everything today, so no worries. So Robert's word is strength. I think we absolutely need strength to be a part of just waking up. I think it takes strength to get out of the bed these days to see exactly what else is going on or what's changed since the last time you looked at something or the last place that you went. So I think there's a lot to that, and no, we need strength and we need that resilience to that. So thank you so very much, Robert. See what else we got here. Thank you. All right. Danny Quick is in the house. I appreciate it. And for, ladies and gentlemen, we should make a quick note of when talent's in the house. Um, let's see, Danny, you have to remind me if your Kickstarter is still running. Part of this program and show is sponsored by Kickstarter, so I want to talk about Ace Blade and give a shout out to folks. So let's drop that link in the chat for folks that they can come in and get us further well funded. And so we mentioned him as a as just a stalwart in our show. So please, I want to go ahead and drop that link for y'all. So show the brother from some love here from Ace Blade. Thank y'all so very much. And so that link is in the chats. Um, let's see. Sonia had a note of innovation. Thank you so very much. Danny Quick is focus. And the second one from Sonya was creation. I think all of that is important and relative, as we try to make a space to continue onward and into this next movement. And so let me give a better link there. Thank you so very much. And so that better link we'll go ahead and drop in the chat. And so yeah, I appreciate it. Oh, here we go. And one more before we bring up our guests. Let's see. Let's see if I can copy that one. No worries. We'll make sure to get that as a follow up. I think this is the word in the work that will go forward. For Dr. Marsha, and it is hope. Right. I think we have to continue with, as I branded it, or as I say, a relentless optimism. I think you have to absolutely know that your works as a space for tomorrow. And I think that is as good as it gets, right? As long as we have hope, we have opportunity. And to that, thank you all so very much for the space. We have our next guest that I'm going to go ahead and bring to the stage as I hold an artifact of the future here in our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, our favorite first guest, being B. Cherise Moore of the Conjuring
Hi,
World
everybody.
Textbook. Good day. All right.
Hi. Can
Thank
you
you.
all
Thank you.
hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I hear you. Hope
Great,
you're
great.
hearing me. And
Yes,
yes,
yes.
so I got it. So in hand, and I love a space before, I get excited about this continue. I'd love for you to have a space for you to introduce yourself and talk
Sure.
about, your efforts here for Black Futures Month 2025. Thank you.
Sure. And I can share my screen and all that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, great, great. All right. Hi, everybody. I am Cherise Moore, and I am the editor and curator of the Conjuring World's Afrofuturist textbook. And thank you so much, Desrin, for supporting the textbook. And I'm so glad you got it. And, that went off without a hitch. So I was nervous. I was like, hope he gets the textbook beforehand, but thank God he got it. So what I'm going to do is a few things. I'm going to talk a little bit about the textbook, and I have like a presentation for all of you. Um, I started the textbook back in 2020. Really, I had the idea back in like 2018, 2019, but it didn't take shape until 2020. And from there, we did an Indiegogo campaign in 2020, and we were able to raise funds to make sure that everybody involved was paid for the project. And between 2020 and 2022, my husband and I worked on it diligently. My husband was the graphic designer, so he did the cover design and all the layout on the inside. And let me open it up so you all can see it. it's heavy. It's like it's this huge thing. But he did a fantastic job, and I always want to make sure that I'm shouting him out, for the textbook. He did a dynamic job on it. And from then, finally, we were able to release the textbook in May, really June of 2022. And I'm really proud of all of the people who participated in it, who contributed to it. And so, yeah, it's being used now in California, in Oakland, in the Bay Area, at a homeschooling collective out there. It's also being used, of course, here in Baltimore. It's being used in Indiana and in Charleston, South Carolina, as well as in Virginia. And I think I'm missing a couple places, but yeah, it's been being used around the country, and I'm really, really excited about it. So, what I'm going to do now is basically present to you all a little bit more in depth about the Conjuring Worlds textbook. Let's see, and I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so here we go. All right, so again, Conjuring Worlds is an Afrofuturist textbook for middle and high school students. And it is a literature-based textbook. So it has interdisciplinary extension activities that encourage students, to make cross-curricular connections in math, art, science, history, geography, social studies, drama, music, and technology. And it also includes a variety of things. So first we have original short stories. So all of the short stories in here were written with the textbook in mind or with the themes in mind, because the textbook has 4 different units. And so those articles, all the essays, all the artwork, the poetry is written with those themes in mind. And it's from some of the best creatives in the speculative genre, and I'm really proud of that. There are unit goals and outcomes. There are guiding unit questions. There are also, sorry about that. There's also more than 100 tiered extension activities that are appropriate for both middle and high school students. There's isolated vocabulary. So throughout the text, you will see, just highlighted vocabulary, and then there's a glossary in the back, just like in an actual textbook that you would see. And that glossary has at least 385 words. I think it's 386, and I just rounded it down. And there are discussion prompts that are cross-curricular, as well as more than 100 comprehension questions and interviews with individuals who are using Afrofuturism in their careers. I love that part too. And 21 customized rubrics that I created. I'm a former educator, former language arts teacher, as well as drama, and I also taught journalism and English. And so that's just kind of a breakdown of what the book includes. And now I can also show you all the book trailer for Conjuring Worlds. might need to see that again. All right.
Oh no, that's awesome. Thank you. And the video actually works. So you're already one up on me as a person running this thing. My video was nowhere near running, and you're knocking it out of the park already. So thanks again.
Thank you. I'm so excited. You have no idea what I just went through to get here. Like, I have two children, y'all. I have an 18-month-old. Like, she's downstairs watching some cartoon. My son just walked in, and I'm just like, no. So I'm coming from another meeting from in fact, I had to leave that meeting. So I'm all over the place. So I'm glad things are working. Thank God there's some type of blessing in the air for me.
No, your presence is a blessing. We appreciate you. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dedrick. And so the foundation of Conjuring Worlds, I just want to talk about that a little bit. As an educator, there was nothing that was more successful in my classroom than project-based learning. So even if there weren't projects, and usually there weren't projects, built into our curriculum, I would build them into the curriculum anyway, because my students really enjoy them. And I would give them tons of choices. So if they like to act, I would give them the opportunity to create a newscast based on what we've learned. If they liked to draw, I would allow them to create a comic or, do a painting. I would allow them to make multimedia presentations like what we're doing now. So I did that and it was very successful. And so I carried that with me when developing Conjuring Worlds. Afrofuturism is a movement in literature, music, art, etc., featuring futuristic or science fiction themes which incorporate elements of Black history and culture. Excuse me for not capitalizing and being Black. I don't know what I was thinking that day. I'll go back and fix that.
No worries.
Also, project-based learning. It's just a student-centered approach, and it's a pedagogy that involves a dynamic classroom. Why does this keep? This must be in a timer that I don't know about. And it approaches in which it believes, that students acquire a deeper knowledge through active exploration of real-world education, real-world challenges, and problems. So each piece of original artwork, poem, or short story is accompanied by project-based extension activities. And I actually created them with a matrix of the ISTE standards. So for those of you who don't know, and for those of you who do, when you're teaching, there are sets of standards that you can use. And each state, each region has different standards that they adopt. Most recently, when I was in the classroom, there were the Common Core curricular standards. But while I was in graduate school studying curriculum, I was more drawn to the ISTE standards. And ISTE stands for the International Society for Technology and Education. And it just made sense. I felt like those particular standards were more in line of what I believe, honestly, as a futurist. And of course, it worked very well for developing the activities and the discussion prompts and the overall approach to the Conjuring World textbooks. And I also, of course, use Bloom's taxonomy as well as Howard Gardner's multiple intelligences, especially when creating the extension activities. So the ISTE standards for students, and this is 2016, so this is rather old, but of course, the textbook was developed back in 2020, 21. But according to the ISTE standards, you have global collaborators, digital citizens, knowledge constructors, innovative designers, computational thinkers, and creative communicators. And again, that was very much in line with my ideas as a futurist. And of course, this is Bloom's taxonomy, which it also changes here and there. There are updates to Bloom's, but I think that the basics of Bloom's are something that really, really helped me anyway when designing the textbook. And this is Howard Gardner's 9 types of intelligences. And of course, that's all also growing as well. So the tiered activities. As an educator, I, of course, understand that all of my students are not on they don't have the same strengths and places where they can improve, So you have to meet students where they are. And what my job was in the classroom was to differentiate activities, differentiate the things that my students were working on. And so that's also built into the textbook. So they're tiered activities, and they're tiered toward different learning styles, challenge level. So I just talked about blooms. So there's some activities, might be the same activity, but what I've done is I've tiered it. So I have an example for how teachers can deliver this particular lesson or approach this activity through the evaluate level as well as the apply level. All right. So challenge level definitely matters, and it just alters the activity just a bit depending upon the student and where they are. Also, complexity. I have activities that are tiered for least complex, more complex, and most complex, and tiered by resources. So asking students to use print resources. So we can ask them, hey, we're going to take a trip to the library, and I'd like all of your resources for this particular assignment or activity to be print. Or I'd like all of your resources to be online, or a mixture of both, of course. Um, Outcome. Is it a basic task or an advanced task? And process, also basic and advanced. Um, And by product, again, that's multiple intelligences. There are 9 of the intelligences. And there's a different way you can approach each activity depending upon the multiple intelligence that you choose. And I'm really proud of that because, again, all of our students are at different levels, different places. And it's important that we honor where they are in the learning process. So Conjuring Worlds is divided into 4 units: reimagining the past, strange and sophisticated worlds, creatures of folklore and myth, and Afrofutures and beyond. So in the reimagining the past portion, there is a story by Tananarive Due, and it takes place in 1968 during the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And that's one of my favorite stories in the entire textbook. Meanwhile, in Strange and Sophisticated Worlds, there is a poem by Zeta Elliott that we're going to actually look at in a couple minutes that really talks about um, the, how do I explain it? The ethereal, in Afrofuturism, and all of the substance of what we are made of. And it asks students to create their own I am poem. So that's a poem that really examines the ethos. And in Creatures of Folklore and Myth, there is a poem also about the lineage of Anansi. And I love that poem. It's fantastic. And there's also another interesting short story by Cherie Renee Thomas about a young girl who suffers from an ailment that causes quite a bit of issues within the story's plot. And, so that talks a little bit about food and about play. And it's called Child's Play. And in the very last section, Afrofutures and Beyond, there are some interesting stories and essays about green energy, green spaces, as well as the future of food and future tech and where that's going. I know Cerise Wright has a great poem about that there. And there's also a poem by Linda Addison that I truly adore too in that particular unit. There's, the innovative intersection features interviews, world builder identifies 2 and 3 tier vocabulary, and let's talk about it is, provide students with before reading discussion prompts, analyze this, ask students to ask questions while they're reading, and of course, dig deeper allows for extension opportunities. And finally, 12:52, so right on time. There's a sample poem and activity that I wanted to show you, and this is the Incantation poem by Zeta Elliott. And this is something that it's in the textbook, and just a sample for you all to look at to see what might be inside, and if it interests you, great. And you can actually go and purchase the textbook, or we can talk a little bit more about sample units, because I have no problem with sending out sample units to people also if they are interested. So this poem is called Incantation by Zeta Elliott, and I'm going to read it. I'm going to try to slow down because I'm a bit nervous. Take a breath. All right, Incantation. I am the first skin to cloak molten lava. I am the unblinking eye of the shark. I am the throat of a fire-breathing dragon. I am the umbra that swallows the moon. I am the soft ash left by the pyre after the phoenix has risen once more. I am primordial. I am eternal. When you have diminished, I will remain. So, along with some discussion prompts at the very beginning, there's also an extinction activity. And it asks students to write their own I am poem in 10 or more lines. And each line should begin with the phrase I am. I'm a poet first. I started writing poems when I was really young, and then I graduated and did spoken word and did some slamming around the country for many years. And I love the I am exercise, the I am poem exercise, because it allows students to really think about color and allows them to think about texture and imagery in their writing. And when you're pulling in the futurist aspect, you can ask students about the definition of Afrofuturism and then think about how that relates to who they are and where they believe that they've come from. Of course, in this poem, Zeta Elliott takes a more ethereal approach, but that doesn't mean that students have to do the same. So in the activity, I just ask students to include sensory details, which are words that evoke the five senses, um, repetition, figurative language, simile, metaphor, personification, hyperbole in the poem. And all of that is defined in that activity in the book. And then the last portion of the activity, and this is optional, is for musical learners asking students to write their I am poem in the form of a rap with at least one verse, a hook, and a refrain. So again, that's the tiered portion of the assignment where you ask the students to write the I am poem. And if you want to extend it to students that you know are more musically inclined, then that's something that you can do. But that's it. I'm open to any questions um, about the textbook. Hopefully, you all enjoyed that. And yeah, I'm open to any questions.
No, thank you so very much. It is a marvel to to hold and behold, right? And so there's a lot of things here. And again, I want to welcome our guests, to welcome our audience to speak to our guests here on this. I know I've got a very first question. As I hold this, and again, congratulations on making this and making it happen. Why an Afrofuturist textbook?
Why an Afrofuturist textbook? Because I'd never seen anything like it at the time. And I really felt like I had students who really enjoyed fantasy, really enjoyed the speculative in general. And there weren't many texts, that were approved to satisfy their thirst for that type of literature. When it came to science fiction or fantasy, the only thing available that was approved at the time was not even Harry Potter. It was what's the guy's name? Oh my goodness, and I can see it in my brain. I think I have this right here. It has to be behind me. Please be behind me, because I
Mm,
know I had this book. But it's about uh, the main character is white, and he goes to a camp for um, for people who are descended from
mm.
Greek mythology. Gosh, Percy Jackson.
Percy, I was thinking of Percy Jackson, but yeah, no worries.
Right. And yes, Sonia, you can purchase a textbook directly
There
from the
you go.
book.
Perfect. Yeah, that
Definitely.
gets to the
Yes,
real
yes,
questions.
yes. So Percy Jackson was the only thing that was approved on our list at the time, and that was only for my advanced students. And I
Mm,
knew because I was on the curriculum writing committee, so I was at the time I was kind of struggling to bring in more text, fantasy text, speculative text in general
mm,
by Black authors. And one of the issues was just getting them approved, And another issue, ironically, was the novels are just too long. We can't cover them. And this is just a conversation in general, about these tomes that
mm,
authors are writing. And while I love them, it's very difficult for teachers to teach them because they're just too long, and it's like you only have a quarter to get through these books, and you know how the pacing guides go and testing and all of those things. It's really difficult for them to do. So
mm,
I said to myself, I guess the best way to expose them to this is to create a textbook that has everything there. So we
mm,
have short stories that you can read in a couple classes. We have poems, we have essays, that are related to the poems and the short stories and the artwork. And so that's the reason why I said that this was necessary. And, and again, Percy Jackson isn't written by a Black author,
mm,
so they really weren't, exposed to Black authors writing speculative fiction at all. A lot
mm,
of our students were still reading Harry Potter. You know what I mean? And that was literally their only reference point to fantasy
mm.
is Harry Potter still. And this is many of them. And I'm just looking around like, are you guys serious? Like, there's so much fantasy around, but again, we have to think about how our students are being introduced to books. Most of the time, it's in school. Most of the time, it is that's where they're introduced to books. And if they don't get it in school, where are they going to get it? And if the books aren't on the approved list, if they're not in the curriculum, where are they going to find it? And so that was the reason why I decided to do the Afrofutures textbook.
So amazing. And again, if you want to add the space where we can find you in your books, of course, and follow up, we'll definitely have that as a component. But we want to shout you out and uplift this book as we have you here with us. And so again, thank you for that question, Sonia. And as we look at it, what's next for Conjuring Worlds and yourself, right, as a writer and as an educator?
Um, well, Conjuring Worlds will always be around.
Mm,
Um, it's here, and you can reach out to me. My email is bsharice@gmail, or you can follow me on Substack or online on. Let me see where else am I? Facebook b.sharice Moore and
mm,
Instagram b.sharice Moore. That's just b.sharice. Sorry.
uh,
And so, yeah, you can reach out to me there. And I definitely, if you'd like to purchase it directly from me, which I do encourage because
yeah.
I give a discount and I don't really like Amazon, but there's different reasons why I can only have it on Amazon because it's such a huge book and I can't absorb returns, so it's a lot of, kind of logistical reasons that it's only offered there. But
Mm,
yeah, and I just had a cover reveal for a picture book that'll be due out later this year, and that's A City Dream. It's not fantasy. It's not speculative at all, but it is futurist. It's about a young girl who wants better for her city. She sees her city as a thriving, vibrant place, and she wants to work with her neighbors to get it there, and that's called A City Dream. So that's what's next for me.
That's amazing. And again, this is the kind of book. I mean, even in my young and heart years, this would be the type of textbook I would have read over and over. It would be worn from use here. So, I always want to thank you for making this one and making yourself, available to continue to help us in the space of education, which is kind of our theme as we kind of look at the early parts of not only Black Futures, that we have to not only have knowledge, but we have to have knowledge of not only of ourselves but of our culture, and know that it's relative and cognizant, in higher education, right? And as you say, like, because books are a portal and a pathway that
Mhm.
that to many things, but at the same time, we need to be represented, along that way. So, and I just want to thank you for giving us a solid and substantial example, of something that will live in the Black future, and yourself as well. So I just want to thank you again. And so we got to call you back for a workshop or something. I know you're busy, and I know that you've got, a house of many obligations, but we'll have to look at it and make something happen for us here. Okay.
I'd love to. Thank you so much for
Oh,
having me.
absolutely. Oh, of course, of course. Thank you so very much. And so we'll give you back the rest of your Saturday as we continue onward. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so very much. Let's give it to B. Sharice Moore, the author, Afrofuturist of Conjuring Worlds. And so that Afrofuturist textbook for middle and high school students. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you, and we'll be speaking soon.
Definitely. Thank you.
All right.
Take care,
Thank you.
everyone.
Take care. Thank you. And with that, we're going to take a slight break as we continue things onward, appreciating the love and consideration of our guests, and for you, our dear viewers, that get a chance to be a part of the next movement. And so that's our first of many guests here today for Subsume and for myself. I want to thank you again for being a part of the next movement, which is Black Futures Month 2025 here with Subsume. Thank you and be right back. Good day, y'all. My name is Daniel. Good day, y'all. My name is Daniel Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media, and welcome to SUBSUME Studios here in downtown Atlanta, in historic underground Atlanta. So really imagine the basement of my childhood where I could invite my friends and family and folks that I wanted to build things with, whether those were to share my comic books, to play with my toys, or to just simply dream about the companies that we could make, the things we could do together. And so for SUBSUME Studios, we wanted to build a third space that really used the lens of Afrofuturism to work through art, tech, and culture to make anything that we can dream up. And so this is our play space. This is our this is our workbench, but this is also our community gathering space that we get a chance to look through our history, our culture, and use technology to really build our tomorrows together. So not only do we work in technology, we work in a lot of the practical spaces of art as well. So whether that's animation, whether that's comic books, we are always looking at how can we tell our stories in every medium. So we see the space of transmedia, meaning that media from different intellectual properties existing in the same space in different locations, whether we think of things like the Marvel comics to the Avengers. You know, their apparel, their toys, their games, their TV shows, then they turn into curriculum, they turn into larger than life parts of our popular culture. So for us to be represented in that space, absolutely mission critical. For the younger generation and the young at heart, that there's a new sense of entrepreneurialism, the idea of being able to build yourself the things that you want to see. But a lot of times skills and opportunities are not always congruent. You may live in the wrong zip code that doesn't have enough internet for you to be the next YouTube sensation. You may not have access to the actual technology you need to really build and develop your true and authentic self. Or you may not see yourself represented in that same technology that you have in your hands. So for us, we really want it to be intentional in empowering and encouraging creators, and that everyone's a creator, whether we look at technology as a creative venture, entrepreneurship and filming or forming your own business as its own venture, that we have the capacity to serve and build together. And so for SUBSUME, it means that you're able to be included in whatever you like to be. I would like for SUBSUME to be the creator brand of tomorrow, to be able to be the storytellers, the narrators, but also the navigators of where we as a people go together. So I want, when people think of SUBSUME, to think of dreams being able to be turned into reality. We've been able to have a gathering, say, for the Georgia Game Developers Association. We work with the Fulton County Library System, but then also our own community-led programs for creators who are looking for that third space, who need that space for continuous gathering. And so now we come into our classroom. So the idea for us is a classroom to be very non-traditional, but also to be modular. For us, we get a chance to watch anime here. We play video games here. We do AI programming here, as well as being able to gather and have our community meetups, whether those are around artificial intelligence, around writing, around art, or just around being in our own civic and social spaces. So we wanted a space that didn't feel like it was only obligated to one thing. So we get a chance to really have this as a dreamscape. So I want to be able to galvanize our amazing creative technology and artistic and cultural creators here in Atlanta and use that as a true lens of influencing the world. I think when you come to SUBSUME, you will truly find your tribe. If you're someone that wants to see themselves represented in the things that they appreciate, want to find an authentic but also highly skilled group of individuals and collaborators that want to build with you, but also that we're able to navigate these uncertain times of art, tech, and culture together, then we want to make a space that's going to be consistently raising the bar and elevating ourselves to be the premier people of the creative class. Now, to be a part of what we're doing here of Afrofuturism in action with SUBSUME, you can find us at SUBSUMEstudios.com, on most social medias at SUBSUME Studios, and right here in downtown Atlanta, you can find us at 50 Lower Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303. So we're literally under the Fairfield Inn, downtown Atlanta, in the Lower Alabama Art Walk. And we're also online through Twitch, YouTube, and other social media channels. And we welcome you to be a part of our shared future. All right, we're going to get right into bringing this amazing guest right to the stage. As I want to make sure that I wasn't muted. I'm glad to hear. So let me give all of the fanfare and the flowers to to our guests. So again, I want to thank everybody for showing and showcasing where we are in our shared future here with Subsume. And so as we continue onward with the educators and innovators of tomorrow, I would love to make a space and welcome Dr. LaWanda Cummings of the Crim Center at Georgia State University. Thank you so very much, Dr. Cummings. How are you today?
I am splendid because it's Black History Month, so it's our 28 days to be blackety blackety black and excellent in all that we do. And so honored to be in the space, Dedra. I just appreciate how Subsume has it has placed itself in a space between the education agenda for creating educational freedom and liberation for our kids, for access to what we know are going to be some of the most lucrative fields for income, right? So people getting inside of these tech spaces are not just transitioning themselves to be more wealthy or have more prominent positions, but this is a generational change in regards to wealth for families and access. And so Soon's been amazing, right there in the crux between education, entertainment, gaming, technological innovation. So I am just, humbled to be even in the space of this type of innovation.
Oh, and I appreciate it. And you're definitely a collaborator and co-conspirator in making sure that Black brilliance exists everywhere. So whether that's on the island or stateside, I'd love to have a moment for you to introduce yourself so we can talk about really the future of education policies, as you see it from your well-earned and well-established purview. Thank you.
From this spot, right? We
Yeah.
I know that I know I'm speaking it over you, Dedra. I know Dedra from some critical work that we were doing in the U.S. Virgin Islands some years ago. And that particular space had suffered from both a natural disaster with the hurricanes of 2017 that really put us in a position where everybody had to go online, but they didn't have the technological capacity. Internet was sketchy, all kinds of special things going on. And the Virgin Islands Institute for STEM Education, Research and Practice, we went a begging and were able to get a little bit of funding at one point in time to be able to make sure that there were MiFis, which are just like the hot spots that we have. They call them MiFi in the Virgin Islands, for teachers to be able to take to their homes and be able to do work, and lending out every computer, every iPad, any devices we had, because we actually had teachers who were teaching entire classes on their smartphone, which is just all kinds of ridiculous, right? As we were making those transitions. And so we had that happen with the 2017 hurricanes. And then we had the biological disaster that the world experienced, COVID-19. And our schools were shut down for the better part of 2 years of that period. And so the same thing. And so it became really important how Subsume came into the space, technology for teachers. We had partnerships with Emphasis and a couple other industries, came in and helped our teachers become literate over how to do education in the technological space. Not that they didn't know how to use a computer, but it requires some innovation, right? Because these were unprecedented times. And so we were able to do some really, really creative and impactful and influential work with those teachers that is still ongoing. So we thank you, Dedra, and all of our partners that worked with the BIF Score grant down in the Virgin Islands. And now I'm up here in the ATL, some kind of way. They tricked me to come from the Caribbean and come back up here so I can be cold. But the Alonzo A. Crim Center, where I am now, we are in the process of building some of that same type of work, because the work that you're doing, Dedrin, is critically important, because so many of our children and adults are very, very good consumers of technology. And the thing is then you become the person who's always, the way people can make money. But we want to help people make the transition psychologically and skill based, right? Over how to move from being a consumer to being a creator, a contributor, a person that is also being rewarded from this flourishing industry. And so it's been, I know everybody's been sitting here watching all the specialness that's raining down from above. Um, and so I have some thoughts on that, but we'll get into that conversation when you're ready. But I think that there's going to be a critical part for initiatives like SUBSUME to build out what is possible because we don't have the same foundations inside the educational space that we had before. So I'm going to surrender the mic. I just want to say my parents are pastors, and just let me know if I'm being long-winded. Okay.
No, take your time, Pastor. We got you, and that's all right. We appreciate that. But I know that our time is succinct here, and first, thank you, and again for yourself, and the team, and really the family and across all three islands. The University of the Virgin Islands is our family HBCU,
Come on.
and and as well as Central. Let me give a shout out to the Central.
Yeah.
I'm the one that got tricked to be here on stateside while family was graduating from Frederickstead and in the good blue water. But at the same time, it was very succinct to see women, particularly Black women, that were leading the charge in education excellence at UVI. And again,
Yeah.
yourself as a superstar, you have made so much happen. So I would really want to just kind of, in the minutes that we have, what do we see as the course forward for educators? As you say, as we look at it in this special space, but knowing that innovation and policy a lot of times do not align in the ways, particularly in the Black community, where again things are so critical.
Well, I think we're in an interesting time where industry is very aware, and I would say even in the realms of science, they're very aware that the superpower, I think, for the United States actually is the plurality of our population. It is the different type of perspectives, design, and innovation that comes from people's different lived experiences, right? Because sometimes you don't know there's a design area because it's not a design issue for you, but it may be for another population or the people that have specific needs. So we're in an interesting place where we're not allowed to talk about race openly, talk about economic difference, gender differences, and it's being slated as being unpatriotic, right? That in general is bad science. So I'm going to say it. Hopefully I don't get fired. That's bad science because we need a way to be able to tease out what we see to understand what's related. Okay. That's just in general. I think inside the education space, we have to think about how do you got to make a decision over whether or not you're in for this for real, right? If you're not really here to teach our children to be able to have different access and opportunities, a different kind of freedom, a different way to identify their purpose in the world, then this may not be the field for you. But also just know, Dedrin, we didn't call it DEI. We never called it, diversity, equity, inclusion. That was never our thing, right? We were literally for generations teaching so that our children would have a better opportunity. And it wasn't about the color of their skin or where they came from, right? We were just opening doors and gates. And so in the same way, I would encourage educators just to remember the work is about helping people broaden the horizons of their lives. And the technology piece is really important. Inside that space, we can help children understand how they can create their own products. Like we were talking about, how do we teach teachers to build landscapes that make sense to the kids that are engaging around the information, understanding coding language, because the things that we're consuming is not something that is magically appearing. There is a root for how this is done. And all of that technological prowess and skill really positions them then to be able to engage industry in a different way. So I'm gonna say the magic word, workforce development. Like education should be taking you somewhere, right? And we may have to rescript some of how we have the conversation to talk about how we are building the worker, the innovator, the creator that these industries are in search of, right? They're looking for them and their very unique perspective. And that's not based off of race. That's not based off of gender or socioeconomic class. But all of the things that we bring with us make us able to innovate in ways that no one else can do. So Dr. Gloria Boutte and Dr. Dunn were here a couple days ago for the Maze lecture, and they just kept saying, we have to stop being afraid and understand that we weren't training people to be good Black people for industry, right? We were training them to be the best. And that is not based off of race or gender or socioeconomic status or background. That's based off of access, training, and Dr. Card would say doing the work, like consistently gaining mastery in an area. So same thing for educators. You know, when you are the innovation, you know this, Dedrin, when I am the innovation, I can never be downsized because the industry is always looking for what the next move is. So be the innovation, be what it is that they need. And then let's show them that the excellence, the narrative about us having easy access because of color or background is a myth. You know, somebody's perpetuating it. But even when we talk about that, we're really talking about people with multiple degrees, years of expertise, and people assume that the brown face is the room in the room is about affirmative action. But in truth, affirmative action and a lot of those policies were really beneficial, not really to us, but to, you know, white women. White women were the number one beneficiary of those policies. So just be clear, they didn't make that way for you, no way. So now we will continue the work of excellence and focus less on how we educate people to be good students and educate people to be the creators, the innovators, right? And the natural choice for what goes into these workforce spaces.
So cited. I think that's the line of it, right? That you can't be downsized if you're the innovation, right? And so I think as workforce development goes and as policy tries to catch up, I think that's really I think that's just a great charge and an opportunity for us to again proceed into the next movement with that type of agency. And so, I know we only have just maybe another minute or so, and we'll have to, and we'll show, as we will, we'll have a space to expand this conversation for
Oh,
yourself. How can we?
you and I are going to be spending time coffeeing and innovating because we're going to have to build to what they're interested in, and that's going to
Mhm,
be pathways for economic gain for the corporations that are here.
mhm,
We just don't have that same type of commitment to the idea of education in of itself for good.
mhm,
So, you know, what they say, if you're gonna sell a car, sell to what they want. And
mhm.
so we're gonna be in a position to rethink that. And if you think about it, you should not be going to, 12 years of education and then can't work anywhere.
Too true.
Right. So then maybe this will be an opportunity for us to rethink how do we approach it and not allow the policies, the mood of the age steal
Hmm.
our children.
On that note, how can we support you? How can we keep you uplifted and encouraged and empowered to help us navigate to the next movement?
I would say, first of all, say all the good vibes
Hmm.
because it's on stable ground inside the education space right now. I am at the Alonzo A. Krim Center. We're all about being in a position to create urban educational excellence in the city of Atlanta and the surrounding area. And so come in, find out what we're doing. Let's partner, let's build. And we also do a lot of work to try to support things that are already happening in the community. So there may be some ways that we can leverage things to assist other people's efforts. I would just encourage everybody, lean into your community. Because the truth is that during we have people like you that have been doing critical work in the community, critical work to build access, critical work to you know what I'm saying, take the things from industry and disperse it so that we're in a position to see the seed grow into something else. We're gonna have to lean in to support organizations like SUBSUME and these other organizations within the community so that they're not struggling to do the work of education as freedom. So for us, for Sassoon, lean in because if you can't give me some money, baby, give me some sweat equity. Let's make it happen.
But indeed, as we shall. I know there's a coffee to warm us both here soon enough. So no, I really just want to appreciate you and your example and expertise. So Dr. Cummings, thank you again.
I
And I
appreciate
want to
you,
say,
Cedric.
no, of course, and the church said amen, and with that, I think we move into the benediction of this particular call, but at the same time, the word goes out well into our community. So
Yes,
no,
sir.
I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. We'll talk soon. So again, y'all, this is Dr. LaWanda Cummings with Georgia State University's Crim Center. One of the really our nation's leading space of educational excellence, the the innovation spirit, but also understanding where we need to build and direct our youth and the young at heart to be a part of our shared future. So with that, we thank her and we appreciate her, and things will continue on. So with that, we shall proceed onward. In just a moment, we'll come up with our next set of guests as we continue with the next movement here with Subsume. So we thank you all so very much. Continue to celebrate with us here for the Black Futures Month 2025. Thank you all. All right, and we are back, everyone. Thank you so very much for being a part of our work as we continue the next movement here with Black Futures Month 2025. Dejan Sneed here with SUBSUME and SUBSUME Studios here in Atlanta, Georgia. And now we get to continue our space of talking about not only Black excellence in the creative, technical, and social innovation spheres, but being able to reimagine the legacies and conversations of historic and larger than life figures. I'd love to bring to the stage two amazing authors and creators that will give us a moment to talk about a new literary launch and their works and reimagining the future of conversations around a seminal but poignant character here in the Marvel Universe. So, with that, I want to introduce both Kyoko M. as an author, as well as Jesse J. Holland as author and editor on Captain America: Shield of Sam Wilson. And so, with that, I'm going to allow the stage here for the brilliance of these two to speak about this service here for about the next 20 minutes. But I want to thank and welcome you both to Kyoko and Jesse. How are y'all today?
We are doing just fine. How are you doing?
Doing
And
well.
I'm doing great as well. It's one of those Saturdays where you run around, but I'm so glad to be here.
I'm privileged to have you both here on and share the stage with you. So I'm going to make a space for us to have you be a part of our Black Futures Month program. So to Kyoko, I'll turn it over to you to introduce, and we'll bring on Glenn as he makes the space available. Thank y'all so much.
Thanks. Thank you for joining us today. I am so honored to have our wonderful editor, Jesse J. Holland, here with us today. And if you don't know his works, I am going to let him brag about himself right now. So just to give a short intro, as he just mentioned. So we are going to talk about Captain America: The Shield of Sam Wilson, which is a short story anthology that was launched by Marvel Comics and Titan Books, that was organized by the wonderful Jesse J. Holland we have here. So I'm going to have him introduce himself, give some of his wonderful credits, and then we'll kind of get started. We'll do a very brief kind of interview, and we'll just kind of dig into the guts of the anthology itself and kind of answer a few questions I'm sure a few people have had about a little bit about how it came together and what it contains and all these different things. So Jesse, why don't you go ahead and give us a wonderful introduction to you and all the things that you do?
Well, Kyoko, thank you so much for being here. You're one of the best authors that I've been able to work with. And I want to once again introduce myself. My name is Jesse J. Holland. I am the editor of the Captain America: Shield of Sam Wilson short story anthology, which is out right now. So first of all, I want to encourage everyone to go out and get it, because you can read fabulous stories about the new Captain America, Sam Wilson, one of which, of course, was written by the wonderful Kyoko M here. So I want you to encourage everybody to go out and get that book right now. So I've been working with Marvel for about, I've been working with Disney for more than a decade now. I started out working with Disney on the Star Wars franchise, where I wrote the Star Wars novel, Star Wars: The Force Awakens spin story. And then after that, I was contracted by Marvel to write the first Black Panther novel, which was Black Panther: Who is the Black Panther?, which is an adaptation of the wonderful Reginald Hudlin's Black Panther series. After that, I got a chance to work with some of the best African and African American authors in the nation on my first anthology, which was Black Panther: Tales of Wakanda. And after the huge success of Tales of Wakanda, Marvel came back to me again and said, hey, we have another movie coming out. It's going to feature Sam Wilson. Can you go back to some of those great authors you had work on Black Panther and see if they had any stories they wanted to tell about Sam Wilson? And of course they did. And so that's where Captain America: The Shield of Sam Wilson came from. And once again, if you love comic books, if you love superheroes, and if you love Black people, Captain America: The Shield of Sam Wilson is for you, because it tells stories of what it would really be like in the world if a African American man was representing the United States as Captain America. And there are some really great stories in there that I'm very proud of all of the authors and all of the work that they did.
Yes, it is an absolutely fantastic collection of stories. What I really wanted to get into is I think people are definitely going to be curious about some of the contents of the different stories. So I believe we had 13 overall, right?
13 overall, yes.
Yep, we had 13 stories. So they're all kind of focused on different things. So some of them are stories that are set in Harlem and some of them are set in different places. So why don't you talk to us a little bit about like the foundation of like when you first were putting together the roster? So what were did you already have stories in mind that you wanted to tell that were going to be kind of plucked from comics? Was there one that you had always really been excited to tell, like for your particular story? Like let's talk about how you chose the one that you decided to go for.
Well, this is my second anthology that I put together for Marvel, and just of course, my agent said you always promote the next stuff. I'm working on my third anthology, which will be my first independent anthology. But when I sit down and I think about an anthology, what I'm trying to do is choose topics that you can explore in a particular area or with a particular character. So with Black Panther, Tales of Wakanda, you can hear it in the title. We're not just looking for stories about the Black Panther. We're looking for stories of Wakanda. So that particular anthology, we weren't limiting ourselves to just stories about T'Challa. In fact, one of the stories that I came up with for that anthology was a story about Shuri. But of course, so we're talking about Wakanda in that novel, in that anthology. With Captain America, the Shield of Sam Wilson, once again, it's in the name. We're talking specifically about Sam Wilson and stories that can be told specifically about Sam Wilson. Now, that doesn't mean Sam Wilson is the only person in the story. In fact, quite a few of the stories have guest stars. So they're not just stories of Sam Wilson alone, but all of the stories focus around Sam Wilson and his time as Captain America and some of the challenges that he faces stepping into the uniform and carrying the shield of Captain America. Now, some of the stories are adventure stories. Some of the stories are time travel stories. Some of the stories are just straight up fist fight, punch fight stories. But all of these revolve around Sam Wilson, his feelings about being a Black man in America, his feelings about being a superhero, and how the world reacts to him being the symbol of the United States of America. So when I put this anthology together, I actually did have about 7 particular stories that just as a fan, I wanted someone to write. So I always suggest a couple of stories to writers. But I say, hey, if you got a better story than this, if you have something else that you want to say about Sam Wilson, don't limit yourself to my ideas. I always want the best story possible. So at least 2 of the ideas I had on my original list did end up in the book. I wrote one of them. And that was the one because it was a story that I wanted to see about how Sam Wilson would be reacted to and would react if he was in World War II. So that was the story that I worked on because, I wanted to see how would Black soldiers in the 1940s look at a African-American man representing and as a symbol of the United States, seeing as how they were being segregated against in the 40s. So that was the germ of my idea. What would happen if Captain America, Sam Wilson, was in the past dealing with soldiers who were in the Black Panther Brigade or the Red Ball Express, people who were fighting for their country, but knew their own countrymen would kill them if they could. So that's how I ended up with that story. I had a couple of more stories that I really wish I could have gotten somebody to write. The one that's really, really sticking in my head, and I'm going to write it one day, and I don't mind telling people what it was. It was a international meeting of superheroes, and Sam Wilson had to represent America. You would have Dr. Doom representing Latvia. You'd have Captain Britain representing England. You'd have all these other superheroes. But these international superheroes have never seen an African-American man representing the United States. So that's one, I still remember writing that down, and I really wish I could have gotten that story in there. But all of the authors, I said to them, give me your best Sam Wilson story. And that's what you see in the book.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that is such a cool premise. That is, in fact, one, man, I would have loved to see like a what if episode that was surrounded around Sam going back in time and being, that would have been an excellent what if. Really, really, really good. That's such a good premise. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to read that one. I'm so excited. Like, I'm in the anthology. I'm excited to read that one. But I want to go back to something that I think is very interesting, especially since it's opened up so many conversations. This is in a way, this is so funny. I always relate this to DC. So I was a DC girl growing up. I very, very voraciously inhaled the DCAU, and I loved Harley when I was a kid. And I just remember being a kid, be like, oh, darn it, I wish more people knew about Harley, and then become an adult, and now she's like blown up. And I was thinking, sort of, in a way, do you feel that the Falcon and the Winter Soldier show and Captain America Brave New World are going to do that for Isaiah Bradley? I kind of wanted to kind of just talk about him a little bit, because he's not as well known as some of the other figures in the Marvel continuity. And I know that there is going to be a little bit touched on in our anthology, in particular for Isaiah Bradley. So I was just interested in kind of seeing what you thought about him kind of getting that new exposure to all new fans who may have never heard of him before the show kind of like touched on his backstory and everything involved with him.
Well, so let's just be clear, for those of you who haven't seen the movie and who have not seen Falcon and Winter Soldier and have not read the seminal series Captain America Red, White, and Black, you need to go read Red, White, and Black first, because it is the story that's being adapted for those two television series. Isaiah Bradley was the first Captain America. However, he got his powers through the Tuskegee experiment, where the U.S. government tested chemicals on African American soldiers in Tuskegee, Alabama, and then hid everything. So that's the origin of Isaiah Bradley. And for those of us who are comic book fans, the story of Isaiah Bradley was one of the seminal changes in the comic book industry, where the rah-rah legend of Captain America, of true blue Captain America, and him getting the super soldier serum was just, everything worked perfectly. And of course, now he's red, white, and blue. And it got into how they got to that point, which of course, with a lot of things in the United States, it all goes back to racism and slavery. And this brought that into a more realistic story of how Captain America came to be. Now, I will tell you, I was one of the people who was very concerned when I heard they were going to adapt part of the Isaiah Bradley story for Falcon and Winter Soldier, because I did not want them to water down the original idea of who Isaiah Bradley was. I didn't want them to change it and make it more palatable for a mainstream audience. So, but that's coming from me as a comic book fan. As a writer, I wouldn't want anyone to limit what I could do with a major character like that. And so I understand that each writer has their own interpretation, especially when you're moving from printed medium to television. Mm-hmm. But I do hope, now that they're using Isaiah Bradley in the MCU, that more people will go back and say, I wonder who Isaiah Bradley was, and go back and read that original story and read some of the stories that have been written about him in the Marvel Comics universe. And you really get the idea that they're trying to bring more realism into the comic book industry, where everything isn't as perfect as the legends, as the mythos that we've been told. Really, even in the comic book universe, everything isn't as perfect as we might have thought. Because of course, we know as intelligent Americans, everything was not as perfect as the history we were taught as well. So they're bringing some of that into the comic book history. I'm just always hesitant when we try to make things palatable for a large audience instead of recognizing the truth of what happened. And here I go, the truth of what happened. It's all fiction. But I don't want to see the power of who the Isaiah Bradley character was made reduced or diluted for another audience that it wasn't originally created for. Does that make sense?
It does. It absolutely makes sense. Because it's you voiced exactly what I was talking about. A friend of mine is the gentleman who did the Hi, I'm a Marvel, Hi, I'm a DC little action figure series, and that was one of the first things when the show was premiering that he said, "Oh, they're introducing Isaiah Bradley." I said, "Oh, I only kind of like big know who that is." And he kind of like gave me a rundown of like the background of the character. And same as you, he was like, I am very concerned because it was very well written. It had a big impact. It is one of my favorite comics. So when they kind of indicated they were going there, I was kind of like chewing my fingernails a little bit as to how it was going to go. But I think he, like me, was very impressed with how it went. And that kind of segues into, I think, the last question we have time for today, which is one of the favorite things that I have personally heard about Sam Wilson is something I picked up from Tumblr. I'm sure it came from somewhere else. I know that's a very weird preface statement, but I'll explain.
Okay.
They said that Steve Rogers is who America wishes it was. U.S. agent is who America currently is. Sam Wilson is who America should be. I want to know if you agree with that statement.
Wow, that's a very profound statement. I will actually 100% agree with that. Steve Rogers was created both by Marvel Comics and by the government officials in the Marvel Comics universe as an experiment. It is who Steve Rogers is who they wish they were, who we wish we were. We wish we were this creative, maybe hard scrabble from the middle to lower class parts of society, and all of a sudden we're strong and we're true blue and we're a hero. That's who we wish, and that the world looks up to us, and the world knows that we're always going to make the right decision. That's who we wish we were. 100%, John Walker is who we are. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to use John Walker. He's actually the guest star in the story that I write for Captain America: Shield of Sam Wilson. That's why I've always been fascinated with John Walker, because Steve Rogers, brought up in the 1940s in Brooklyn, New York. John Walker was not raised in the same way Steve Walker was. John Walker came up through 9/11. John Walker came up through the Olympic bombings. He's part of the modern society. So the way he would be Captain America is completely different from the way Steve Rogers was. Yet he was still being judged by the Steve Rogers standard, was something he could not live up to. Throughout all of this, Sam Wilson is a hero. He has always been a hero. He has always, and he did it without any extra strength. And he worked for the first time. This is a Captain America who works through technology. His suit is technology. That's where we're going in the future. We're going to be more than just our physicality. He's working from his brain and his equipment. Sam Wilson is the epitome of who we should be going into the future, where we don't care about how strong somebody is. We don't care about how rich someone is. We don't care what color their skin is. We care about, are they a good person and will they do the right thing? And that's Sam Wilson. So Sam Wilson is who we should be. And I'll just say really quickly, and I say some of this in the introduction to the book, that I was really worried when I heard Sam Wilson was going to be Captain America, because usually in the comic book world, when you have the replacement hero, that hero is normally killed for the original, whoever had the original suit come back, or they're hurt or they're damaged. You saw this in DC with John Paul Valley. You saw this with Jim Rhodes with Iron Man. So you see these characters who are the replacement heroes killed or hurt, so the original white hero can take the mantle back. And I literally said that to the editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics when they announced that Sam Wilson was going to be Captain America. Sam Wilson was too important to be just a temporary Captain America. If you're going to make him Captain America, he needs to stay there. And I'm glad Marvel has decided that he is too important just to be pushed back to the sidelines as the Falcon, or injured or killed, so Steve Rogers or John Walker or Bucky Barnes can be Captain America. He is who Captain America should be, and I'm hoping moving forward that they will continue with either making both Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson Captain America, or giving the shield to the person who I think deserves it the most, which is Sam Wilson.
Absolutely. You actually expressed a sentiment that I had for the film. So without spoiling, there were exactly 3 things that I wanted Brave New World to do, and it did all 3. And I just was sitting in my chair, like a sigh of relief left me, because I was like, because it's hard to talk about it, because what I'm talking
without
about
spoiling
is
it. Right.
Yeah, I didn't want a fridge. I did not want somebody to get fridged, because I was just like, no, we don't need that right now. Not as a country, not as a fandom, not as anything. I just did not want that to happen. And thankfully it didn't. I remember when the first trailer came up, and again, I don't know if this is something that they ended up doing in post-production or whatever, but there was a funeral scene in the very, very first trailer. And I remember literally all of us being like, Marvel, I need you to understand, if you mess this up, we're coming for you. And thankfully, they seem to have pivoted and understood that had that been the case, we would have burned them down. I'm just saying. All right. So we're at our time now. So what I would love for you to do is tell everybody where they can find all of the things that we described here today, which includes your very first wonderful anthology, who was Black Panther, Tales of Wakanda were mentioned as well, and Sam Wilson. And then please talk about the other upcoming anthology that you mentioned before, your independent one as well. And then we'll kind of close out and head back to our SUBSUME programming.
Okay, so first of all, remember, it's out now. Everyone go out and pick up Captain America, The Shield of Sam Wilson. It's a great book. It's great writers in there. You can see some of them here on the back, including our lovely Kyoko M here, who is a fabulous writer, and I've been so glad to be introduced to her work and to be able to work with her. I have also worked on, and you can still find in bookstores everywhere, Black Panther, Tales of Wakanda, which is my first anthology and the first Black Panther anthology ever put out by Marvel. You can still find it that out there in bookstores. Please go pick it up. Also, of course, I am the author of the first Black Panther novel, Black Panther, Who is the Black Panther? You can find all of these at my website, www.jessejholland.com. And coming soon, and right now we're shooting for Juneteenth 2026, will be my first independent anthology. It's called The Lonesome Byways, Stories and Tales of African American History, Science, and Horror. It's going to be a great anthology where we're going to take real African American history and we're going to write some great stories around it. So you're going to be able to learn something as well as being entertained. So it'll be coming out from Random House Books right now, Juneteenth 2026. Once again, working with the fabulous Kyoko M and some other great writers that all of you have heard of. I can't wait to read some of these stories. And I'm so glad all of you are interested in Black Futures Month and African American history, because if we don't love it, who will?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was an absolute honor to have you, and a delight as well.
It's always great to see you and talk to you. And I can't wait to read more of your stuff.
Thank you. Same to you. I will be talking to you again soon. I'm turning it back over to Dedrin. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much, Kyoko, and to you, Jesse. I thank you both for making the time, the space, and the stories that not only represent Sam Wilson, but I think all of us well, and so we'll also follow up with the best spaces to follow up with getting those books and following both of your amazing legacies here in our narrative space. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
No, thank you. And we're going to continue right on and along here with Black Futures Month 2025. And so, again, the next movement, as you're seeing, is definitely well represented in our literary and education spaces. And so we'd love to continue that conversation in that narrative with a leading voice, both in the space of excellence in education, but also how we're able to use comics, but also other spaces of medium to enable our youth to see themselves as a part of the next movement. So with that, without further ado, I'd love to bring to the stage Deirdre Allman, who is the founder of the Black Comics Collective, and in so many other amazing spaces that she's made, both in the education and creative space for many, much like myself. And so I just want to thank you and welcome you to Black Futures Month 2025. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's a pleasure to be here. Happy Black Futures Month.
Oh, thank you. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so very much. So I'd love just again with the bona fides that you have, I'd love for you just to give us a brief self-introduction as we talk about the space for Black Futures Month and the Black future of education, and from your purview of both media, education, and policy. So thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome so much. So as you stated, I'm Deirdre Hallman. I am an educator, a mother, a Harlem resident. And I am the founder of the Black Comics Collective, which is a community, a space, an idea, an energy of bringing Black comics creators together with the communities that crave their work. And it was an extension, the Comics Collective is an extension of my work at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, where I co-founded the Black Comic Book Festival at the Schomburg, along with John Jennings, Jerry Kraft, and Jonathan Gales 13 years ago, to bring the world of Black creatives, Black comics and graphic novels and speculative thought together for the youth that I was working with over at the Schomburg. And so there's a Saturday program there, and my kids, again, like backtrack 12 years, of course, were just rightfully obsessed with manga and anime. And I was concerned that they weren't necessarily aware of some of the Black creators in the space of comics and animation. And so I took it, as a good teacher, I took it upon myself to like begin to introduce that work to them. There was a Black comics book vendor on 125th Street, our Harlem marketplace, Kendu Cheek. Many of you know him. He's a great comics collector. I went to him, I bought books to share with my students. And I also, got what we could get commercially, but I was very interested in bridging that gap. And so working with the gentleman I just mentioned, we envisioned a full-fledged festival that would bring comics creators to the Schomburg, and we could have panels, do film discussion, have a big marketplace, and really introduce our kids not just to the books and the stories, which is very important, and to the representation that's embodied by all of that, but also the history of that, the career paths in that, the entrepreneurial spirit in all of that. It's just a multifaceted engagement with a whole community, a whole industry, where there's Black genius, where there's Black history, and where there's just really a coveted space. I mean, I covet the space for Black storytelling and Black life. I really value it. That's the kind of the genesis, in some ways, of my place in this space and community.
Which is absolutely has been a mission critical to so many spaces of success, and continuing to build a blueprint and an imprint as well, that we see what can be done, and what can be done in one space ideally can be done across many. So again, for yourself and the pioneers, not only the Schomburg Black Comic Book Festival, but for your own expertise in education, which again I know that you're also in constant pursuit of that perfection. And
Yeah.
so I'd love to also, give that space of what are some of the studies that you're seeing, not only with your own expertise, but within, let's say, the New York education system, which is one of the largest in the country, and
Hmm. Hmm.
very influential in how other spaces also look at education and where policies and policies as well as spaces of implementation work. We've been very cognizant this year, and of course, in these times right now, that education is has become even more so, which has always been a polarizing, if not political, conversation. And when we have that, typically blackness is at front and center of how that ecosystem performs. So, could you give us a moment to kind of reflect on where your studies and narratives from a space of ideally from the greater New York area, but I open it to your experiences of what you're seeing transform right before our eyes.
Yeah. I mean, I think what inspires me about New York City is, of course, is that you can't escape or evade a conversation about diversity, about multiple perspectives, about like transnationality, and about the way that together people from all over the world come into the city and run, and sometimes the nexus of many industries, health industry, science, education, business, finance, like, and so I'm grateful to be in this context in times like these. And when it comes to education and the commitment that not only the city but the state has to, teaching true history, and embracing the principles of democracy, and equality. I'm grateful again to be in this context and to be thinking about, Black futures, the future of our democracy for all students, but particularly for Black students through my own scholarship and work. And so we have a lot of opportunities and initiatives with the history that's the Black history that's kind of embedded in the soil here in New York City, throughout the five boroughs and all the neighborhoods, and commitments from cultural institutions, from the private sector and such, to preserve and promote and amplify that history. And so I see my role as kind of plugging young people into those spaces, right? How do we connect young people to the archives of the Schomburg Center, to the art and the creative maker spaces that the Studio Museum in Harlem presents? How do we even go to places, established mega museums, Eurocentric, but nonetheless world class museums like the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and find pathways to kind of reclaim our history and the traces um, of African knowledge, African American history, African diasporan history through some of those collections there, even though, you have to tell the whole story about how these objects and artifacts appear there. But we can't, I can't take all my kids on a plane to Egypt. So we can go to the Brooklyn Museum and to the Met and kind of at least engage with some authentic artifacts from these places throughout the African diaspora. And that's a passion of mine. And even in New York, in New York City, in the current administration with the Department of Education now that goes by the New York City Public School System, there are some really, renegade social studies educators, history educators, and civics educators, all three tied together. And they've even created what's called the Civics for All Comics group. And so you can Google that, New York City Public Schools, Civics for All Comics group. And for the past 5 years, they've been publishing comic books through the Civics for All curriculum, which is all about, issues of democracy, representation, participation, resistance, bringing forth hidden voices, kind of narrative justice is what I call it. It's like, how do they, I guess they've been committed to using comics as a medium to tell stories that will enhance the standard social studies and history curricula. And so I'm as literally one of the largest comic book publishers and distributors in the state, because they create these comics and they make them free for all students in New York City public schools. So that's like hundreds of thousands of schools, and millions of students have access to this growing archive of stories. And you'll see some of the most talented writers and illustrators, and even book editors in the field are contributing to these stories. And so that has been kind of another way that I've been trying to work within the school system to amplify, how we can use comics and graphic novels to tell our national story, to tell our stories, our social histories, and our heritage stories. And I've been bringing, my work with the Black Comics Collective and all of the stories that are there from the diaspora within our community, into these spaces alongside. So there's there's a space, there's a conversation happening here, and I think that's what we have to hold on to in times like these. It's like, do what we can do in the space that we have with the resources that we have, and just don't give up. Like, as they say, don't comply or obey in advance. Do what you can under the auspices that you're granted, and make new spaces. That would be the other encouragement, is to make new spaces for study and for creativity.
There we go. Just had to remember where the mute button was. So yeah, I was just excited to blurt out. That's exactly what we need, as you say, not the compliance of education, but the innovation of such.
That's
And
right.
I think you're giving just great examples of where you can be actionable and intentional, where we're seeing that curriculum, particularly in social studies, but especially in Black history, is being minimized, marginalized, if not actively erased. That
Mm-hmm.
um, we can be both compliant but also innovative, in the way that we present that information. And so that's where, looking at this particular use case, that again, I know you're a critical part of, and seeing it as a multimodal space of success. I think that comics and education just is a natural fit.
Yeah. And am I able to share screen here?
You are absolutely, you are
Okay.
empowered and engaged.
Because I
Please.
think I think that's a great segue. One second.
No worries.
There we go. Going with the interface.
There you go. I'm going to bring
You
that up
see?
to the stage. And there we go.
All right.
Thank
That's a
you.
great segue for a project that I recently worked on. And so
Mm.
bringing, all of my interest and all of my intention behind working through this medium, um, these various media, is I recently had the great pleasure of adapting a real story from history, uh, and creating an interactive graphic novel experience. It's a web-based graphic novel called Kofi's Fire, with the historic Hudson Valley um, organization that oversees several landmark historical sites in New York City, including Phillipsburg Manor, and other sites across the city that hold a significant amount of New York City history, from New Amsterdam forward, but particularly Black history in the colonial period, right?
Mm.
And so Kofi's Fire, and I'm leaving the QR, hoping folks can grab it, and I can always come back to the screen. But Kofi's Fire is an interactive graphic novel that's inspired by this true story of a revolt that happened by enslaved people and working class white people in 1741 in New York City. And so the story historically goes that there was this revolt, fires were set across the city, and uh, Black folks were rounded up. People, I want to say Black folks, but like the Black New Yorkers,
Mm.
most of whom were enslaved, and were rounded up, and there was a whole conspiracy around who set these fires. That the Negroes of the time, that language
Mm,
from the time period, were uprising, and then all of this blame and finger pointing about who was responsible. And this was like the third in a chain of smaller incidents
mm,
that happened. And so there was a gentleman, a group of gentlemen, one by the name of Kofi, and some of his friends, who were directly accused of being, the masterminds of this insurrection and of this riot, and they were put on trial. And the result of the trial was the production of this uh, recording, this ledger of the court record, and all of the scandalous
mm,
newspaper stories that kind of came out of the many, many testimonies that happened as a part of this trial. And so our historical record is the court record, and the newspaper articles, and then the secondary sources are the histories that have been written about this time period. And so my job as the writer was to take these primary sources and then to turn the history around to tell it from the perspective of Kofi himself, from this young Black enslaved man living and working in New York City, and what his experience and his community's experience of this time was. And so, there's a great amount of storytelling that goes into that, because we have a lot of other historical records of um, Black folks, enslaved folks, telling their own stories in their own voices. And so, in order to get inside of Kofi's head, I was drawing from those sources, to give him his origin story, to give him his voice, to give him his kind of political perspective, and also to give him, a whole backstory in the context of, the, transatlantic slave trade, his African, how he's was only one generation removed from his parents being African peoples, born and raised, on the continent and brought here. And so we did a lot. The team that I worked with
mm,
um, at Blue Telescope in historic Hudson Valley, really beautiful and tremendous team. We did a lot to bring this story to life, where we had to reimagine and actually image. We worked with a brilliant illustrator, Valicia Gordon. Um, we had to like image these folks in the historical
mm,
time period, using, like I said, the academic research to kind of build the world. So there's the same thing that we do in science fiction, we're
mm,
doing it in history. We had to do the world building work. Um, of course, I'm sorry, I went backwards.
mm,
We had to do the kind of relationship building. We had to build out the community. We had to give Kofi, we had to kind of bring to the front, which historical documents seldom do, the kinds of people that he lived with, relationships that he would have had, an intergenerational, what were the children, put the children in the story, at least in the picture, what were the elders doing, and how did these enslaved peoples form community and support for these young men who were on trial. Even though this is not their story, we wanted to give Kofi and his friends who were on trial a sense of place and community and family. And so this single illustration
mm,
was very important to the illustrator and myself. It's just like, this is like that moment before dawn, before they go to work, before they fulfill these roles,
mhm,
that they're usually described as their working roles. But here are their human roles: brother, sister, mother, friend, all of that in this one moment of freedom before, at dawn, before they go to work and kind of enter the larger society. And so we were building community. We were humanizing the faces and the emotional landscapes of the characters. Um, we did some, what I call like uh, Bridgetorization or
That's a good term, but I just definitely understand it.
Right, which is like, yeah, like we looked good in these clothes, and like, yeah, we had swagger, we're gonna show it, right? And you know, the clothes might be secondhand, but that doesn't mean that we're not gonna bring
Yeah.
some of our like cultural finesse and magic to our circumstances, and our, you know, our head wraps and our hairstyles and our, you know, the way she drew the bodies, you know, with like
Mm,
full expression and strength, and all of those things. So I could go on and on.
mm,
But in order to give Kofi an interior world, again, folks who write for fantasy and for comics know this, like in order to get inside his mind, where he's interpreting his reality around him, he's indulging in his own imagination, he's cycling through memories and impressions from his mother and father, who have their own kind of African ness and
mm,
sense of history that we're kind of communicating through his interiority. This interactive graphic novel uses fantasy and visions as a part of that work. And so we definitely deal with the concrete facts and history of the events leading up to the fire and the things happening after the fire and centering the court trial. But we worked really hard to kind of bring all of those other story elements to bear in the telling of Kofi's fire. So that's we've won a ton of industry awards, especially
good.
in the space of creating innovative educational materials in the digital media space. We've won awards for narrative, for story, for illustration, and for interactivity, use of different kinds of digital tools. But I think knowing that our youth they're online, right? I was in a conversation earlier today um, with social studies teachers, and how do they teach current events? And we used to say, oh, well, you know, we'll assign our students to watch the news or to
Mm,
read the newspaper, and then they'll bring clippings or what discuss. But like this, you know, Gen
mm,
Z, Gen
yeah.
Y, uh, Gen Y, Z, and A aren't reading the newspaper or watching TV news. And so, how are we reinventing the way that kids are parsing history, both from the media and historical record, and bringing it into conversation with our contemporary moment um, in their lives, and also thinking about what does all of this mean for the future? We know that this digital landscape is an important place for us to be telling these multiple stories. And so I'm super proud of Kofi's Fire. I hope y'all listening out
Mm.
there go to the website, kofisfire.com, and check it out.
That's amazing and well deserved. You can just tell the authenticity, the Bridgetonian swag that characters are being presented by, and we appreciate it. And you and the team, you know, for making this as a space. Now, as we close, and we'll definitely make sure that the link and the point in our follow up report is accessible with your permission. You
Thank
know,
you.
so with that, what is next? What is the Black future of comics and education?
Oh my gosh. So I have, I see, you're going to put me on the spot. I'm going to put my freedom dream out there
Yes.
for, you know, the Subsume audience, is that I have a desire to enter the publishing space to kind of renew the the work that, you know, Golden Legacy Comics
Mm, yes.
was able to produce back in the was it the 80s. That Golden Legacy produced a huge amount of Black History comics. So I see there's a tremendous opportunity to bring comics, digital comics, graphic novels into the classroom. Um, and I want to be a part of making sure that the stories and the narratives within that work is reflective of, you know, Black American, Black diasporan stories, histories, present day stories, like what youth and how they're, you know, seeing their
Mm,
world today, but also, our future dreams, our fantasies, our
mm,
visions for the future. And so I hope post my doctorate, which I'll be getting this year,
okay,
to
very
be
cool.
entering that space and to also be solidifying the community of the Black Comics Collective, because I think now more than ever, we need to latch onto each other to create spaces like what you've done, Daedrin. And you're a success story in my eyes and such an inspiration. But we have to continue to kind of find community within each other because we've always been independent. And so this independent movement has had an incredible rise and wave and set of recognitions and from the mainstream and from the larger world, and in this kind of turbulent time, I just want us to kind of stay connected so
Mm,
that we can continue to do the work of amplifying ourselves and rising, bringing attention to all the great work and creativity that's happening from within the community, independently. So those are
okay.
the things that are next.
No, no, absolutely. So, then we're going to speak up your, in your part of this golden legacy that's being built, in real time. So we thank you, thank you for it. And likewise, I think at the, as independent as our work and our dreams can be, I think it is point to be intentional, to gather and build in these spaces together. So again, for you being a maker of spaces and supporting us in where these narratives can be, we appreciate you being a part of our Black history of the future, and showcasing this. So then finally, how can we support you in these works and dreams?
Follow me on Instagram. I'm being encouraged to start a Substack, so I'm looking into all of that. So like, look out for the Black Comics Collective. We're on Black Comics Collective is on Facebook. It's on Instagram, and soon on Substack.
All right, to all the things, we do thank you and appreciate you again, and I'm sure there's much more to come and in the space together. I just sincerely appreciate your time here. So with that, Deidre, I want to appreciate you and give you back the rest of your Saturday as we continue onward with Black Futures Month. Thank you so much for being here and being a part.
Thank you for having me. Take
And
care.
take care. Appreciate it. So again, we have Deidre Holman with the Black Comics Collection, Harlemite, as well as historic bringer of education, comics, and stories, into the space of youth education and education for all. And so we're very thankful as we look to take just 30 seconds to refresh our space, and then we'll bring on our next guest as we continue onward with the Black Futures Month 2025, the next movement. Thank y'all, and be right back. All right, y'all, and we're right back here with Black Futures Month 2025, the next movement. And my name is Dejan Sneed here with SUBSUME Studios and SUBSUME Media in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you for being a part of the Black Fantastic. as we talk about the current innovators that are building the Black history of the future. And so we've been very focused here in the earlier parts about education and how policy and services can bring people together. But also, we want to look at all the mediums by which we get our chance to see ourselves represented on screen, on and in digital spaces, but also in the infrastructures and the businesses that help build and navigate a lot of the potential and promise of technology bridging the gap of equity, of education, but also of brilliant Black futures. And someone that represents that, in every space and way, would be our gentleman here, Mr. Chris Douglas, who's the lead project manager at Xbox Game Camp. I think maybe still calling us here from New Orleans, but a great time and an opportunity to speak with you there, Chris. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Dedrin. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Happy to always connect with you, and I'm happy to be here to talk to everyone about Black futures.
Thank you so very much. So, Chris, again, you've been doing the real work and the great work in making your passion for gaming and technology being a space that people can find Xbox Game Camp, and really find the potential to be a part of tomorrow. So, I'd love for you just to give a quick introduction to yourself, and really, how did you start this journey from? Really, did you start this journey in your hometown, and where the spaces of impact that you see from there?
Yeah, for sure. So I'll do like the super fast abridged version, maybe like 3-4 minutes. So I'm Chris Douglas. I'm the lead PM at Xbox Game Camp. I work very closely with Peter Zetterberg, who is our director at Xbox Game Camp. And the whole point and premise of what we do at Game Camp is just, well, we want to create a space that proves that extraordinary talent resides everywhere. So we want to help people who are 18 years of age and older find their way into the gaming industry, whether they're looking to start work at a game studio as an individual contributor, or they want to start and found their own game studio. So we run an immersive learning experience where we share our tools, resources, and network of subject matter experts that sit inside of all of Xbox and Xbox Game Studios to help people find their career path. We've been doing Game Camp now for this is year 5. We started in September of 2020 with New Orleans being the inaugural space. But technically, the very first Game Camp was in Sweden in 2014 during the Mojang acquisition that my boss, Peter Zetterberg, started. And so, like I said, we just try to help share everything that we can for people to find their way into the industry. We want everyone to feel wanted and welcomed in the game industry. And we want to make positive and impactful change by helping support traditionally marginalized groups and underserved communities to be able to find their way, through it. I've been at Microsoft for 11 years. I've been at Game Camp, will be 5 years in October. And my route into it was non-traditional as well. Like I played video games professionally in the early 2000s. I went to Xavier University as an HBCU here in New Orleans. But I've always wanted to work at like Microsoft and work at Xbox proper once they made the announcement in like 2000. And so I did a bunch of different things just trying to get into the industry. But when I finally, was able to make my mark by starting at Microsoft with training people on how to use the product, like how to use Surface devices, how to use Word, PowerPoint, Excel, Outlook. So the M365 suite now, which used to be Office. That was the introductory route. But I've always been connected to the community. And so that was always the biggest piece, like how can I help people who had the same dream I had, but live in, smaller cities and smaller towns that tech is not such a big and impactful thing. Like, how do I help them do that? And so I've been blessed enough to find my way into this by supporting the very first Game Camp, and then, applying to be the lead PM for Game Camp permanently once it became an actual full-time thing. So.
No, and I know the hundreds, if not thousands, of people that have been impacted by your work, that of Peter Zetterberg and the Xbox Game Camp team. I know it's not only just a labor of love, but an intentionality, as you say, to bridge that gap between opportunity and technology. And so, for yourself as a gamer, we see that as a space of interest, as you were saying. Like yourself started as a gamer, and by your background, can see still an avid component of your life. A lot of times when we speak with parents and we talk about the youth in gaming, there's a lot of misnomers or maybe just preconceived notions for what it means in a gaming ecosystem. Of course, gotta date myself. It's that cartridge that you put into a device, and you're changing the channel so someone else can't use it, and you're soaking up all this time and radiation. But now, from that point of just okay, people just play games for relaxation or escapism. Where is gaming now from your professional perspective?
Well, so I mean, also too, just to briefly touch on it. So I was in the same boat, like me and you are close to age. So I'm 43. I started with like Nintendo, and when I first got into it, I was like, most people like I know you and I had this conversation multiple times, so I
Yeah.
share with the group. When we first really got into playing games, it wasn't like, oh, this game is cool. It was like, what is happening between the controller, the cord, the console, and then the image on the TV that's making like this character move and jump and animate. So that's kind of like the things that got us into it. And you start to really want to know deeper level knowledge around the technology for it. Also, like talking about like parents who don't the misnomer about games. I played basketball, throughout my life and my career, and I always give this stat as well. There's only 15,000 men's NCAA collegiate Division I athletes. So there's 15,000 of them, and they draft 60 people into the NBA. And somehow my parents still thought that 0.04% chance of making it to the NBA was more feasible than me being in tech and in video games. So especially at that time in the 90s, where you didn't see hardly any Black people in the technology space, even though we know that we pioneered it with Jerry Lawson inventing cartridges in that space. So that's kind of like that's always been the push. Like I just was stubborn and I wanted to prove people wrong. And it was something I loved more than anything, was passionate about. So I kind of wanted to get into that. Now we're in a space where there's more technology at your fingertips as a budding and emerging creator than ever before. So all of the things that you can get with using Unreal Engine or using Unity or doing something in Twine or even like starting Figma boards and doing like game kits in Figma, there's so many things that you can do that are both free and it just helps you like build a portfolio inside of that space. So as hopefully time continues to evolve, it just becomes easier. The barrier of entry to making games will continue to reduce. It's really just about what you want to do and then how you want to start. And I know the hardest thing is like not knowing what you don't know. So like asking questions and building a network and continuing to come to events like Black Futures Month and meeting people like Dedra in this wide scope of folks who come and participate in these events, so you can get good information and we can continue to be a community and share our knowledge and our thoughts amongst each other and ideas, so that can kind of help set you on the right path. And like I said, that's something that we definitely want to do at Xbox Game Camp. Just set people up for success, give them an opportunity to have access to it, and actually try it out and fail in an environment where it's safe. So if you decide that you don't want to make games anymore, that's cool. You didn't waste all this time trying to do something else. You can go be great doing another thing.
Yeah. So absolutely. And I think that's the part that we always try to teach and showcase just through all our ecosystem, but particularly in the Black community, that games is such a pathway to so many things, as it's been just an ecosystem builder, also just a connector to technology, or connection to culture, but also a connection to the world. So we see that gaming, whether or not we're here, in the US or when in Sweden or in China, Korea, what have you, there's still that same connotation of being connected through gameplay. And so, as you say, we now have multi generations of parents that grew up in these game spaces now have children, and in some cases, grandchildren that are gaming adjacent. But we still see that sometimes that gap is still there and into that point. So now, kind of talking about Xbox Game Camp and it being started here, as you say, with 2014, I think, from Sweden. But I'd love to look at the segue of the moving the gap through the African diaspora, where you had it in New Orleans and then Atlanta, and then you being a part of the team that brought this, as Xbox Africa across the continent. Can you share a little bit of how that experience of building that program and some of the points of impact that y'all have seen from that?
Yeah, for sure. So like I give all the credit in the world to Peter Zetterberg, like I said, our director, and then Melissa Boone, who currently serves as chief of staff for Halo Studios, but she's our spokesperson as well. So it's a lot of credit to them as far as like starting and wanting to be able to make a impactful change in the US, which is where we like initially focused. Like, let's go to these these places and these cities where we can make real impactful change amongst the community, from groups of people who are underserved, underrepresented, traditionally marginalized. But like I said, also too, we want everybody to feel wanted and welcome. So all of the stories that you have the ability to tell, from us in the Black community, that's not being told and properly in any form of the medium and entertainment. So whether it's comics with all of the folks that you have here that's talking about comic books, and even you and your comic book, right, and the manga and stuff that you write, to film, to video games, those stories are not actively being told, and they're not being told in an authentic place when they are being told. So we want to just help support people as much as possible. And we started off in New Orleans. It was luck of the draw for me. Like I said, it was kind of lightning the bottle that they chose New Orleans, and I just so happened to be here, and I guess it was meant to be. And so from there, like, it's intentionality of where we go next. So we wanted to be intentional and say, we're going to be, here in New Orleans. The Microsoft office was open in Atlanta, so we figured it was a great opportunity for us to connect with all of those folks there. I got an opportunity to meet you for the first time, in like late 2021, early 2022, and just seeing all of the synergies and all of the similarities that we know happen between New Orleans and Atlanta. Like, we're brother sister cities. A lot of it is the same. Our food is kind of the same. Our creative culture, a lot of the things are the same. And all of those cities are built off of what we've, built as Black communities in those cities. So we just wanted to make sure that we were, giving people an opportunity, like I said, who traditionally don't get access to those cities. And it's the same thing with the African continent, being able to be representative on the continent and seeing so many amazing creators across the diaspora that have an opportunity to tell, unique stories, and so much rich heritage that we have that's there. Like, Africa is the cradle of civilization for a reason. And the continent is so beautiful. Like, it's a continent first. So that's the one thing that you would always want to correct people on, that misnomer. It's a country, it's a continent. There's 54 countries. It's more than 2,800 spoken languages there. So how much, like, the history of the world comes from that place. So we all are extensions of being able to come, from Africa. So it means a lot for us to be able to continue to go to the continent every year and connect with all of the folks. So we do a conference style game camp there, where we do it virtually across the entirety of the continent, and then we do in-person locations at Microsoft offices as well, in Johannesburg, Nairobi, Kenya, and then also in we did Marrakesh, Morocco last year. We did Lagos, Nigeria. We have like Accra, Ghana. We have hosting parties and stuff. So we just want to stay connected to the continent. We're going to go again this year. We're actively planning. That's not a secret. Like, Peter's announced that on LinkedIn. So we're going to actively continue to be there and show up for our creators in Africa, like Dean at Kunta Content, and the great, amazing game that he's making with Hiru that will be out at some time in the future. So.
Yeah, I've seen the trailer for it. It looks dope, and likewise the breadth of talent and culture and language is always a great opportunity to build worlds and really to build stories. But kind of get into that, where now we also see where the connection of Black culture and gaming's always been there. But now I think that we see that particularly, we'll say, with brands as a start, but also just within our own communities, right? That a lot of time the accessibility to technology, and we can use Xbox as a great example of having an Xbox in the home, it might be more of a opportunity for Xbox to be in a home than maybe like a high-end gaming computer, right? And so when we think about things such as esports and being able to connect kids with the future of education, or really fund their education, kind of from both the gameplay but also in game development. Can you kind of talk to the importance of empowering youth to ensure that, from a cultural standpoint, that they see the connection of games and in their futures?
For sure. This is something that's actually like really important to me. You see a lot of stuff that's happening across like the esports, or even like the virtual space. So like Twitch streaming and all the things that are happening, in that space, Constant and everyone doing the work that they're doing. But even like Gen Z slang and Gen Alpha slang and stuff, that's just African American vernacular English. Like, that's all it is. So these things are carrying people, and we have so much impact, and we have so much. They're just molding that from us and from our normal everyday culture, or whether it's hip hop, whether it's this is Black culture as a whole. Like, these are the things that's coming from there. So it is important for those kids to be able to see themselves represented in those spaces where they are. So whether they get to come and see you, in the work that you're doing, and understanding what it's like to have someone that looks like them in a space where they can teach them and learn about gaming, to everybody else that's representative in the space. So it is critically important for them to see themselves, for young men and women, and people of all gender identities, to understand like what they're doing. The second thing is really being able, like I said, to share all of the resources that we have, at Xbox, and the things that we're doing. So this is not like a sales pitch. This is just my personal opinion. But I appreciate the fact that now, with so many people with so many different varying budgets that want to be able to consume video games, like, if they can't afford the cost of a console, $300 or $500, it's still a lot of money, whether people believe that or not. For some people, that's out of their range. So,
Right.
Being able to consume content through a Fire Stick, or through the cloud, or through, a TV that already has the Xbox app and stuff in it, I think I appreciate that a lot more, because, like I said, it's giving more people an opportunity to connect with the medium, and not be outpriced in the console. It takes them a year, 2 years, to be able to save up money just to get a console. Then they can't buy games for it. So they're left to play some of the free to play experiences, and they definitely don't always get to see themselves represented in those experiences. So the more people who have access, and the more people who can have an opportunity to interact with the medium and have a community of folks that they can meet with, like you said, whether virtually or in person, so they can really understand what that life is like, and what it takes to be able to be a creator in that space. Like, those things are important. So, like I said, the work that you do with SUBSUME, the stuff that you do with Black Futures Month, all of these things are very important for our communities, because it's giving people a space to come, show up, live, and learn together that they normally may not have access to. And that could change. They could change their lives. Like, the next creator of the next big thing could be, in the space today, and we don't know it. So it's important.
Oh, absolutely. And again, the work that likewise you do in your own, and locally, as well as globally, in that sense, is where we're all. That's the big bet, right? And the big advantage of being able to connect collaboratively, through gameplay, which I always just say is like, that's just such a universal thing. Like, everyone plays games, whether that's more formally on Xbox, or athletically, or just chess or what have you. I think that just it translates so well. And so, where do you see the next step with gaming? Because now we have this amazing intersection of technology. We have artificial intelligence, but we also see a democratization of tools, where now things that maybe were barriers to entry now are accessible to everyone. How does someone like yourself, that again is traveling the world, and seeing the builders of tomorrow actually building through your program, where do you see the future of games going from here? That can be in whatever perspective you think from there.
Yeah. So, I mean, once again, like, this is my personal opinion.
Hmm.
I think that watching like this, we're in the infancy of like AI and games still. And so, from that perspective, I'm not a expert enough to have like an opinion on it. Like, I just kind of watch how the creatives respond to the things that are happening. There are things that are going on in the space. Like, Xbox announced Muse, which is a like WAM model, so it's work and human action model. So they kind of built things to where you can take older games and you can scale them up from newer technology, so they can be able to be played on devices. So that's really important for like game preservation. So that stuff is cool, because you get to a point where all of these older games, there's so many old games, bro, that I try and tell people about, but I can't even like go to tell them like these things happen, or that's what it was. Like, the Street Fighter, the original Street Fighter machine, when you first played Street Fighter, it was just one big massive button, like one like forcible like punch button. And then they did a second iteration like a couple of years later, like from 87 to 88. And then that had the traditional 6-button layout. But like, trying to tell people like, yo, they had a thing like that. And they're like, nah, bro, you lying. That's Mandela effect. Telling you it's real. Like, that was the thing. So being able to see like game preservation is dope. I just want to see people, like you said, the democratization of tools is important for me. I want to see more people have free and unrestricted access to tinkering in the engine. We try to make sure that we are sharing as many tools as possible with people, and more importantly, like knowledge and understanding, so they can like really understand like code language, learn how to build and work in Unreal, learn how to build and work in Unity. And I think Epic is doing a really good job as far as like making a lot of those tools free and available to the public, like to everyone to be able to consume. Even if you take the Unreal Engine license and you make a game, like it's royalty free from the first like $1 million, and then you turn up and activate an actual license. But before that, the license is free. So
Right.
little things like that goes a very long way, for people to be able to like make and create games. So I would imagine, or I just hope that, as like anything else, like the tool kits and the dev kits that are available, we now offer like Xbox game dev kits that are in the cloud, so people don't have to have these monster massive rigs to render games and build games anymore. You can kind of build in that space through Azure, where the hardware sits in the cloud, and you can build and iterate with a lower end machine. So that's the level of access that I think I appreciate, and that we want to just continue to keep pushing that message out to everyone to, when we all play, when everyone plays, everyone win. That's kind of the thing. When we all are able to create, everyone will still be able to win, because we get new, genuine stories told from like these authentic perspectives. So, yeah, that's where it is. Like democratization of tools is big, but I'm still just kind of like waiting to see, how like AI plays. I think it's still too early to say anything about AI in gaming and where it will go.
I think that's fair, and to that, I think you just had a great sentiment where when everyone plays, everyone wins. I think that applicable to gaming. I think that's applicable to life. Definitely applicable to where we see for Black liberation in these types of spaces forward. So before I let you go, and ask, with such a breadth of knowledge and experience, what are you playing right now? What games have your attention or potential attention coming up?
So there's only two things legitimately on my radar. Everybody knew, like, well, it's three, because one's a little further away. So the first one is Avowed. I'm playing Avowed. Of course, everybody gonna be like, that's biased, Chris, because you playing an Xbox game. But Avowed is just so dope, because like it's an Unreal Engine 5 game, so it's like a beautiful game, but it's like hyper focused. So I see people like, it's like Skyrim Light, or it's all these different things. Just play it and get your own interpretation of it. It's amazing. Like, the combat's amazing. The character models are great. The story is pretty dope. I'm just having a lot of fun with that. The game that I am most excited for this year is South of Midnight. It come out April 8th. It takes place across like the South, but there is a lot of different things and a lot of like New Orleanian motivation and inspiration for that game. It's a Black protagonist, Hazel, who is a weaver, who's looking to save her mom, who's their house gets like swept up by a hurricane. And so she's trying to go through and save her mom. And then she realized that she has these special powers that come through from her ancestry about being a spiritual weaver. And so I recommend just like going to look up South of Midnight. There's a documentary about it that's out. That's the game I want to play the most, because that's a real story that I feel like needs to be told, especially like a Black female protagonist in the South, but like a lot of stuff about like New Orleans and like the Appalachian and just a lot of things that's Southern, and that's all me, And then in the near distant future, I'm a huge Ninja Gaiden fan, so Ninja Gaiden 4, I'm very happy that they were able to work and get a deal done with that, and then that'll be out later this year. And then other things come up and down inside of that, but there's a lot of games that I play that are like smaller independent games that I really enjoy. I'm probably like everybody else. I'm playing a lot of Balatro, whatever you want to call it. I've been playing a lot of that. Is just a pick up and play thing. And then Legends of Ashurian is another game I'm playing. It's from an African creator. It's on Xbox. I've been playing and enjoying it. It's like a traditional side scrolling, but like RPG. Really, really playing and enjoying that. So that's the rotation right now. Legends of Ashurian, Avowed, and then South of Midnight in a couple of weeks.
Oh, absolutely. No, I appreciate it. You got two or three of mine there with with the vow. It just looked so good. I figured, okay, I've got to just go ahead and just put that in the box. But then likewise, South of Midnight is the game I'm really trying to make some intentional space, if not even start streaming again, to just sit down and just start enjoying. Yes, but that Southern folklore, like you said, that New Orleans history, and then just the design. It's almost got a it looks like almost like a Disney paint component. We'll definitely be highlighting that as well. And I'm a big Civ fan, so Civ 7's in queue. The work in, yeah. So with that, how can we support you? How can we make sure that as you're building the space for gamers and for voices to be represented in this space, how best can we keep up and support you?
Well, I tell everybody, so you can always connect with me on LinkedIn. It's Christopher Douglas on LinkedIn. I joke with everybody and tell them like I'm the only light-skinned Christopher Douglas on LinkedIn, so it shouldn't be hard to find me in particular. But you can always connect with me on LinkedIn, and I connect with folks. Like Dedrin can tell you, I attest to that. I try to give freely of myself within reason, you know what I'm saying? But I do at least. Everybody that says, hey, Chris, I would really like to learn more. I try to at least give every single person that asks me that 30 minutes. Like 30 minutes ain't a lot of time. So I try and give everybody, 30 minutes of my time to be able to help as best I can. And then from there, you can go to xbox.com/gamecamp to see all of the stuff about Game Camp, all of our previous camps, and then any information about our new and upcoming camps that we'll probably be making some announcements about later this year. And then if you ever just want to reach out to us at Game Camp as well, that's gamecamp@microsoft.com is the email. So you can hit us up and, let us know if you have any questions or if you want to partner in any kind of way. Like that's another way that you can get in touch with us. Our team is very small. It's only 4 of us. So, we do answer that, but we do, if it takes like a week or so to answer that, just, give us some grace because we got a lot of folks that hit us up.
Yeah, brother, you are a testament to not only giving back but also moving forward and making spaces for others. And we do appreciate you. And again, thank you for helping to build the Black history of the future. With your work, not only just at Xbox Game Camp, but just definitely your local community there in New Orleans and just again the world over. So we appreciate you for it.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate you having me. Like I said, if anyone needs anything, feel free to reach out. Desmond or Dedrin, it's you my dog, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for always allowing me to be in these spaces with you, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you so very much. So we want to give Chris back a bit of his Saturday as we continue onward. Thank you again to support and build a space for our tomorrows together. So again, we are celebrating Black Futures Month 2025. My name is Dedrin Sneed. We're just joined by Chris Douglas, project manager at Xbox Game Camp. And we'll continue onward to celebrate the Black Fantastic and talk about making new things together here with us at SUBSUME for 2025, the next movement. Thank you, and we'll be right back. All right, thank you, everyone. As we continue onward, we welcome you back to our next space of the next movement with Black Futures Month 2025. Again, this is Dejan Sneed here with SUBSUME, the SUBSUME Studios here in Atlanta, Georgia. Welcoming you back as we look at the creative, technical, educational, and really social opportunities that exist for us to make the next step our best step as we look at the Black Futures Month in 2025. So appreciate you joining us for our Year 6 engagement. We have a returning guest, one of our leading scholars, but also innovators and pioneers in the space of Afrofuturism, as well as the space of the Black speculative arts movement. That's a global phenomenon and cultural and education uh, haven that we get a chance to see, curate, and connect with the Afrofuturists that are building our Black history in real time. So, with that, I welcome Dr. Ronaldo here to our space to give a chance to more formally introduce and connect, again, all of your fantastic work around the world. And we'd love to also, as we can, maybe have a curious eye and ear towards your next literary works. So thank you so very much for joining us here for Black Futures Month yet again.
Okay. Now, is that your music?
That is. So I know I didn't make it myself. It's some of our curated music for Subsume. So we support some local artists and bringing some vibes between here and there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, man. Thanks for inviting me. It's always good to see people that are working in these spaces. And shoot, man, it's been a busy day, a week. Gave a talk over in Africa virtually over to Cameroon Wednesday, and earlier today Texas, and now today Georgia.
Mm. Yeah, so but I think that just speaks well to the global good that you are working, building, and helping us build the education platform to see it as it has a sustain as it to have a sustained future. So with that, we would love to just get a I'll let you introduce yourself, for all the connections that you have. And as we speak about the idea of Black Futures Month and its seeped and inherent consideration of Afrofuturism. I mean, you're one of our world experts in this space. So again, I want to make sure that we give you that honor and that consideration
Thanks,
of
man.
all you've accomplished. And no, just let you introduce yourself to our group here.
Okay, name is Ronaldo Anderson. I'm an associate professor of Africology and African American Studies at Temple University in Philadelphia. I'm the co-founder of the Black Speculative Arts Movement. The primary works that I'm known for, co-editing the book or anthology Afrofuturism 2.0, The Rise of Astro Blackness, Cosmic Underground, the Black Speculative Arts Movement anthology, and a lot of people are waiting on my new book that'll be out this summer called Afrofuturism and World Order with Ohio State University Press. And also I've curated several exhibitions with Carnegie Hall and New York Live Arts over the last several years. And our movement, the Black Speculative Arts Movement, is now operating in over a dozen countries on 4 continents, from North America to South America, Africa, and Europe. And so it's been a fast moving last 10 years to see where this work has been, and now excited about where I see it's going.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. And from the I'm sure from the shores and spaces throughout the world, to Carnegie Hall, where I think we definitely have had a conversation. Broke bread over here in Atlanta. I know that these 10 years of innovation and I think a lot more highlighting in the space of Afrofuturism didn't start just 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So I'd love for you to, of course, to talk about what did it take for Afrofuturism, maybe as a coin term or understanding, to
Okay.
get to where you see it, where we may see it in the general sense today.
Okay, well, and I'll just speak to, I'm going to try and talk about the American tradition of it, but link it to its African roots and futures. What we commonly call Afrofuturism is the tradition of Black speculative thought in America that goes back to the times of Benjamin Banneker and Prince Hall, the founder of the Prince Hall Lodge, in terms of how they would use certain symbols, concepts related to agriculture, science, and Egyptian theme motifs in their organization, and theorizing, like you could say that Benjamin Banneker was engaged in what we would call now astrotheology, in terms of talking about the relationship between Black people and the cosmos. And then Prince Hall founded Africa Lodge #1 up in Boston, when he founded the Masonic Order specifically for Black people here in North America. And then along the same time, as part of that tradition, what people now would call the tradition of Black conjure women, in terms of how they would use herbal medicine and lore for health practices, and how a lot of these things came together in our civic societies. And people don't realize that the way that we were a different people from the Europeans were that the conjure woman and a preacher had the same status, because the conjure woman might be the first lady of the church or one of the big hat women sitting up in the front row. That, she wearing the big hat, but during the week, she dealing with those roots and out delivering babies in the community. So her status was the equivalent to whatever the preacher was at the time. And then you had different regions of the country where maybe the variant would have looked like hoodoo, or then you go to New Orleans dealing with Vodun. And so you see those things in the 19th century, some of those elements coming together. Plus, many of these people were familiar with alchemy. And this is where the African piece comes in. Alchemy is a derivative of Kemetic civilization in Northeast Africa that was distorted through the Abrahamic faith traditions. When I mean Abrahamic faith, I'm talking about Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. in terms of, but its roots are in the Nile Valley. And so people that you may have heard related to it, if you're into study of Egypt, are like Imhotep and others. And it was the last known Egyptian or Greek Egyptian that was product of probably a holdover from the Ptolemaic dynasty. After it fell to Rome, was a practitioner. I think his name was Zoser. And it was the Arabs in North Africa that end up taking what was called alchemy into Spain. The Moors take it there, which is why for a few hundred years, the Moors were more enlightened than the Europeans at the time. And they say so because the Europeans called it what? The Dark Ages. So the latest learning was down in the Moorish Spain, or at the other part of the Byzantine Empire out of Constantinople, where an alchemy means out of Kemet, out of Egypt, or out of whatever. That's why they're saying this is the knowledge from there. That's primarily circulating North Africa, parts of the Nile Valley civilization and Mediterranean civilization before it makes its way up into Europe. And it gets the term alchemy, as above, so below. A lot of the sacred geometry that it uses comes out of the Nile Valley civilization. And so the interesting thing about it is when you hear Afrofuturists talk about utopia, they'll go to Thomas More's concept of utopia, but that's not what Afrofuturism is really hooked into. Is much more of an expression of Francis Bacon's idea of New Atlantis, hence the Atlantic Ocean, and the New Atlantis project end up being North America, because at this time that was the utopian political project. Thomas More's project, that's why when I hear science fiction people talk about utopia referencing More, really in the English-speaking world, it's really more appropriate to talk about Francis Bacon, because from Francis Bacon you get the concept of Rosicrucianism, which is an elevated form of Masonic thought that became popular in Europe based upon alchemy and Kemetic knowledge a few centuries ago during the Middle Ages. Napoleon was a master of the Rosicrucian order, and that's why he took such an interest in Egypt. When he invaded Egypt and takes a lot of the artifacts back to France, Napoleon was a Rosicrucian. His Rosicrucian apron is hanging in the Rosicrucian Museum out in Silicon Valley. So a lot of people that study technology in Silicon Valley, you go to the Rosicrucian Museum, you're seeing, why are all these tech guys here in the middle of all this Egyptian Rosicrucian stuff? And they've named some of their stuff out of this speculative stuff that has its roots in Egypt and Rosicrucianism. So that's why a lot of people, when they're trying to come about it, they don't know what they're dealing with. It's more than politics. You're also dealing with speculative perspectives that these people have appropriated out of the Kemet, which is why they knew the knowledge was special. That's why the Catholic Church is the one who created the term what they call Egyptology, rather than African whatever. It's like they tried to separate Egypt from Africa. And so, fast forwarding it, it was the British, John Dee, who invented the concept of the British Empire, who was an advisor to Elizabeth I. So when you're talking about Anglo world order and the speculative sphere, that's where you got John Dee, Francis Bacon, and Isaac Newton. These people were heavily into alchemy, the knowledge that came out of Egypt, to construct the metaphysical way they thought a society should be ordered. Coming up that's why some of the Christians try to call America the New Jerusalem, but the alchemists and the other people, they were calling this the New Atlantis. And so that's right. You're sitting in New Atlantis down there in Georgia. Right. So that doesn't come out of whatever it comes. So the city of Atlanta is a product of the mind of Francis Bacon, in terms of his spiritual thing, wondering how that these Europeans invented, developed this metaphysics that leads to dominate other people, and how it's embedded in their philosophies and other practice that they engage in. And so now where Afrofuturism comes in and Black speculative thought, for the Afrofuturists, it's all about this is the other thing. It is not I don't like it when people say, oh, it's science fiction. No, science fiction was invented roughly in London in the late 19th century, crisis in the British Imperial Empire, when it realized it couldn't rule India and Africa. This is the era of imperialism and so forth. And the science fiction people like H.G. Wells and others over in London are coming up with these stuff that would show up 40 years later in books called Amazing Stories and all this other kind of stuff. And Darko Su would say science fiction reflects this Eurocentric estrangement, being cognitive estrangement. But Afrofuturism is not tied to cognitive estrangement. We're interested in cognitive development and reconstruction and recovery in terms of how do we recover the knowledge from African civilization and retrofit it for this moment. So we can take an idea from antiquity based upon an African geography of reason and see what does this look like in the modern era in the 20th century or in relation to postmodernism, and then bring it up to date like now, like, okay, how do I marry the African concept of Sankofa with technology to forecast the future? How do I look back, recover something, bring it forward, and then project it in a kind of a strategic foresight way to figure out where I'm going with African agency? And that's one of the things that I talked to the people in Cameroon the other night about. Artificial intelligence is good, but it needs to be informed by ancestral intelligence, because a lot of the large language models, they're basically pretty much mostly in English, and there are only about 50 African languages out of 1,500 that have even been introduced into AI at this point. And so the AI will not work to the benefit of African people until they infuse it with its ancestral intelligence that's embedded in their language. And then it can become an agency for their own use, because right now the two major players are China or America. And so that's why I kind of gave them their mission the other day, saying, hey, let's bring some ancestral intelligence up in there with this technology.
Yeah.
So, we take ownership of it and let's move on forward. So, and this shift really started a few years ago. I remember a conversation I had with John Jennings recently. I said, what got Afrofuturism, the movement, launched over a decade ago, is to mutate into its next iteration now. It's in the middle of that. And one of the first people to really kind of catch on to that was Natrice Gaskins and her work with the appearance of chatbots, several years ago. But now in the last 36 months, it's really blown all wide open with the appearance of ChatGPT in the last 24 months. So we're in a different moment, a different era. And I think Afrofuturists are adapting to it.
There's just so many amazing things there. So thank you for that, Dr. Ronaldo. To try to work backwards, hoping that we have Dr. Gaskins follow up maybe in about an hour to try to introduce some of her art and algorithms efforts, as well as perspective of how AI and popular culture intersect. But likewise, you spoke so many pioneers in connections names. I try to write it down. There was a question in there, but I'm just going to, but for our time, I want to be respectful of it and to say, where now that to your point, there's such a rich, sustainable, and historic purview of how the connotation of Afrofuturism has been multimodal up to this point. And now, as we said, in the space of artificial intelligence and your call for ancestral intelligence, where does that lead the Black future of how systems that traditionally have marginalized that type of Black expertise or experience now have to come to bear?
Well, the ancestral intelligence tells me, why am I going to be shocked at that what Donald Trump and them are doing what they're doing? I mean, this is a group of people that annihilated Indian civilization, and they've always had questionable ethical frameworks as it relates to governance and people that are different. And so one of the things I was telling a younger person, I said, you know what you're really mad about? You mad because white folks let you down. I said, And he was like, he said, "What, man, Doc, what do you mean?" I said, "You know why they don't let me down?" I said, "My expectations are never that high. I just want them to obey the law, you know." And so,
Mm.
you know, my thing is, but see, I think this has hit a lot of people, young people, in the face because they are, it's been a shock to the system. But if you actually read their literature, Steve Bannon said, look, the way you seize power, you flood the zone, which is a military term. He's an ex-military guy. And flooding the zone with all these executive paperwork creates what people call moral panic in a population. So it kind of throws them off with anxiety in terms of not knowing what's going to happen. And because, you know, while they get their propaganda out through their media channels, they create anxiety and a lot of problems in the population. So, you know, some people might use the term psychological warfare and so forth. And now it's one of the things that was talked about at the Summit of the Future last fall at the UN, that segments of the Black population were going to be targeted for AI disinformation, because they understand that the Black community is generally the most cohesive, progressive political formation in the United States. So the day and night, you know, those bots and stuff don't sleep. And so they're going to work day and night to feed disinformation to uninformed people in our community. So that's some politics and technology in our face right now. And people got to approach the mindset with them saying, look, if I know, going back to the old stuff, and just some of the grandparents say that ain't nothing but the devil. And, you know, they're just using the AI, the devil to come at through me through AI. It's inconsistent with my ethics, you know. But, you know, a lot of our folks don't have any media literacy. And, you know, or as they say, the lie will run all around the world and the truth can't make it to the corner. You know? And so Black civic society, if you're going to talk about a Black future, you have to have a self-defense mechanism, and then you have to have an offensive mechanism. Now, intellectually speaking, Afrocentricity is a defensive framework. That means you are informed about your ancestry, your history, and you know you have agency, whereas Afrofuturism is your offensive framework in terms of this is what I'm going to take to make my future happen, and I got to have it. So when you got a defense and an offense, then you know how to act accordingly within or locate yourself within a particular geography of reason and make intelligent decisions instead of uninformed decisions.
Absolutely. And as we speak to that space and that world order, I'd love to like take the last couple of moments that we have to highlight your next work. And can you tell us a little bit about that book and what brought it about, and where our space?
This book represents the culmination of several years of thinking about what do Black people need to do next. So it's got a kind of a mixture. It's got some stuff dealing with AI, some stuff dealing with nationalism, some stuff dealing with the concept of the dark enlightenment and the PayPal mafia and Silicon Valley, and of the rise of the techno state, and some of the roots of where these ideas. So it's kind of like it literally covers. It's about 300 pages long and covers, you know, I start with Africa in terms of where this comes from, and then give you bits and pieces of, you know, what it looks like in the Caribbean or Brazil or Africa from different speculative thinkers and practitioners, and then offer some suggestions of kind of how we need to figure out where we're going next. And I think Stacey Robinson did a great job on the cover of the book. And so a lot of people I was surprised at the reaction to it. I thought a lot of people would like it, but I've had people that I didn't even know were following my Facebook page come and say something about it when I posted it.
Absolutely. And when is the space of release for that?
It's August the 15th this summer, August 15th, 2025, from Ohio State University Press.
Absolutely. Well, we definitely want to make a space to support you, and use it as a textbook example of Black history being made as a preamble to a shared future. So lastly, how can we connect and stay connected with you and your work of the Black Speculative Art movement, and just
Oh,
generally
yeah.
support you in your efforts there?
Okay, we have a website. It is bsam-art.com. Or you can follow us on Facebook at Afrofuturism 2.0 and the Black Speculative Art Movement. We have the public page, but then we also have the private group that's also managed. But we're going to probably merge both of them here in the near future. So you'll probably see some of that, so it kind of makes some things much more manageable going forward. And we have events to keep track of. If you follow the Facebook page and our nearest thing is our latest show, Los Sonidos, dealing with the concept of the Afro-Atlantic from an Afro-Latin perspective, is in Carnegie Hall. Carnegie Hall will be happening next week. It opens March the 1st. All of the artists are from Suriname, Brazil, and Colombia, Afro-Latin backgrounds, and they're giving the Afro-Latin take on jazz in terms of their visual art production for Carnegie Hall this spring. You'll be able to see it online at Carnegie Hall site, or you can come see it live at SUNY Old Westboro, that college, in their gallery that they'll be hosting in the next several weeks.
Amazing. Thank you so very much. I look forward to a space and vibe in that, and again, just thank you for your tireless work and engagement in the Afrofuturism and Afrofuture space, and again helping us navigate these new times into the new world order. So the new order, or world order, not new world order. Now I'm thinking of the Captain America movie retitle from before. It used to be, it was new World Order, and then now it's Brave New World, but both appropriately apt for the times that we see right now. So I think that's it. But I want to thank you again for making time for us on a Saturday, and kind of connecting with us here on our space for Black Futures Month yet again.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the invitation, Dedrin.
Always. Thank you so much. Much more to come. And again, we thank Dr. Ronaldo of the Black Speculative Art Movement, and we'll continue onward. Thank you again.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, brother. Thank you. And so to that, we'll keep right on with our space here as we reset the space and the table for us to continue to plot, plan, and prepare for the next movement of Black excellence, Black speculative fiction, but also Black agency in the spaces that we want to see ourselves be a part of. Again, my name is Dejan Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media and SUBSUME Studios here in Atlanta, Georgia, having an opportunity to speak with you directly from our space in underground Atlanta, where we're building the world's first Afrofutures lab, looking to connect art, tech, and culture for social betterment of the Black experience. So with that, we're going to just take a moment to refresh as we bring up our next guest. So we appreciate you all being a part of what we're looking to build as Afrofuturism in action for our work here with SUBSUME. So thank you so very much. Stay tuned as we continue onward with the Black Fantastic together. My name is Dejan Sneed. G'day, y'all. My name is Dejan Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media, and welcome to SUBSUME Studios here in downtown Atlanta and historic underground Atlanta. So I really imagined the basement of my childhood where I could invite my friends and family and folks that I wanted to build things with, whether those were to share my comic books, to play with my toys, or to just simply dream about the companies that we could make, the things we could do together. And so for SUBSUME Studios, we wanted to build a third space that really used the lens of Afrofuturism to work through art, tech, and culture to make anything that we could dream up. And so this is our play space. This is our work sport. This is our workbench. But this is also our community gathering space that we get a chance to look through our history, our culture, and use technology to really build our tomorrows together. So not only do we work in technology, we work in a lot of the practical spaces of art as well. So whether that's animation, whether it's comic books, we are always looking at how can we tell our stories in every medium. So we see the space of transmedia, meaning that media from different intellectual properties existing in the same space in different locations, whether we think of things like the Marvel comics to the Avengers. You know, their apparel, their toys, their games, their TV shows, then they turn into curriculum, They turn into larger than life parts of our popular culture. So for us to be represented in that space, absolutely mission critical. For the younger generation and the young at heart, that there's a new sense of entrepreneurialism, the idea of being able to build yourself the things that you want to see. But a lot of times skills and opportunities are not always congruent. You may live in the wrong zip code that doesn't have enough internet for you to be the next YouTube sensation. You may not have access to the actual technology you need to really build and develop your true and authentic self. Or you may not see yourself represented in that same technology that you have in your hands. So for us, we really want it to be intentional in empowering and encouraging creators, and that everyone's a creator, whether we look at technology as a creative venture, entrepreneurship and filming or forming your own business as its own venture, that we have the capacity to serve and build together. And so for SUBSUME, it means that you're able to be included in whatever you'd like to be. I would like for SUBSUME to be the creator brand of tomorrow, to be able to be the storytellers, the narrators, but also the navigators of where we as a people go together. So I want, when people think of SUBSUME, to think of dreams being able to be turned into reality. We've been able to have a gathering, say, for the Georgia Game Developers Association. We work with the Fulton County Library System, but then also our own community-led programs for creators who are looking for that third space, who need that space for continuous gathering. And so now we come into our classroom. So the idea for us is a classroom to be very non-traditional, but also to be modular. For us, we get a chance to watch anime here. We play video games here. We do AI programming here, as well as being able to gather and have our community meetups, whether those are around artificial intelligence, around writing, around art, or just around being in our own civic and social spaces. So we wanted a space that didn't feel like it was only obligated to one thing. So we get a chance to really have this as a dreamscape. So I want to be able to galvanize our amazing creative technology and artistic and cultural creators here in Atlanta and use that as a true lens of influencing the world. I think when you come to SUBSUME, you will truly find your tribe. If you're someone that wants to see themselves represented in the things that they appreciate, want to find an authentic but also highly skilled group of individuals and collaborators that want to build with you, but also that we're able to navigate these uncertain times of art, tech, and culture together, then we want to make a space that's going to be consistently raising the bar and elevating ourselves to be the premier people of the creative class. Now, to be a part of what we're doing here of Afrofuturism in action with SUBSUME, you can find us at SUBSUMEstudios.com, on most social medias at SUBSUME Studios, and right here in downtown Atlanta, you can find us at 50 Lower Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303. So we're literally under the Fairfield Inn, downtown Atlanta, in the Lower Alabama Art Walk. And we're also online through Twitch, YouTube, and other social media channels. And we welcome you to be a part of our shared future. straighten my hat and straighten up this mic. My name is Dejan Sneed, and we want to appreciate y'all for being a part of Black Futures Month 2025 as we look at the spaces of creativity, technology, and community that help us build the Black future of tomorrow. And so we appreciate your time and consideration and continue to join us on the next movement where we're looking at the spaces, places, and people who are building the bridge to our shared tomorrows. And so what we'd like to do for a succinct but amazing opportunity to connect with one of our pioneering spaces in the space of animation, gaming, as well as storytelling. And so with that, I want to bring forward a patriot here, in the space of how we're innovating in the spaces of storytelling, Mr. Keith White with Afro Animation and Giflick AI. So Keith, a pleasure to speak with you here, and thank you so very much for being a part of our work and our efforts. How are you doing today?
Doing real good. Thank you.
Good. I appreciate you and thanks so very much. With the success of the Afro Animation Summit and your own story background in our creator and creative space, and I'd love to kind of just take a couple of moments for you to introduce yourself. And we want to look at Afro Animation as building a table for ourselves. How have you been over the past few years able to take this concept from a 1.0 into an amazing year 5 where you're bringing the creative class in animation, gaming, as well as immersive media into the forefront of being able to tell their own stories?
Yeah, I think it just really happened organically, to be quite honest with you. I think there were definitely pain points and voids in the marketplace, and we just saw the opportunity to plug those voids. Just if you like, I can take you back to the inspiration and kind of bring it forward. There were multiple touch points that brought Afro Animation together. Primarily, one, I was working on a short form video app. It was the opposite of TikTok, more family friendly. And so needed a creator community with a pain point to ask them to put their content on our platform. Secondly, I was also spending a lot of time between Nigeria and Nairobi, talking to and meeting creators, and the takeaway from those conversations were we wish we could connect with our American counterparts. And thirdly, the George Floyd incident happened in the United States. A lot of American companies said, hey, we need to be on the right side of history relative to inclusion and women representation. And then just in general, having read in the articles about there being a lack of diversity in the animation industry. So as a marketeer, connecting those different touch points, but during the pandemic, I started coming across a lot of
Thank you, Keith. We'll give a space as it looks like we may have had just a quick connective issue, but we're happy to continue the conversation where Keith White, CEO of Afro Animation Summit, as well as Gitflick AI, was talking about the history and legacy of understanding the time that we're in, where there was a dearth of representation in digital media, particularly in animation, being framed around the space of the murder of Brother George Floyd, but also just simply put that these industries needed skilled and talented workers, but also innovators to help continue this amazing medium of storytelling. So for the original Afro Animation Summit, there's been three other iterations there followed, and for this to be a year 5 as a continuation of it. And of course, looking at the ecosystem that animation exists in, particularly where I think this one is in Burbank, California. There's obviously an impact from the LA fires, which we are in full support of the healing of the greater Los Angeles area and those directly, indirectly affected. And as we are affected as a country and a community, when spaces that we rely on for that type of expertise are impacted in any way. So, with that, as Keith looks to reconnect with us here in this space, we want to talk about why it's so important to have these types of spaces. So, for an Afro Animation Summit, as you can probably deduce from the name, it's the idea of looking at animation as a lens, as a portrait, as a potential for Black stories. And though we have a lot of innovators and creators in that space, we do see that there's still an opportunity. And because animation is such a labor intensive, also capital driven for a lot of the components, if we think of the humble beginnings of, say, a Disney, a DreamWorks, or even the global phenomenon of animation as it maybe pertains to anime, as it may pertain to these other forms of interactive media, then we see why the necessity to have places of inclusion, places of connection, but also places that we can build a workforce that can also tell their own stories is why I'm so bullish on the space of Afro animation. And so with that, Keith, we'll check back to see if you are available.
Deidre, can you hear my voice?
Hear you now. You just came in with audio, which we'll take. You know, we had
Yeah.
just a couple more moments, but let us take it here because I want to return it back to you. Because you were giving a great description of what it took to get up to the space that you're in now with Afro animation. So with just a
Yeah.
couple of minutes, I do want to just return it to you to say, you know, what is for those that may not have heard of Afro animation, could you at least just frame what the program is? Also, I mean, as a compliment, give Click AI, and what do you present to someone who's interested in coming out for year 5 that may either be meet in animation or maybe just curious of the concept as a fan?
Yeah, thank you, and sorry about the camera. So we focus on panel discussions that are important subject matter to the Black animation community, and generally those panel discussions are curated by our sponsors or our studio partners, like a Disney or Marvel or Pixar or a DreamWorks or Netflix. And then we curate independent channels with professionals that are in the industry. We also do a lot of networking events so that creators get to know each other, not just nationally, but we have animators, Black animators coming from all across the world, from the African continent, from the Caribbean, Western Europe, UK, and France, particularly. I think we've even had creators come as far away as Japan and India. We help facilitate co-production meet and greets or marketplaces. So if you have an IP and you're interested in distribution, you're interested in talking to someone that's got a deep history in developing IP and film, or you're looking for an agent to represent you as a talent. For this year, we're actually executing on a sort of a proof of concept marketplace where we'll have some exclusive networking events to introduce creators, producers, directors to the Hollywood scene and individuals that are the movers and shakers that make these deals happen. For younger creators, we do portfolio reviews. Our studio partners, the Disneys, the Marvels, they all do portfolio reviews. So if you're a young creator that's never had a professional recruiter or an artist from a movie studio like Disney give you advice on your portfolio, imagine having 6 or 7 studios in one room being able to take advantage of that. We also do workshops that are immersive and hands-on. One workshop that I'm really excited about this year is being taught by Tiffany Thomas, who's a writer on The Proud Family. So she's doing a mock writing room to actually give attendees sort of a close up and personal of how, writing rooms go down in Hollywood. So that's going to be exciting. We are working on the opportunity to have someone that produced a major animation film that's very, very popular. I don't want to say the name because we don't have the deal locked down yet, but he would be teaching possibly a storyboard class. So we're really excited about that. But we do also, do competitions. Last year we sent 2 young people that won our next top illustration competition to the south of France for an all expense paid trip to the Cannes Creative Festival. So that was an amazing experience. And then we do screenings of our short film competition, but we also make sure that we recognize those brilliant Black artists that are behind some of the most iconic films or TV shows or series, where, for example, they may not get their recognition at some of the major Hollywood awards, but we recognize them for their talents. And so we do something called the Ford Awards. And then this year, for the first time, we're doing something called the Creative Job Fair, which basically, we can't twist any arm of a studio to say, give us jobs, but, creating an ecosystem where we can bring these studios out, as well as gaming companies, tech companies, if they have job opportunities, obviously to do interviews on spot, but also to talk about career paths in future job opportunities that might be with their company. So that's happening on Saturday, April 5th. And in the first 2 days of the conference, with our panel discussions and workshops, will take place on April 3rd and 4th. That's a Thursday and Friday at the AMC Burbank Theater. Ultimately, I would say what's important to us in the end is when, executives at the studios or gaming companies are sitting in the room and they're getting ready to green light a film or a game, and they're thinking about the characters that will be the main characters in the film, that they think about the diversity and the makeup and the fabric of which our country looks like, that it's diverse, and so that those characters should be diverse as well. And so that's, in addition to helping creators get jobs with studio companies or studio companies and or gaming companies. If those 2 things we achieve, then, I think that, our impact would be worth what we've done over the last 5 years.
That's amazing. And again, to your point, celebrating 5 years of sustained and continued success is worthy of appreciation. So for those that want to be a part of the Afro Animation Summit, the ecosystem, and see the technology and innovations that you're building, such as GigFlick AI, how can people connect with you, the summit, and look for next steps together?
Yeah, so easily www.afroanimation.com is the website, so you can peruse and you'll find where you would be able to access passes there. Just a touch point on GigFlick AI. As a result of having for the last 5 years a front row seat between our studio partners in the hiring process of creators, that we provide sort of a white glove service at Afro Animation with the selection process that's done for the interviews, that's pre the actual event, and then helping to facilitate the appointments in scheduling the creators in ensuring that they're there for the interviews. GigFlick was born out of partially seeing some inefficiencies in outdated processes in that scenario, but also I had an interesting opportunity to do some consulting this past summer and had a chance to see one of the major job platforms, the back end of it, that's used quite a bit in the United States, and was like surprised that when you post a job, you might get 900 resumes, but only 30 people actually have qualifications. And that makes like no sense. It's not worth, the productivity, and it's not efficient for the recruiter. So we are building GigFlick AI, which we'll be launching a portion of it, our resume analyzer, for free in the next 3 weeks, where you can submit your resume and we'll give you 50 touch points on the strengths and weaknesses and recommendations of your resume. So we're really excited about that.
Perfect. And likewise, I look forward to a space and some announcements for Afro Animation Summit in our shared space of innovation, connectivity, and workforce development. So with that, Keith, I do appreciate you making this time out of your busy schedule to come and talk about not only Afro Animation Summit and GigFlick AI, but where the importance of connecting this need of workforce talent for us all. So thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Deidre.
Of course. Thank you again, Keith White of Afro Animation Summit, coming by to speak with us here as we talk about the next movement and us building our own spaces and places here for Black Futures Month 2025. And so we'll continue onward when we're speaking with pioneers in the space of artificial intelligence, the space of navigating art, tech, and culture. I think there's few people who are going to be as qualified and as consistent about having built the blueprint of how we can have our stories shared together and how cultural moments connected with technology can build a space that we can learn the real secret sauce of of Black cultural education, and really the next movement being able to be a sustainable movement for all. So with that, I would love to bring forward to our digital stage one of our luminaries, a Ford Foundational Fellow, practitioner of and developer and computer scientist, traditional artist, as well as overall conductor of culture, as it connects us with technology. That would be Dr. Natrice Gaskins. Natrice, are you here with us?
How you doing? Good
Hey,
afternoon.
good afternoon. And so good to see a powerful image of yours. And again, yourself in being a power player in these types of conversations. So, we think about you in the space of art and algorithms. I'd love for you to give us an initial component just to speak to yourself, your work, and where your intersections are these days.
Yeah, I tend not to talk about myself much, so it's probably not a good. I'm not one for that.
No worries.
I leave it up to. I mean, there's a lot of information out there on me. Um,
Great.
One my name because Natrice. I think I'm the only one out in the space on the web who has that name, so it's pretty easy to find. But also that I wear different hats. I'm assistant director of the Leslie Steam Learning Lab at Lesley University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And by day, I do that work, and then by night, I make AI art. But also I publish, so I write a lot of stuff. Currently working on an essay for a book on cyborgs and Afrofuturism. I have an encyclopedia entry on AI art. Probably one of the first, Springer, that just went out a couple weeks ago. The book on Prince is coming out soon, and I did a chapter on Prince in that book. So on the writing side, and then I have some exhibitions this year on the art side.
Again, yeah, you keep a full schedule. I know there's the daylight and the moonlight works that go along with it, but I think there's so many ways that we could talk and speak to your expertise. But I think in the space of 2 points that I'd love to talk about as we think about the next movement, we just had an amazing cultural display and conversation that I'd love to get your feedback on and how that impacts how we understand language, art, and how we use technology, or at least the training into tech, to make underestimated communities be a part of really the bridge to build tomorrow. So, of course, speaking about Kendrick Lamar's performance at the Super Bowl, I know that may seem like it's a bit of a segue into, well, now how does that bridge the gap outside of just storytelling or just general music, but you have a very unique take and consideration of what you saw and how you interpreted that as a space to bring about learning and change in curriculum. So not to lead more than that, but what was your takeaway? And again, I guess what's the premise behind your now viral conversation there on Medium?
I wouldn't call it, well, I mean, it's popular. I mean, people are reading it. I think a lot of people don't realize is that the Super Bowl halftime show was really a vehicle to promote PG Lang, which is a company that's co-founded by Kendrick Lamar and Dave Free. And he had the Tilted A pendant on his chain that he wore, and different references sprinkled throughout the show that is a PG Lang, as he said from his own mouth, is a PG Lang production, not a Kendrick Lamar production. So I think a lot of people miss that. And so I decided to go to look at the performance itself, but realize it's a vehicle and a platform to showcase PG Lang. And I find that if you look at PG Lang, they've only been around for about 5 years. It's a multimedia, kind of multidisciplinary creative communications company that specializes in music and visual media production. And, it's Black History Month. And I started to think about it and realized that there are many examples. I'll come back to this halftime performance in a second, but this business of PG Lang's is a long tradition of Black American music and film enterprise. So there are companies like the Black Swan Records and the Lincoln Motion Picture Company and the Foster Film Company, which was in Chicago, and they all and what the Foster Film Company in Chicago was known for is they had these in jokes in their films for Black audiences who watch their films and recognize certain figures. And then we can see the same thing happening with PG Lang, like the A pendant for on his chain for his performances. And there were a lot of in jokes or in culture kinds of things happening in the halftime that reminded me of the Foster Film Company. But those, the films were lost. Like there's not a lot of all those companies, whether it's film or music, a lot of those, a lot of the legacy, a lot of the story, history, all that stuff has been lost. So there's very little information other than scholars looking to sort of piece it all together. And so we have this kind of legacy that's often been lost in this country of entrepreneurs and inventors and people who are using media and communications in ways all, for the last 100, 150 years or more. And then PG Lang is in the string of those. And so I thought it was really interesting to look back at those companies, Black history in so many times lost, forgotten, and thrown away. Black silent films were not preserved. And so now we don't know a lot about these filmmakers, but now we have this social media. We have, the entire landscape of social media. And of course, now things like the Super Bowl, where people are like Kendrick Lamar and PG Lang are using that as an opportunity to do what they have been doing in the early 1900s. So kind of, instead of a loss of legacy, so the fading and destruction of a group's lasting influence, they're addressing that, and we can look at that as happens due to, Jim Crow, neglect, lack of documentation, societal changes, deliberate attempts to erase people's histories, all those things are there. And now we have the opposite of that, where it's on international stage. Like this is, if people didn't see it live on the Super Bowl Sunday, they saw it when they looked on YouTube. If they weren't in the country and couldn't get the channel, they could see it on YouTube. And then there's just been this huge kind of spread viral. Now that's viral, of people doing the Not Like Us dance.
Right.
And then, of course, there's a lot of interest of educators, and whether it's English or ELA or history teachers, people teaching social studies, things like that, looking at all the kind of ways in which this halftime performance was addressing a lot of that. So I was looking at it from both angles, the angle of like looking at the performance itself, and then thinking about how PG Lang has this kind of vision to do what others have done in the past and been lost, but then really trying to make it last.
Mm-hmm.
And doing that in an interesting way. And they've only been doing that for about 5 years. So many of those companies that I mentioned only existed for 5 years, and then they were gone. So it's just I look a lot at both, and I call it Kendrick Lamar's halftime revolution, and it's really a history lesson in storytelling. Much of what I wrote in the Medium article came from an interview with Kendrick right before the Super Bowl with Apple Music. And I noticed he didn't speak much, but when he did speak or when he did respond, he was saying certain things. And one of the things he talked about was storytelling. So they said, if anything, before we see the Super Bowl halftime performance, what do you want everyone to know? And he's like, just think about storytelling. So I kept that in mind when I and waited, a couple of days to see what he meant by that. So that was a clue. And then there was some Ebro who was one of the interviewers, asked him some questions and the Great Migration came up, and Kendrick really lit up. Like he said bars, or he responded when he talked about that. And if, for the listeners, the Great Migration was something that happened, I want to say in terms of duration, from let's see, through the 1970s. So 1920s and 30s to the 1970s. And it was largely from the South. You had this concentration of people trying to escape Jim Crow and lynchings and moving up north and west. So a lot of people went to Chicago, like all the urban areas. There was a promise of a new life in California, so people went west. And then in Kendrick's case, his parents, like his grandmother, I believe, or his they all came from the South to Chicago, and then his parents, to escape, instead of escaping Jim Crow, they were escaping like gangs, moved to LA, and then that promise, there were gangs in LA. So Kendrick was born. But there was a promise of escaping and liberation, or getting away and being able to build a better life, that was driving the Great Migration. And so Kendrick acknowledged his connections through his family's journey from the South in Chicago to LA, and felt like it was like full circle. Being able to go to Louisiana and perform was like coming full circle, because that's like the seat or the place where Black American or American music was born.
But there's a lot of amazing components in there, and as you say, I think looking at it as a masterclass in storytelling, that the storytelling across not only the Black migration, from the South to the North, but also I think the integration of Black culture in spaces post Jim Crow. So outside of these cultural nuances and overt conversations that the performance had, then what was the spark of curiosity to then maybe look at it from an educator's lens of how this type of display could then help others kind of connect with learning?
So as I mentioned before, I think there's a history, because they were talking a lot about Jim, Uncle Sam, and the flag, the American flag, and there were certain things in there that have historic meaning in the United States, and specifically through the Black experience, and which they were trying to, in that storytelling event that they put on, show that they put on. But there was also the entire field. They almost from end to end, maybe not quite, but almost from end to end, they had taken up that space to do a 13-minute performance, and the entire field was on a game controller. So you had a PlayStation game controller that they were performing within, and you had the stage, and each one of those buttons were stages, and so this overarching theme. The great welcome to, Samuel L. Jackson says, "Welcome to the Great American Game." One of the first songs he sings, that he raps and does and performs, is "Humble," and there's game references in that song. So this idea of game theory for a long time in education, the hot topic was gamification. So people were looking at how to bring game theory into education. That was a huge thing until there were a lot of critics about it. So thought it was like a gimmicky thing because they were just looking at the surface of it. But if people don't know what game theory is, it's like interactive decision making. So the outcomes for the player depends on the actions of others. So you had this call and response between Uncle Samuel was what I call him, and Kendrick Lamar. They didn't directly interact, but Samuel L. Jackson would say something and then Kendrick would perform something. So like there was a call and response between the two performers on that field. And it was all about this idea of gamification or gaming. Kendrick Lamar was like the primary player, and the dancers were often moving like non-playable characters in a video game, which are not controlled by the player. There's just kind of these generic movements. And so Kendrick was doing it a little bit with his arm, and then the way he moved in some of the songs and the other performers and dancers moved. It was organized with game levels. So there were different levels and sections of the video. This game, the Great American Game, that sort of played also into the rap battle with Drake in terms of competing to achieve an objective. Of course, the objective being to win. And so the four main stages, you had Uncle Samuel narrating the game. Other people said it was almost like cinema, which touches on the whole storytelling angle that Kendrick was mentioning. And then like a prison yard neighborhood down in the middle, running horizontally through the middle, that a lot of the action happened as well. So that was really struck me, Squid Game, people talk about it may also pay homage to Squid Game. I thought largely in the fact that they were wearing like sweatsuits of different colors. And I thought that's kind of Squid Gamey. And the logo, the Squid Game title screen is based on the PlayStation. So obviously some of the same symbols overlap with what you saw on the football field. But what he was doing is he was like referencing like the revolution will not be televised by Gil Scott-Heron. He's like the revolution is about to be televised. You picked the right time, but the wrong guy. And he's the idea that people can't be passive participants in the revolution. This song, itself, the original song was like 1971, foreshadowed the development of hip hop. And this, I'm sure, with Kendrick growing up with kind of parents who were in the streets or activists in his community, he knew about Gil Scott-Heron. He knew about the Black Panther Party, which originated in Oakland. So this was something that he grew up on, that when revolution happens, you're going to have to be out there. You're going to have to be in the streets. You're going to have to if you want to make a change in society, you have to get off your butt and take action. So that's how he kicks off the entire show. And so, when there were certain songs that were being played, Uncle Sam tells Lamar to tighten up and says that it's too loud, it's too reckless, it's too ghetto. Like he can't be, with the Serena Williams also was told that when she did the Crip Walk in Wimbledon, she was fined because it was too reckless, too ghetto. So this was an opportunity for Kendrick, for the Serena Williams folks, for the dancers to be free, and all in the middle of a football field for the Super Bowl. So they kind of jacked in and changed the space for 13 minutes and played this game, or put on the show that was showing how this game played. So I thought it was really strong, and a really strong idea for PG Lang in terms of what it was able to do with the time and the resources that they had for that 13 minutes.
Yes. So as you kind of say, there was a space of being able to construct a full display of Black joy and Black liberation, in spite of, a space that obviously was a confined, spoke to the confinement of Black culture, in a lot of these parts. And so that really kind of makes it where, well, what is the next step? Where now that, again, if there was at least some component that the revolution has been televised, and as you say, we have to be active participants in our own liberation and in making the next steps for programs to work from there. What are your thoughts, or what are the takeaways then that we can be actionable or at least intentional with how we would interpret or move together, based off even just some of the things that we just saw?
I think it's extremely important. I mean, some of the criticisms of the performance was, I want to be entertained. I don't need to be preached at, or I'm not looking at, I didn't watch this. I'm here taking a break from the Super Bowl. I don't need to be given a history lesson. And those are the people that are not asked to think critically about stuff. Usually there never is a time for critical thinking. It's always entertainment. It's always about, some partying or doing some other thing instead of watching sports, instead of having to think critically about stuff. Kind of Colin Kaepernick is kind of floating in the cloud above the stadium in a lot of ways. So, and Gil Scott Heron said that the revolution will not be televised, and this was 1971. This was way before the web. So, we're obviously in a different time. And Kendrick saying, "Right time, wrong guy." And I think what he meant by that is, I am not going to do what you want me to do. I'm going to do what I want to do. And I can do both. I can give you some songs that you make, that are, acceptable to the Super Bowl. And I can give you some songs that are not. And I'm going to do that. And so, but the idea that he started a company, that's an action. That's an action. He didn't he's not just a rapper anymore. He owns a company. And he's now got the Super Bowl as a platform for his company. And who amongst, he's the first rapper to have a solo performance at the Super Bowl. He's the first. And the result of that is he goes number one on all the charts. And it's 2 weeks in, and he's still number one. He's still the 5 of the top 10 songs on all the charts are Kendrick Lamar. So we moved from a concept with PG Lang, and really, if you look at game theory, it's about world building, and world building can also refer to Afrofuturism. We speculate, we look at history, so we look at the past, we understand the past. We know that if we separate, like we had Rosewood, and we had Tulsa, we had all this stuff, and even when we separated and did well, it was a problem. Those towns were destroyed. So we're pushing for separation. That's not what they want. That's not the game for them. When we did separate and we thrived, it was a threat. So now they're pushing for it again. I said, well, if you look at history, we know they don't just want us to separate. So instead, we build a company. We have this kind of a mission and vision for our people, our community, our culture, and we click in to where the culture is, whether it's social media or Super Bowl stage or Spotify. But we go and we're there and we stake a claim, and we have this connection to. We understand the past. We know. There's so many Jim Crow references in the halftime performance. There's so many Jim Crow references in some of the music videos that Kendrick has as part of this rollout in the past 12 months. The fact that he scheduled a lot of his events in 2024 was like Independence Day. It was Juneteenth. So he would put out the pop-up on Juneteenth. It was very, very calculated in terms of bringing people together. Bringing people together around Juneteenth, bringing people together around the 4th of July, bringing people together around and having large groups of people come together. That is a vision. That's they sat down, they speculated where in our position where we are now, these are some things we can do. And it just so happens it's a rap battle, but they didn't make it a rap battle. They went beyond it. The rap battle created a space and opportunity for PG Lang and Kendrick Lamar to step in and start to manifest those ideas that they were having. Now we have this opportunity. All eyes are on us, or more like all eyes are on Kendrick. Let's make this the opportunity to make PG Lang put it in action.
Yeah, I think as you say, like the actionable component is, I think, where you're seeing the overall embrace, the thought and consideration of this obviously being much more than just a Super Bowl performance.
Yeah.
And so the timing of it couldn't be more appropriate. I think if we look at all the changes that we're seeing in if we look at just simply United States, right? A lot of the traditional systems where we're talking about the Department of Education or the IRS, that we're seeing even not even to put it lightly, it's a just a redefinition of what America is and where its points of construction are. Again, now as the Afrofuturist in the space where we see artificial intelligence being a component in rebuilding these structures and moving the goalposts, as it were, if we keep it in a football reference, of how people stay connected in where they've been historically. What is your purview of how we can stay connected? We can say from the youth, or again, I leave this open to your interpretation. How do we stay connected when, to your point, we know that separation or separate but equal is not part of their game theory or game plan?
It never really was. It's one step away to you get out. Or we don't want you to get out because someone's got to serve us. So, but you got to give up this idea that you're going to get educated and that you're going to create but you got to serve us and serve our agenda. So I think that really being the game plan. So if you're too educated, you're not going to be open to serving us. You're going to be wanting to run stuff. And that's not the end game. So the white establishment, the current white establishment is quiet as this coup, where there's takeover is happening, destroying and firing all the federal workers, including the people that were in charge of really important stuff. And so everything's in so that's happening, and that's kind of extinction level stuff going on. Totally out of my control, totally out of the control of the average person. But just like if you look at PG Lang, they had this opportunity. They were underestimated. That's the other part that people don't realize is the reason why it was so shocking is that they were underestimating Kendrick and underestimating the West Coast. I think they were underestimating the whole thing. And, I remember watching the Super Bowl halftime performance, and I followed the rap battle toward the end. So I didn't follow, and I actually didn't listen to either K-Dot's or Drake's music until after the fact. And I accidentally or got curious about one of the songs, Euphoria. So when the halftime show happened, I was shocked to see that he actually performed it, because it's another disc from the rap battle. But, I'm 54 years old. I'm not, he's almost 40. He's like 3 years from 40. So is Drake. It's 2 years from 40. And then you have these younger folks coming in, trying to figure it all out. Their world is crumbling. Or it's crumbling, but there's no vision. The only reason for the takeover is to reestablish white supremacy or make it stronger. The reason why people were so upset about the Super Bowl halftime performance is because it didn't center whiteness. The main complaint was there were no white people on the field. Not that there was anything wrong with the performance, but there's no white people on the field. It didn't center whiteness, and that's a problem. So when we get to see in the present how people respond to stuff, we can start to understand where they're going without them coming out and being flat out. The executive orders being a clue to where they want to go. None of this is new. And this is old stuff. This is 20th century, 1900s agenda stuff, and that's why make it great again, trying to go back and retry what they failed to do in the first 50 to 100 years of the in the last century. So so that's that piece of it. But also as it relates to new technologies, Black folks have not been at the forefront of the new technologies development. It's just a fact. That's why we have algorithmic and racial bias in AI. You can't fix it at the superficial level. You have to fix it at the ground. So you can't add more and fix that and fix those large language models. You have to start from the ground up. To do that, you have to have technical know-how.
Right.
So if you don't go to school or go some program or somewhere to get trained on how to create and invent these models, then you're going to have bias, and that's going to impact Black and historically marginalized, excluded communities the most. And then also, even we can even bring it back to the PG Lang. They were using on the Heart Part 5 the most up-to-date AI for that video, where Kendrick morphs into all these men like Will Smith and Nipsey Hussle and Kanye. That at the time, which was now 2 or 3 years ago, was the emerging AI, and they use it in a way that was so understated, but in a way that followed Kendrick's vision, not other people's vision, and in a way that also using information that was culturally situated or culturally relevant. So I think, even then, PG Lang is like, we're doing media, we're also using AI in a way that builds us up and not anything that's going to be biased or it's going to tear us down. And so we keep seeing examples of that, but we don't have enough examples of that in other areas. Like, a lot of people don't understand the technology for the Heart Part 5, but they don't understand the importance of what was happening. It's a music video, but it was extremely important for them to use AI for that purpose. So that's an example. That's an example of using AI and using technology to counter algorithmic bias, counter facial recognition, all the stuff that comes with racial bias. So until we get to the point where we're able to invent large language models and some people are starting to do that. In other countries, they're doing it. I think in Africa and in the Middle East, there's a need to do it that's not based on English, that's based on their native language. So building new models that are using other languages that are going to get a different result when you use the AI.
Very, very necessary, as you say, to have the technical acumen to build your own solution spaces and things there. I want to be respectful of your time, and I would love to from Ford Fellow to Ford Fellow, kind of talk about where is the next step to this. As you say, we've got the components. I think we now, thanks to Kendrick and I think others that have said a similar space, right? To keep it in theme, we have a playbook. We know that we have to build a system that's independent, perhaps interdependent, of where we are now, but independent to where we want to go. So how do we see and collaborate with technology to help build that roadmap and really those success stories for the future?
I mean, if you look at just looking at the halftime show alone, how they planned it, there's now Wire Magazine did a whole breakdown on the technicals. There's also, I was thinking about like ways in which you would create on the education side, ways for people to be able to come into the world building space, to move from like passive consumer to more expansive learning, through like speculative design or Afrofuturism, which is, I think, tied in with speculative design. But, I think there are questions that they were answering that show, well, how important it is to sort of have a vision and then have a vision and have a openness to new technology and in a way that is supportive. And I think looking at the forces that try to keep this performance from happening is interesting. There was something that was very subversive about Kendrick's performance. Drake was suing him because of Not Like Us. And Kendrick made it clear in his performance that he wasn't afraid of that lawsuit. And that he knew he was kind of calling the shots before they even happened. People are like, well, 2 songs ago, he said he was going to do that.
Right.
So there was a lot of speculation, sitting down and having an idea about what was happening and being able to speculate how that person could, looking at their moves like you do in a game.
Right.
I studied that person's moves, and I know that when we do this move, like in chess or whatever, we can expect that that person's going to do this. So when I think it was Like That came out, and it was the beginning of the rap battle, Kendrick said, "Oh, cease and desist. You want to do cease and desist?" So apparently there was an effort even early on in the battle to stop Kendrick from doing what he was doing. And so he must have said, "Okay, we see his moves. By the time we're done, he's going to try sue again." So they were reading him all along. And I said, we don't do enough of that. We get broadsided by, some people say, well, this stuff that Trump's doing today is not what they did. He took out full-page newspaper ads on the exonerated 5. He was calling for the death penalty. Turns out those guys were innocent. And in the first election, he doubled down on what he did. That's the same guy.
Right.
That's doing the executive orders today. There's no change, no difference, no growth. He's doing the exact same thing he did. And before, that was before, it was when he was a businessman in Manhattan, had money, he was taking out. So why are we surprised? Because it's like that legacy loss. We don't pay attention to history. I would expect that he would do that. I wouldn't be like, oh, surprise. I'm like, oh yeah, I knew he was going to do that. And here, now we've planned, and it's something I didn't see. I see a lot of reaction, but I don't see people. I'm sure there's people that goes, okay, he's been doing that for years, but I don't see people strategizing or saying, or doing like PG Lang did and saying, or we know Drake's going to do this and come with lawyers and try to sue. So let's do this.
See?
And so it was very conscious of the forces and things that would put up obstacles. So reading the moves of your competitor or the other players in the game, reading their moves, understanding their moves historically and also in the present, in order thinking about what to do in the future, is a very first step to coming up with a plan that's actually going to work. Like I said earlier, now on this session, I said we did Rosewood, we did Tulsa. There were many more unknown towns that are in the bottom of lakes that were thriving with under segregation. And they didn't want them to thrive. They said, oh, go over, no, wait a minute. They not who's gonna cook my food? Who's gonna wash my clothes, take care of these kids? Wait a minute, we can't, that can't happen. So here we are again. And the world has changed. And I was thinking about how, Drake has been unable to get out of losing this battle, and his behavior has probably been, predicted. But the United States can't get out of this behavior that continues to think they're going to create this world where people are just automatically born a servant, and they're automatically born to be served. And but the entire rest of the world has changed. Gulf of America, come on. Like we're the only, when we go online, we're the only people that see Gulf of America, and everybody else sees Gulf of Mexico, because that's what it is. We keep doing this thing. So what do? We need to strategize. We strategize by looking at things like game theory and speculative design, asking questions, looking at history. Stop repeating things that people did in the past that didn't work or led to things that didn't benefit us, and start thinking about how can we strategize. That's a stop. The other thing is, you can't really, one thing that, bringing it back to PG Lang, is they keep it so mysterious. You don't know when they're coming and how they're coming. Like nobody knew, nobody was talking about what was happening for the halftime show at all. The only thing Kendrick Lamar would say, storytelling, is the only thing he said. I didn't know Samuel Jackson was going to be a part of it, Serena Williams. I knew SZA was, but there was no clue about what was going to happen on that stage. or if there be other guests. There was nothing. People didn't have it. There are a lot of people don't know a lot about Kendrick. Kendrick keeps things locked up, meaning for protection of his people and himself, but also because if they know they can plan around it. They can figure out ways to be obstacles.
Mm.
So there are messages and lessons in this. And I'm not saying they're going to be successful forever because, everything comes and goes. But my point is we have an opportunity to look at how it was done. And they paid attention to Jim Crow. They paid attention to history and understood it and looked at the present. I was all scared going into watching the halftime show because Trump was going to be there. I said, they're going to mess with Kendrick. Kendrick had on, if you know, after he came out and he had he was like, yay, celebration, didn't say anything because I'm sure his lungs were shot. But on the back of his shirt, keep them away from me. White text on the back. The rest of the shirt was no text, nothing at all. Keep them away from me. Very aware of the backlash from the MAGA, aware of the hate, the OVOs from the Drake camps. And I just saw a YouTube reactor. And Drake, when he did the lawsuit, he put YouTube reactors who he felt was helping UMG, and they were all Black men. It was so bad that the white guys felt left out. They said, wait a minute, we also do the same thing. We enlist us. I said, that's telling. And one of those people that was named did a freestyle rap to go against one of the DJ academics, got doxxed in the last 48 hours. His family, his wife. There was a reaction to. He didn't strategize. He didn't have a company. He's just a reactor. So we see how important it is. They had to think, okay, we going out here with the Uncle Sam and the thing. There's going to be the MAGA folks. Trump's going to be there. We got to figure out our next moves before they did it. We don't do enough of that. True. So I think some of it is, this is entertainment. It's easy to get people to pay attention when you're doing entertainment, but they have an agenda. And we also have agendas. A lot of our organizations and institutions. It's just that we keep getting broadsided by this behavior of folks trying to tear down the establishment and reinsert what? Nazism? Fascism? None of those things lasted. So even if you do it for a time, the world's going to answer. It's not going to be the way you think it's going to be. And so just like the rap battle opened up an opportunity for PG Lang, we have a situation and it's opening up opportunities. Are we taking advantage of that? Are we sitting back and thinking about, okay, y'all doing that? Y'all shut down the US, we're not doing that. We're not having those conversations.
Right.
At least not openly. And there might be some people having some conversations and then doing that thing. Right. So time will tell, but that's how do we go about it? That's how we go about it. We look at models. We look at game theory. We look at speculative design. We look at, even Afro-nowism, which is like taking urgent issues and figuring out, addressing it in the now and not the future alone.
But no, that's, I think the problem is a space of solution where, again, and I think that just kind of speaks to the Black experience here in America. I think throughout the African diaspora, we're put in these situations. I think we exude a masterclass of game theory and understanding and interpreting. I think because our lives literally depend on it, the call and response of innovation between ourselves and between our stories. And again, I think taking this one cultural moment is really a rallying call for a lot of this space of what we always do in times like this, which is innovate. And that's it just kind of speaks to a next movement. And I think that technology as a complement to that, and again, it has really been the key this time around. That I think like there's a real space of sustainability for for us, and in encounterance of them. So, how can we support you in your works and your efforts in not only, navigating uh, a lot of this educational and the Afro futures, as well as the technical components that we need for liberation, and and also for yourself, what's next for you, and how can we support it?
I'm doing I always say I've been doing this for the AI art stuff. I've been doing it for a while, but I've been doing it daily since 2019, not 2016, 2017. So not as long, 2 years, but that's still a long time. DJ Mustard, who because I haven't really listened to hip hop for like 15 to 20 years, not really, certain songs here and there, but I didn't realize that Mustard was making all these hits. There's this Mustard's practice. There was something he was doing every day that I think young people need to hear. Kendrick Lamar didn't want a party song. His music is about art. So Mustard wanted to produce music for Kendrick, but not all his music's for the party. It's for the clubs. And Kendrick has no interest in that, at least over the years. So last year, for 3 months, Mustard made 5 beats a day and gave it to Kendrick and said, if you like this, he did it every day for 3 months. 5 beats a day. And just kept sending it to him. And according to his interview, he said, I still send him 5 beats a day just in case he has more stuff he wants to do. But think about the commitment. 5 beats a day for 3 months. He would do this to Kendrick. Here's 5 beats if you like it. Okay, nothing. He didn't know that Kendrick had liked one of them until he heard it on the radio. And he picked that one. Oh my goodness. And then now he's on the stage at the Super Bowl and he's got a Heinz mustard commercial and he's, mustard, and he's got the Grammys. They swept the Grammys. So it went from his commitment to doing a thing every day for 3 months. 5 beats. So he has got to create that and submit it. And so it's still doing this practice. So I think that says a lot about delayed gratification. And he didn't, he can make the quick party bangers and he can get people and produce it for people and make money. But he really wanted Kendrick to pick one. And he just so happens to pick the ones that make him number one on the charts. Finally, he has some party bangers, even though his real interest is art. So I think that we can look at that, as it relates. I've been making AI art every day since 2019. Every single day. So for Black History Month, an organization said, hey, we have these themes. So every day they get, give me something to work with. Give me a theme. Yep. So every day this month, based on their themes that they created, I've submitted AI art on social media every single day without fail. And I'm not doing it I'm not submitting it. I'm just uploading online and people respond and just keep going. But the point is, it's a practice. It's a skill. And I've gotten better at it. I've been doing it for a while. So, I'm not necessarily a pioneer, but I'm in there with the early adopters. I'm in there in the small group of folks who do that. And I'm watching the changes in that space all the time and understanding it more than if I didn't do that. So in terms of support, it's like support artists who are using emerging technologies in ways that are beneficial to either to themselves or their communities. And we have this kind of history with Black folks and technology where we're not at the developer level, we're just passive consumers. So the more we realize we kind of have to be in there, either creating or producing in all aspects, then we're able to, that's where the support needs to come in. So classes need to be created. And we've taught art, AI, robotics, and also creative AI and design to high school students for the last 3 years in the summers. So that's a step. But, more of that needs to happen. And I'm only one person. So people have to create curriculum and create opportunities for young people to learn that, for other people to learn that. And embrace or accept that as these emerging technologies come and go, the outliers, the ones that were early adopters, support them.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that have been hanging like the DJ Mustard every day
Right.
for months, have just been putting in the work. And oftentimes they're like hidden figures. They disappear, or like the legacy stuff of the companies from the early 1900s, where I haven't seen a Black Swan film, but apparently they did a lot of films. They got lost.
Mm.
We have a legacy. It's been lost. So how do we prevent that same pattern? The pattern keeps going. Here we are. So that's important. That's where the support needs to come in, and keeping the legacy alive and the history alive. And so that's my answer to that.
Yeah, that's it. I think we have to understand the rhythm of history and the beats per minute that keep us moving in the right direction. And yeah, again, I think as you say, we definitely need more of you. And you're an amazing example, but at the same time, I think that we are in a special space where we can make that type of impact. So,
But we need to be in all disciplins. Like
Mm.
Kendrick needs to be in. We need a Kendrick. We need me over in the AI art, and some other folks in the AI art space. A bunch of Black folks in the AI art space doing amazing stuff. We need them in health and wellness, and we need folks who are kind of countering or interrogating these systems that don't work anymore and are being replaced. We need folks like Kendrick in other areas. And then the community needs to support the Kendricks. Like Kendrick was underestimated. He was a poor kid that people didn't take seriously, even when it was clear that they should have taken him seriously.
Yeah, sure.
And if you look at his smile, he smiled at key points. So something he never really did up until recently, the party songs. He also didn't do a lot of features with other artists. But his last album, GNX, has features with all kinds of new folks, new unsigned or unheard of rappers and singers, as well as him. He's trying to elevate other people, not just himself. I think it also might be a PG Lang thing. And there's the video of AZ Chike, the rapper on Peekaboo, when he realized that Kendrick was doing his line, his lyrics from the song, and his family's reactions on YouTube and on TikTok or whatever. And he looks like, people say, well, he should be on stage too. But look at his face. It's like Christmas. One, they're doing a song, which brings attention to him because he's on there. But at some point, Kendrick looks directly in the camera and smiles, and then does his exact, and which means he's looking at Chike.
Right.
I'm about to, and lifting him up. And you could see his reaction, which was to freak out. So we just have to realize that we have to have folks like Kendrick. They're underestimated, the folks who are on the margins or outliers, and we need to support that.
Gotcha. That's too true. I think that's it. We want to support what we want to see. We want to, as you say, we need to be in all spaces, all disciplines, and in all times, so that we can make it to the space between here and there. But I think this is a great dissemination and dissertation of art, tech, and culture. And again, that we are more than enough to make these things happen despite it all. And so that's very encouraging. And the word of hope was brought up earlier as a way of trying to convey, sentiments that we should carry into the future. Obviously,
enjoy,
hope and joy. Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So with that, Dr. Gaskins, I want to appreciate you, being not only just a great example, but really, poignant in this time and consideration. So thank you so much. I'm sure I'll be bothering you about many other things here in the very immediate future. I hope you stay warm in Cambridge, and we'll be talking with you soon.
All right. Bye.
All right. I appreciate you, Latrice. Always. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Again, thank you. Take care. So Dr. Latrice Gaskins of Art and Algorithms has been our guest here for an extended conversation that they are not like us and that we are more than enough for the next movement. So we'll take a quick moment to reset here at the top of the hour. So you go ahead and continue on with the amazing time that we're having here, celebrating new spaces for liberation as we proceed onward with the next movement. So Again, my name is Dejan Sneed, and we thank you so very much. Here live from SUBSUME Media and SUBSUME Studios in the heart of South Downtown Atlanta, in underground Atlanta, where we are building the world's first Afrofutures Innovation Lab. And so with that, we will continue to talk in just a moment as we take a quick break and reset for the next movement, Black Futures and Black Futures Month 2025, here for us at SUBSUME. Thank you, and be just right back. of a mic being unmuted. As I had a fantastic program. I'm hoping that I could remember 1/10 of what I said, but I had a good flow there for a moment. But let's go ahead and just kick it back off. So again, Dejan Sneed here, founder of SUBSUME Studios and SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, where we celebrate the Black fantastic in arts, tech, and culture, building the world's first Afro Futures Lab and social innovation space, where we're looking at bringing Black brilliance together through the next movement. And so just again, celebrating 6 years of Black Futures Month and being able to fulfill the promise that the Blackness in agency, authority, and liberation and joy, as said by Dr. Gaskins ahead of this, is prominent and perpetual in the spaces we want to be. So with that, there's always a call for social connection, social innovation, and making sure that we have a space that our narratives are navigated into the ways and spaces that we want to be. So many times when we're talking about these types of issues, whether they're civic, whether they're political or policy, we do see that we are a lot of times not properly represented. The situations don't simply align by themselves naturally, and that is always a constant perpetual space that in building the Afro future that we need great stewards to help us navigate to those spaces. And so I love to take an opportunity to present such a social innovator that is working on several projects that I'm sure she'll illuminate us to in this conversation. I'd love to bring in Anaya Bashir, founder of the Knowledge Haven. So Anaya, thank you so much for making time for us today and being a part of Black Futures Month 2025. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much. I've been tuning in all day and really loving the conversations. I think a lot about these topics, so it felt like I was in community with some really good thinkers and doers. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so very much and being a part of this community of practice and purpose. And again, we're being connected here in the top of the year on some amazing projects, as you cited. I know you have many, so I'd love to just give you the floor, make a space where you can introduce yourself and let us at SUBSUME know more about you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you again. My name is Anaya Bashir. I personally identify as an Afrofuturist and a social innovator with a specialization in social emotional learning, racial health, community organizing, and cultural preservation in the age of digital consciousness. So those are some of the things I've been deep diving into over the past 7 years of my career as a social innovator. As I said, I have several projects that I'm working on, and I think there are 3 that the SUBSUME community will really resonate with. So I'll share 3 of them, and then if you have any thoughts or questions, I can dive deeper into them. The first project that I'll share is very close to my heart because it's my local work. I am from New Jersey and I work with Express Nork. It's a center for socially engaged art based out of Rutgers University in Newark, New Jersey. And I work with them to create an arts education curriculum, primarily for Black students, students of immigrant background, Latinx, and they go to schools that typically don't have arts programming anymore. And as a social emotional learning researcher, I personally believe that art is such a form of expression that heals our emotional capacity, especially for people of color. We're just so deeply creative. So it's been very, very wonderful to work with Rutgers University in that capacity and be able to build out these programs and workshops that really focus on the connections between art, expression, and identity. And, working with the students, they really resonate with it and always beg to come back as much as they can. So I just personally really love that work and wanted to share that. My national work, which is actually how I know you, Dedrin, is working with Dream Machine Innovation Lab. So I work as a program manager for their AI initiative. Dream Machine is really concerned with creating a network of Black technologists, Black futurists, and Black people in general who are concerned with how they should navigate this changing cultural landscape, cultural, economic, technological landscape. All of those things are changing simultaneously. So we're really working with futurists and technologists to build out workshops, programs, events, and conversations that can help prepare the Black community for this shift that AI and digital consciousness is leading to. And that work has been super fulfilling as well. We are about to launch a national campaign called the AI Library Project. So we'll be partnering with 5 libraries across the United States to provide hands-on experience with AI tools. We're actually going to kick off in Brooklyn, New York on March 21st. And then we'll be heading to Atlanta at the Kirkwood Library on April 5th. And we'll also be stopping by in LA, Miami, and Detroit. And then the third project is my international work. I am the founder of the Knowledge Haven, which is based in Accra, Ghana. And we are primarily concerned with preserving culture and history, the culture and history of the African diaspora. But we're interested in making sure that there are both physical and digital spaces that are dedicated to cultural memory. Our inaugural project is called the Rememory Project, inspired by Toni Morrison's Beloved. And we are working with UNESCO, the Ghana Commission for UNESCO, to do an adaptive reuse of the slave forts and castles that are along the coast of Ghana. There used to be 33 of them. Right now there's 28, but a lot of them are facing like extreme deterioration. Because they're coastal, a lot of the environmental factors lead into that. So not only are we concerned with the preservation and conservation of those sites, just so that there's like tangible proof of our history, but also we want to make sure these spaces can be created into artistic havens, havens that help people reflect, engage, and heal. A lot of that work, I actually imagine it as like an Afrofuturist approach to healing historical trauma. And I tend to see those slave castles and sites as portals. So yes, it's very sad to visit them, and it's a lot of heavy weight to that history that lives there. But I know that someone like me wouldn't exist without a site like this. So it really does feel like a portal that needs to be properly preserved. The lives need to be honored that were lost there. But also what was birthed from that should also exist in those spaces. So it's a bit about the work that I'm doing.
No, all 3 amazing spaces and efforts, any of which could be its own show and conversation here. So I'm gonna lead you to good stewardship of kind of speaking in a general sense of your definition of social innovation and across your works. Where was this? It sounds like there's so many points of entry, but I'll kind of speak to it, I guess, from an innovator standpoint. When you see so many spaces of work, both in your local community, across the country, and around the world, what is the initial thought process of how you as a social innovator are defining the spaces that need this type of critical understanding?
Yeah. Honestly, I was speaking about this with a friend the other day. I can like vividly remember the moment that I like learned something about my own history that made me cry. I was in the 3rd grade and I read The Little Rock Nine. It was like just a book about like everything that the Little Rock Nine went through. And I remember just reading that book and crying and then being like, no, I need to make a difference in the world. Like there's something very unwell about what's happening here, and I want to be a positive impact. So I think that's where all of my work stems from. And then like thinking about how I'm defining which spaces need that support the most. Honestly, I think all of it stems back to racial health. And I guess I define racial health as just like being able to like not being hindered by a specific thought of what your identity is, or like making sure that, you can be proud of who you are and know that you can accomplish things despite of whatever the world is telling you. So like, I think with the artistic spaces with children, having those conversations with them about how art can be used as a tool to express their identity and their emotions, a lot of the time those conversations lead to things like about like their home life and like about how their parents moved to America because they thought it was going to be better, and then they feel like it's not better here. And so like I think a lot about just how intersectional our identities are, how much we need to just like appreciate the differences in our identities, and uplift those differences. I think, you know, even with the work that I'm doing with Dream Machine, technology is just making the world more flat. Everything is interconnected, everything is intersectional. So like, I just think I approach all of this from a place of like wanting Black people, no matter where they're from, whether you're Black in like the mountains of Indonesia or Black in like Atlanta, to be able to feel like they can create worlds, create futures that matter to them.
Fantastic. And I think it's quite appropriate, you know, having that seminal moment, you know, as a young person where you can understand and be both intellectually complete, but also emotionally, you know, cognizant of moments in history, right? That's the legacy that we have to, you know, not only bolster but have to fight for, because it is a space of erasure, and intentionality is kind of, as you speak to, you know, where we have to preserve those. If we're thinking of the global work that you're doing with UNESCO, and even so, digitally so, where we have to look at understanding our digital data and footprints that we either have yet to make or need to preserve, from where we've been able to reimagine technology as a space of resilience and resistance. So those are, I think, just great points that I'm taking away from, you know, again, this great breadth of work. And so as you look at, you know, we're kind of looking from the space of youth, and again, where you've been able to understand where social innovation really can play a part in that. You know, in the times that we look at right now, where of course we need all the innovation that we can get, you know, what are some of the barometers of change that you're looking at, or honing into, to really understand from like from wherever you are, from your perspective of what what work needs to be addressed first or foremost?
And I was kind of, honestly, that's a really hard question for me, because I think I'm constantly reassessing like, what is a metric of success in this work that feels endless? Like it feels so deep and intentional. Like I'll just be sitting somewhere like, I wonder why this is the way that it is. And then I go and TikTok will be like, oh, racism, you know, like tipping a waiter or waitress is like, you know, rooted in racism. So it feels like a lot of the problems that we're facing are like deeply ingrained in our cultural beliefs, and in our, not even just thinking about like the legal system, just thinking about like our day to day. And I think, you know, at one point I thought I wanted to what should we address first? At one point I thought, okay, well, we need to address the law first. Like we need to address the legal system, make sure that the laws are supporting us. That was sort of the headspace that I had been in for a large portion of my life. And then I started to realize, no, but like the laws change, but if the culture doesn't shift with it, then nothing will change, you know? It's kind of like, you know, they have this scientific study where they put flies in a jar for a set amount of time and put the lid on the jar. And so they got used to just existing in that jar. And then when the lid came off, none of the flies flew out of the jar. And so I think like my current metric of success is like, how can we shift our cultural understanding, not only of ourselves as Black people, but also as like what we provide to the world. Like, I know we know how important and how innovative and how creative we are, but I don't know if we can, it's really hard to internalize that, because everything else in the world is telling us you're less than, you're this, you're that. So I think like, I want us to break free from that jar. Like, I feel like a lot of things are just self-reinforced at this point. Like, yeah, at one point, white people were really applying violent pressure to make sure we remember that. And in a lot of ways, they still are applying that violent pressure. But in some ways, you know, things have loosened up and things have changed. And we are still choosing to operate within these systems and within these structures because, you know, as it was mentioned in the last one, because we have been constantly shown that when we do try to break away, that they are willing to then be very violent with us. They are willing to drown our Black Wall Streets or bomb or burn them. So I think like my main right now metric of success is just how much as a culture can we like instill like racial well-being amongst ourselves. I think one tangible thing I can talk about is just like, personally, I would love to end the diaspora wars. And I would love, you know, I think ending it in all the ways that matter. I think a little jollof war here and there, who makes the best food here and there, that sounds fine to me. But I think there are also just like deeply ingrained things that we need to like discuss as Black people globally. And I understand, you know, where these disconnects come from. In my view, it's because we've allowed white people to be the middleman. So Africans on the continent only know about African Americans through the white lens. They know us the same way white people know us because white people control the media that they're receiving, just like they control our media as well. But also because, you know, a lot of the schools that exist, a lot of the education systems that exist in Africa are from missions, are from churches and things like that. And then on the flip side, I think that African Americans will be receiving, you know, knowledge about Africans from white people as well. So I think like if we can finally like use all of this technology, use all of these tools that we have to truly get to know one another, that would create something that I think is like a measurable change. And it's interesting because, you know, we look at Kwame Nkrumah and like Malcolm X, and like there was a point in time where I feel like we were very close to understanding that that unity was necessary. But I think as a people, we've kind of shifted away from that. So just thinking about how we can reassess our values and uphold African and indigenous moral, like there's like morals and traditions that I think we can uphold in more helpful ways that would build us up as like a community of people.
Oh, absolutely, and I think that's astutely said. And yes, I'm having my privilege of having a few trips to Lagos here now, so the appreciation for jollof rice is just absolutely exponential now. But to that, as you're saying, there's a very real, systemic, and intentional reason why those gaps exist, and it is also kind of part of we can say maybe the perils of integration that civil rights leaders understood was part of gaining the policy and the on paper rights that could be enforced by law, then would have some type of cultural cost. And we used to have to move in those spaces again to have a Black bank, have a Black Wall Street, have a Black doctor, because we were not allowed to by law to have these other components. And so, as you say, but part of that is that the lid is off the jar, as you using your parable. But I think it is because we're just used to that shape of a jar around us, that we're afraid to fly in the directions we should. And so it's telling, but as you say, I think that's likewise a great metric and navigate, and I think a goal that we can navigate to in our lifetime. And where we're seeing the global work, and I mean, you're a great representative of that global work, but it still has a local understanding, of what it means from the perspective of the Black diaspora. So that's encouraging. That that's a metric again that I think is realistic.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is psychological oppression, and it's been reinforced in our physical and lived experiences. So, I think I'm really concerned with just making sure the social and emotional well-being of our communities can be fully restored in whatever ways that they can be. And it is really important. So like when you're talking about what to address first, I feel like addressing the emotional health and the social health of people on a day-to-day is very important. And it's hard to position that with everything going on as something that should be the first thing we're concerned about. But, a lot of it is stemmed from that. A lot of our problems are stemmed from, the continuous trauma that we're facing because of just the color of our skin. So in the ways that we can uplift each other and build social communities and really support people, I think that's how we become stronger. And there's so much research happening right now as well to support the fact that like our emotions actually can impact our DNA. Our environment can impact our DNA. And there's like epigenetics and all of these other things that are unfolding. And we know that things like poverty and things like just like violence are disruptive to our DNA. And it's passed on. So it becomes a complicated thing to even address within ourselves, within our communities, globally, for that matter. It would be just a lot to handle and unwrap.
Again, I think that's the good charge of where we can maybe look at your project that was right there in the middle from the national space of looking at tools such as artificial intelligence that could help us in a sense bridge that gap, or at least make the timeline move more into our favor, where we've seen overcoming these historic and systematic spaces of oppression. And again, I want to make sure we also acknowledge the emotional component that I think, particularly in our Black community, unfortunately gets overlooked a bit. But we want to make a call to where we're seeing innovation with artificial intelligence being able to be an asset in our space. So I love to just take a moment, if we can, to talk about that. And of course, then we want to kind of conclude as a space of how we can support you and the work of Knowledge Haven and the things forward. So as you can, could you speak a little bit more about the Dream Machine artificial intelligence program that's centered around our global, our national library system?
Sure. I mean, I think AI is constantly changing and developing, so it feels very difficult to talk about like what exactly it can create. I think as far as it comes to like the Black community and innovating within the Black community, like things like CRISPR, epigenetics, all of those things are being enhanced by AI technology. So there are, targeted ways that people are using this in the health space. Exponential technologies exist. So if exponential technologies exist, exponential solutions can also emerge from that. Dream Machine is really focused on making sure that Black people get their hands on actual AI tools and start playing with them and understanding them so that our minds can also be crafting those solutions. We don't need one type of person as a world. We don't need any one type of group to be having a monopoly on these technologies, because then you're coming up with like one type of thinking and one type of solution. So if we have people with diverse backgrounds and diverse experiences interfacing with these constantly growing and constantly changing technologies, it's my belief that then the solutions that can be created will be very diverse. Some of my favorite uses of AI include historical preservation. Like I saw that there was a scroll that was burned. I want to say it was in Pompeii, but there was a scroll that was burnt and it was very old. And then they used AI to basically decipher what was on the scroll without needing to touch
unraveling it.
Yeah, not needing to unravel it. And I think, things like languages die out every day, which I personally think is a huge part of that psychological oppression, favoring and valuing English and other Western languages over, mother tongues across the indigenous lands is a problem that has persisted for a very long time. But I think AI could be used to preserve those histories. In a similar way, oral history is a huge part of the Black tradition, no matter where you are in the world, and has been largely discredited within academia as like credible sources of information. The Western world prioritizes written texts as being like the only truth to exist. And so for a long time, that Black history was then only told by texts written by white people. But I think like with the emerging technologies of AI, there's a very like beautiful way and I think synergy towards oral storytelling traditions and the way that AI could be used to preserve those as well. That's just coming from my own personal interest and what I've been exploring around AI. But I think as well, there are people who have their own uses for it. And the more people that we can get thinking about how AI can apply to their own personal interests, I think the more beauty that will emerge from it. A big part of Dream Machine as well is also to make sure that we are focusing the mindset of this shift in a positive light. So a lot of our cultural narratives right now would tell us that technology is going to win and humanity is going to lose. I personally can't really think of many examples of science fiction that have a positive approach to how humanity will evolve alongside of technology. All that to say, we have, examples like, I don't know, let's say the Terminator, iRobot, that will say like, we're going to get out of control. And it honestly does feel like we are headed in that direction. But the Dream Machine is really interested in making sure that we take an Afrofuturist approach, a more positive approach to what can be possible with these technologies. And I think it was mentioned on the live stream earlier, but I think Black Panther is probably one of the only examples that I have of seeing like a society navigate technology and humanity in a way that feels integrative and powerful. And, we're working with really interesting people at Dream Machine. One woman is working on a project to enhance solar punk. And solar punk is the opposite of cyberpunk. So cyberpunk is everything that we usually know, like Terminator would be cyberpunk, like the world is going to end and we're gonna die from technology is essentially what the thesis of cyberpunk shares with us. But solar punk will be the opposite. It's like humans find a way to utilize technology that encourages harmony, not only with other humans, but also with the earth. And I think those are just important values for us to promote alongside making sure that people of all backgrounds are able to use these technologies to imagine their own creations and their own futures.
I think that's a dream machine indeed, right? That you can imagine your own futures and see that built in a possible reality. So I'd love to thank you, and I want to give a space that we can figure out how to support you and your many spaces of talents as we continue onwards. We're building the Black Fantastic together. So how can we uplift and support you in your work?
Yeah, I think for the Dream Machine, definitely come out to the AI library projects. If it's in your city or close to you, we would love to see you there. We're looking to build a strong community of learners who want to just like learn about AI together. And I think that would be a beautiful intersection between like the SUBSUME community and the Dream Machine community. And for the Knowledge Haven, you can definitely just follow along. We are on Instagram at theknowledgehaven.tkh. And we're really deep in like political work, so just like it's a lot to unpack there, but when the time comes, coming out to Ghana to see the space will be important to us. Accessing the digital tools that we create will be important to us. But also, if you just have any ideas or stories or history that you think would be important for us to archive in those spaces, you can feel free to connect with us. We're www.theknowledgehaven.com. And yes, dreammachine.org is also available to stay connected with the Dream Machine and everything we're doing with AI learning.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I'm very thankful to not only have met you here at the top of the year, but the innovation was immediate, in the collaboration space here in Atlanta, and look for things here and beyond. So thank you for helping us navigate and be a part of this Black future and helping us roadmap the next movement together.
Thank you so much for having me and for creating this space. Looking forward to stay tuned in.
Oh, no, absolutely. Thank you so much. So much more together. Thank you so much again, Anaya Bashir, founder of the Knowledge Haven, coming through to give us the roadmap to innovation through her many spaces of work, from local, national, and global innovation across a myriad of spaces. So with that, we want to continue on with the movement as we come close towards the culmination of Black Futures Month 2025. Again, my name being Dedrick Sneed here, live from SUBSUME Studios here in Atlanta, Georgia. And so we just spoke with one innovator in the space of artificial intelligence. So we'll take just 10 minutes to bring in a very special guest and a space of connection here. We've been blessed to know each other here for a moment. His works having reached not only a global space, but also been able to touch the space between popular culture and innovation of technology, particularly in artificial intelligence. And I think that this young brother is not only um, giving us the roadmap to how humans and artificial intelligence will collaborate in the workforce, but also how Blackness is being able to be programmed into the systems of tomorrow for a space of not only support, but again, promise. So, with that, I love to bring in world comedian, artificial intelligence, really just AI pioneer. One of the top 100 most influential people in artificial intelligence, is according to Time Magazine, and writer of BBL Drizzy. That would be the one and only King Melonius. King, how you doing, family?
Man, what's up, man?
Very good.
I'm happy. Pleasure to be here, man. How you doing today?
Doing all right, doing all right. Apologies for missing you at MIT Reality Hack this year. It was the
All
work,
good,
but we
man.
got things ahead, so no worries.
Yeah. It was amazing. I had an amazing time, and it was definitely we definitely came through and represented this year. So it was beautiful to see, man. Like all the melanated faces out there.
Oh, absolutely. So the Black Genius Group is growing exponentially. So I
Right.
want to absolutely. So with that, I want to be respectful of your time, and really just get just a couple quick syncs of where you are and what things are. So for those who, hoping that my introduction gave some components of who you are, but I love to always give people a space just to introduce themselves in the way they want to be seen.
Yeah, man. Well, for me, it's just I just look at myself as just a very curious individual. Comedy has always been the lens that I shine through. So, but in doing that, just trying to be as innovative, excuse me, and creative as I can in that space. So, a lot of times I lean towards technology and being like an early adopter to technology is, as far as like trying to, you know, create better comedy. So, I started out YouTube, went to Clubhouse, and then oh man, I got a dog out there barking.
It's all right.
Uh, and then going to AI, and then that's been just a very transformative process, and just being able to, for me, like really unlock a lot of my creativity and tell better, richer stories, where I think Clubhouse is very pivotal, because when I got on Clubhouse, I was able to create audio dramas, and that allowed me to essentially like imagine worlds that I probably couldn't create because of maybe the technology or financing or resources. But you can still, from a almost essentially it's just a radio play, you can visualize these big vast worlds. So I was able to do a lot of sci-fi, a lot of fantasy stuff. But then once AI hit, now I was able to take certain ideas and put visuals on top of it, so people can really see things that I wanted to create. So like I had a series that I'm developing called a Lickback Renaissance, which is like a sci-fi kind of like I forget. I think a lot of people compare it to like a Lovecraft country in a sense, because it kind of combined like sci-fi with this. It was like the Renaissance in Harlem, but and then obviously with the music stuff was very transformative, because nobody had ever done AI music to that point, that big, where it captures so many people's attention and whatnot. They had a couple songs prior to that, but they mimic or modeled certain rappers' voices. But this one, was super original, and I think most people, had they not known that it was AI, they probably, there's still probably people that don't even know that BBL Drizzy was AI created. So yeah, so I'm definitely just an advocate for our community to get more involved in technology, specifically AI, because it's a global landscape so much. And then right now, I think there's a lot of opportunities for us to leverage this technology to better our lives and situations.
Absolutely. And I think you're just being a great example of where we use technology, perhaps in its not in its initial expectation, but then to use technology as a space of resilience, resistance,
Right,
and liberation. So to your point, I think that's something that's always just been inherent in Black culture, right? We
right,
take the things that maybe we're not included in initially, as you said, that maybe AI music hadn't been used in that way, but we have as Black culture and as Black creators, I think, a unique perspective to take these things and bring them into our culture in a way that then begets another avenue of
mm,
conversation. And
right.
so, really to talk about where you are right now in the AI music space. Now, where is that landscape now? Where maybe roughly about a year or so into the space where now there's others, but again, where your leadership is unmatched. But what are you seeing from now music and AI and Black voices?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think more people are starting to lean into it, and like openly talk about it. Because like a lot of times when it comes to AI, I feel like there's people that use it, but they're scared to talk about it,
Hmm.
or they kind of want to like keep it to the vest and be like, oh, I want to be the only one that knows about this or whatever. So it's like two things. Just because, you know, once people feel that you use AI, I think there's that fear that you may seem less credible,
Hmm.
especially like from a writing standpoint. It was like, well, this script was written with AI. Has all your scripts been written with AI? Can you even write? So
Hmm.
um and I think that was some of the reservations that people had, was as far as like the music. It's just like, you have like the people that were purists and have been doing music a certain way for so long, and then this AI thing comes along, and I think a lot of times what people think is just like you just press a button and something just pops out, and
Hmm.
that could be the case sometimes. Sometimes it is like that. You just get lucky and on your first shot, you create something amazing. But a lot of times it's like you're using it more of like a collaborator, and I liken it to like any other tool that came out there, whether it be Pro Tools or any music tools that allows you to just create your art in a more efficient way, be more productive. Right now I think when it comes to a lot of times with using AI for music, or really like a lot of things creatively, it's just having like that discernment of knowing what, like, you have to have a good ear, and then you have to have like that discernment and know like, okay, this is a take, because you can get 100 generations all sound amazing, and so from there I picked the one that's the one, like that, the one that
Right.
actually I want to work on. So it gives you like way more options now. So now you just have, you got so much to choose from. But I think musically, man, and just creatively, across the board, but I think the music is like, on the creative side, it's like the lowest hanging fruit, so anybody can, from a 5-year-old, can type in, you know, Disney song and do a couple of lyrics, and then it makes something like amazing really fast. The AI films take a little bit more work, just because like you got to have like a kind of a sense of filmmaking and all that. Musically, it'll help out a lot if you know music really well, but it's not critical, and sometimes the smaller, shorter prompts actually create better things than the really long, detailed ones. So but I think we're hit like an amazingly creative time, man. Like we're gonna hit some new sounds that we've never heard or even imagined before. And I think when you get the individuals that have been dedicated to this craft for decades, when they start using these tools, then it's really gonna take off, because I always feel like AI is kind of like, it's like a superpower. So anything that you've done well for whatever discipline that you put your 10,000 hours in, that it just takes it to the next level. But it all depends on how you prompt. Like the prompts are, I mean, it's like it's like almost like a parallel of life, where the quality of your life is kind of determined by the type of questions that you ask of yourself, of other people. So I use it, the dinner with Jay-Z, as people like, $150,000.
Mhm. My apologies, King. There we go. No,
Okay.
I think we, no worries. I think just to clarify, and then we'll give you back your time. From the dinner with Jay Z, I think then we might have missed a sync there.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I was
Thank
saying
you.
like if you're going to take the dinner with Jay Z and you're not going to ask him the right questions, just take the money. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mm,
like now you're wasting your time and his time. So like if you're going there and be like, oh man, what is it like to be married with Beyonce? Just take the money because But I think that that's the thing. It's just like people like, oh well, you just with them. But if you're not, you have to ask the right questions. That's the only way you're going to get the right information. And then having, even with as it pertains to AI right now, these these large language models, they're out there for everybody, but everybody's not using them the same. You know what I'm saying? As far as even just being able to be resourceful, like knowing where to actually find resources. Like there's so many AI tools for everything, but I don't know if people actually know how to go out and find the tools that they're looking for, So there are websites that kind of aggregate a lot of these tools that you can kind of go in there and help you search for them. But, it's this is the time I think right now, we have access to so much information and, so many different tools, but, you got to just get your mind right, make sure you got the right mindset and then, try to be as resourceful as
mm.
possible and like if you have those kind of three things, you're almost unstoppable in this climate. There's not a lot of things that can really hold you back. You're kind of equipped. You got the skill, plus you got Batman's utility belt. It's just like you can cook.
You go, indeed, yeah. And you definitely got the several recipes in your space now, and now you're a head chef that we asking for the next thing. So be respectful of
Right.
time, but at the same time, where can we follow, support, be entertained,
Yeah.
but also see
Yeah.
you in the next spot?
Yeah, my website, kingwillonius.com. My main platform that I use is Instagram and YouTube. Um, but to your point, there's one last thing I was going to add too, man. It's just like the definitely the need for a community. I think that kind of that might trump everything because you kind of rise and fall to the level of your community. You know what I'm saying? They kind of essentially set the standard. So if my mentor always say you're the average of the 5 people you hang around. So, and I use the analogy. I was like, it's a joke, but I was like, doctors don't hang out with crackheads unless they're doing crack. So, but it's real, you know what I'm saying? So, as like for when I started screenwriting, I surrounded myself with screenwriters, and when I got into AI, I surrounded myself with people that do, AI, so that way I'm always thinking about it. I'm not, and then I made sure that I created just as much. I never wanted to feel like I'm not working as hard, or somebody can come up to me and they be like, "You're not really in it." So I'm like, I'm working just as hard as you, if not harder. And
Mm,
through that process, like I never feel left out, when there's a conversation, even though I may not be the most technical, my expertise is more on the creative side.
mm,
I don't feel less than anybody when I'm in these rooms.
mm.
So but yeah, man, community is super important. We have this community we're part of, the Black Genius Collective, and that's growing, but it just helps you thrive, man. And you I feel like you just rise to the standard of your community. So, if it's like, hey, we're all high achievers, we're all getting it, we don't make excuses, we just do whatever we need to do, then you have to fall in line if you want to be part of that tribe, versus a tribe that's just like, hey man, we do whatever, like we don't care, we waste time, we X, Y, Z, and then that's you see the results of that. So
That's it. You got to find it and follow your tribe, and likewise, I'm appreciative to have seen and continue to see your prosperity and in space of
likewise,
innovation,
man.
and as you know, and so in a good
Right.
way. I appreciate you making this extra time. I know you got other things going on and long. We definitely will follow with you. We'll definitely make this a longer, more
Yeah,
sustained
man.
conversation in
Definitely
time to
let me
come.
know, man. Anytime you need me, bro. Yeah, I'm more than happy to man, and support.
Of course, bro. Appreciate you so very much again, King
Okay.
Melonius.
All right. Appreciate you, bro.
Of comedy, AI, and creative fame. So, and and great work. So again, make sure we want to support you and see you in these spaces. And thank you so very much for making the time. Thank you. So with that, we are coming to the culmination and resounding conclusion of Black Futures Month 2025, where we're talking about the next movement in innovation, technology, and culture. And again, we're here with myself and our space here at SUBSUME Studios in downtown Atlanta, in the heart of Underground in South Downtown. We are building the space for dreamers, those that want to see themselves be a part of a fulfilled, sustained, and equitable Black future. We're looking at the pioneers and the folks that are building it. And I will take just 2 minutes to reset the room as we want to introduce really the amazing and global innovator that is right here in the heart of Atlanta. And so we want to make sure that we make all the time and availability to listen to her genius, to her vision, and really how someone is literally building the innovation as we speak. We speak in the course of Dr. Machina Morris at Morehouse, and mom of the metaverse, and so many amazing talents. Make sure I got her name right, but we're gonna give just 2 minutes to reset. So you want to go ahead and get a good beverage, get yourself comfortable as we literally listen to Black history being made in our technology space. So again, I'm so thankful for this. Thankful for y'all for being a part, sticking with us through this live intersection here of art, tech, and culture with us at Black Futures Month 2025, where we will talk the next movement and this next conclusion. Thank y'all. welcome back to Black Futures Month 2025. My name is Dejan Sneed, and we welcome you to the next movement. So, for year 6 of Black innovation, excellence, and liberation, we're looking at the people, the places, and the technologies that will allow us to make our own spaces, look at our Black past, look at those who are building the things and the innovations of the present to make a sustainable, equitable, and joyful Black future. And so for us, for year 6, we are concentrating our efforts on the next movement. Where can we build? Who can we trust? And who will lead us into the spaces of innovation, promise, and purpose, particularly for the Black and African experiences? And so I'm just so very privileged. We've been blessed for a great number of conversations here today for this Saturday, where we have this global live stream that we look at so many spaces of art, tech, and culture, and how can we build the places that will make us secure, will make us sustained, but also really just represent us in our best of selves. And so I think that the people that we've had have definitely been not only a great display of Black excellence, but at the same time, promise. And the word that I'm really embracing out of this is hope. And so it's not lost on us the times that we're in now, but we absolutely have a bright and resilient future. And it's based on people like our closing and keynote guest. So I'm just going to just bring the sister right onto the stage so that I can again allow her to express the space of where we're able to build innovation and be a part of the architects of tomorrow. And so of building the pathways to the next movement, I think there really is no one else that could be as qualified, as tenured, but also as humble as the young lady I love to bring to the stage. That is Dr. Morris, founder and CEO of Metaverse United, professor at Morehouse College, proud mom and mother of the metaverse, and so many other amazing things. Dr. Morris, how are you today?
I am excellent. Just so happy to be here with you. Thank you for having me, Dedrin. You always do such a magnificent job of highlighting all of the work that we are doing as Black people, and you have done it continuously and consistently so well. So thank you so much for having me.
I know people like you make it easy. I just follow the smart folks, and you're the smart folks, and it's all right. So please, for that, again, thank you so very much for helping us really just bring this to a joyful fruition of Black Futures Month for year 6. So again, I know I've given some of these points and titles, and I also know that that does no way in shape encompass all that you've been accomplishing, all the spaces around the world where your time and your talent is called upon as someone who is literally at the forefront of so many key and vital conversations. So, I'll leave this also to yourself that we want to uplift you in your work. So please tell us about yourself.
Hi, everyone. Hello, family. I am Dr. Messina Morris, and really, I'm just a little girl from Decatur, like a little Black girl from Decatur, Georgia, who looked up at her teachers and the people and the leaders in her community, and just hoped that I would be half as excellent as they were. And what is so beautiful about my entire existence as just a still this little Black girl inside is, I was just thinking when you were introducing me, I was like, you know what? I'm kind of like a science fiction character. Cause like, who is a chemist mixed with a futurist mixed with, I was like, I'm kind of like the little sister in Black Panther. Having my little Wakanda moment. I'm like, just proud to be able to focus on the intellectual capacities of not just myself, but other young people. I think I've always had this real big imagination, wanting to see just us rise as people. I had a mom who was very well versed in who we were as African people, and she understood how important it was for us to have a global understanding of who we were.
So I never was limited by all of the oppression that was kind of happening still in the 80s. Like I remember going to Stone Mountain and the Ku Klux Klan was still rallying. Like I had a mother that saw beyond all of that, a father too. So for me, I am who I hoped I would be. And I want every young Black child to understand that you are not limited by who anybody says you are. You are who God says you are. You are who you hope you would be when you became who you are, like to yourself. Like, you know, there's this reckoning that you have as a human being where you just come to know who you are. And literally, when you go back to that space, when you get real still, that person is who you really are supposed to be. And I think that if we could just lean into the possibilities of who we are, then we'll be better off. But who am I? Other than that, I'm super educated, got probably more education than I need. I tell people who say they're tired of school, I've been in school my whole life. 24 straight years of education formally, literally, from kindergarten to a PhD in biomolecular chemistry. At the same time, I felt so compelled to also have a huge family. So I'm one of four, but I have 5 sons and a husband and a full household to take care of. I am an advocate for the neurodivergent. So I am one of 4 children, but my brother, Gordy, was really my muse in a sense. He had meningitis at the age of 4, left him brain damaged. And it was because of him that I had this yearning to discover, to be curious, to want to really concoct something that was going to not just heal my brother, but also take away the tragic pain that I saw in my parents, because it was like there was something that happened in our family that could not be changed. And I just wanted to give full, I guess, credence to the pain, you know, like, hey, I validate, I see that this thing has changed something in the trajectory of our lives. And I wanted to understand it. I wanted to understand it at the I guess at the molecular level, really. And while I didn't understand that as a child, I knew that I would eventually get to just a place where I could understand more about him and help other people, like reconcile different disparities in their life, no matter what it was. So chemistry was that avenue for me. I am a futurist, so founder of Morehouse in the Metaverse, which just began a movement during the pandemic. So at the time, I was the interim department chair and academic. I can't even remember what the title was, but I was over the chemistry department in Morehouse, and at the time, we were just trying to make sure that our young Black men did not miss anything. Like, it was important for them to be seen. It was 2020 was a real challenging time, but what we really wanted was for them to persist in their major. So one of my colleagues always says that chemistry is the piano of the sciences. And it's really true, because like as a chemist, you have to know physics, you have to know mathematics, you have to know biology. You'll know all the different disciplines of chemistry, but you have to know so many different avenues of science. So once you know chemistry, kind of you can go anywhere from there.
Right.
But with that is, I remember as an undergrad at Clark Atlanta University, so shout out all CAU students, taking 23 credit hours, like taking chemistry courses. I mean, literally, like it was an overload, taking chemistry, biology labs. I mean, students were like, oh, I couldn't wait to go to college. I'm out of school by 12. That was never my life. Like that was never my life. I would be in the lab 2, 3 in the morning, working on trying to analyze spectra, working on different things. And so my heart goes out to all these chemistry students, but you can't get behind is what I'm trying to say is our students could not get behind. And in 2020, when we were thinking about ways in which to keep students persisting in their major, ways to keep them represented in the sciences, we knew that with a pandemic, the possibility that more students would not continue on in something as tedious and the second most challenging discipline in the world, we needed to do something different. So I fell in love with virtual reality through so many different avenues. So my husband's a gamer, like World of Warcraft, like guild leader, like gamer, like my whole house is, trust me, like if I say something out loud, something is going to click, tick in this house. So we always, as a family, gamed. And so always knew about virtual reality. It was something that we had always loved and all experienced. So when the opportunity presented itself, it was actually the summer of 2020 when I was over the Upward Bound program. So I know you know Upward Bound because we were together, right? And we had students that were in rural Georgia that we wanted to engage. And so we chose to use a company, Victory XR, as our educational partners. And they had all of these science lessons tethered to the next generation science standards. And it was like, oh, they built this thing out. They really have some good stuff. So we put students in virtual headsets, and the only thing about it was I couldn't see what they were doing. But that was before like synchronous metaverse like spaces, these virtual learning spaces in real-time 3D. That was not really a concept that people were learning in, especially like, yes, to play a game or two, with a friend, but nothing really deep, right? So the time came for us to start thinking about, well, how are we going to keep our college students engaged? And I was like, oh my God, virtual reality would be great. Well, there was no chemistry content. It was all kind of like anything that was tangible or you could touch. And since people can't see molecules like how I could see molecules, I was like, okay, well, maybe we could create the spaces. And just having the autonomy and the freedom to be able to do that. So grateful to the provost and to the president at Morehouse College that allowed me to be able to do that. And to my colleagues who were in English, history, and biology that also started out with me in this virtual reality experience. And we just helped each other along the way, try to create and craft this learning environment for students. And so it started off as kind of like us just saying, look, we'll give up our holiday and we'll just create. We'll just play. We'll just try and see what we could come up with. And literally it turned into a movement. It turned into 3 classes, turned into 44 virtual reality courses being taught across all disciplines. So journalism, history, English, Africana studies. We taught the first introduction to the African diaspora class. Dr. Ovell Hamilton taught that. Just created so many different virtual scenes that were culturally responsible and relevant to what our students wanted to be a part of. And lo and behold, me creating this advanced and organic chemistry course and helping students understand how molecules work at a level that they could actually see and tangibly rotate molecules and put together different, molecules and things like that. Like it turned into a movement, and I became the director of this program. And I remember when I named it Morehouse in the Metaverse, because people were like, what's the metaverse? What are you talking about?
Mm,
And I was like, yo, no, for real. Like, this is the metaverse. Like, we're in the metaverse. And they were like, you're gonna have to run me through that. So here I go, going through, like, literally sitting down and having meetings to tell them, like, okay, this is what the metaverse is. Let me show you everything about what meta means beyond, like going back to snow crashes, going back to like all of the things that led up to what is a metaverse. And that was before Meta changed their name. Well, Facebook changed their name to Meta. And the day that happened, that hit where Meta changed their name, we had already, like a month before, done our convocation video, introducing Morehouse in the metaverse and all of this kind of stuff. People still were kind of like, we had no idea that y'all were doing all of this. And literally my phone just blew up. And that just started kind of, oh my God, y'all are ahead of the times. Y'all are doing things that are so forward thinking. And it was literally just sitting and trying to make us better. Like, how can we keep our students engaged? How can we meet them where they are? I know that just talking to them is not going to get it. They need to interact. They need to do. And I've always had an active classroom, like boy, mom. So literally, like, there is no sitting down. My students would always say, Dr. Morris, why you always running around? Because y'all not going to pay attention if I stay still. If I stay still, then you're not going to pay attention to me. So I'm over here, and then I'm over here, then I'm behind you trying to see what you're doing in your notebooks. And so, like, my class was always an active learning experience. And being in virtual reality allowed them to not just visualize things, not just to hear me and but also to feel, to touch the things around them. And then, like, with the haptic feedback that were in the controllers, like being able to high five one another. And then I had my face enabled avatar. Like, for students, that was just like, wow, we have presence. We have Dr. Morris. And it's interesting because I've taught so many classes in virtual reality when we could not be on campus, and meeting students literally in VR first. And I would be walking on campus when we finally were open, and have students run up to me and be like, Dr. Morris, it's you, like, because it was like my face. Like, I literally had a face enabled avatar. And so for them, it was just like, oh my God, we knew you. And that's when it clicked to me, like, this is something that is real. Hyperrealism can actually translate to relationships being formed and built. And what's so interesting is, yes, I'm called to speak all over the world about a whole lot of different things. And this is the strongest network of people that I have ever met in my life. Is like, I'll go to conferences and only have met these people because I've done a keynote in VR and know them just like, hey, and how your kids doing? And how your mama doing? And like, it's a real way to have you connect with people, with human beings. And I think that it's just a beautiful thing. And now we are adding AI to the mix, and that's a whole nother bag of goodies that's coming up. So I'm gonna let you keep asking me the questions, and because I'll talk forever.
No. As a good keynote should, right? We want to get the knowledge and these components, and again, this is great to understand. So let's take that there before we move into, I'm sure, like the practical space or conversation of artificial intelligence, where the term metaverse, it is had a movement and a moment in and of itself. So speaking about virtual and augmented reality, and really that being a resource for accessible education, again, where you've been pioneering in this space, is that still accessible to many students, particularly in our HBCUs? Where are you seeing, now that we have a successful case study such as Morehouse in the Metaverse and your expertise, are you seeing it more adapted or adopted, or because we've returned mainly into whatever our new phase of COVID is, well, at least from an educational standpoint, how are you seeing these technology tools still being implemented, or is that still an opportunity?
There is still an opportunity for more to be done. One of the biggest hindrances to adoption is cost. And a lot of our programs, mine included, have been funded through private organizations that gave grants. Our partnership with Meta, our partnership with Unity Technologies, huge partnership with Southern Company, partnerships with T-Mobile. So, but it was me forming these partnerships. And because I was the first, there's something beautiful about being first. You always get more opportunity. But and honestly, I spread the goods out as far and wide. So it wasn't like I kept every headset to myself and decided that it was just gonna feed Morehouse. I donated headsets to the Atlanta University Center Library, where we're actually going to do a mindfulness wind down for midterms this upcoming week. You know, for them to start their International Games Day programming. I've sent headsets as far as Prairie View, A&M, to get them started, and they've gotten a Unity grant to support the work that they're doing and creating their digital twin and their metaversity. There are over 120 metaversities that follow our blueprint, in which I've helped train the educators or help them develop the pedagogy behind how they do it. And I call that metaversity teaching and learning, how they actually implement it. So the issue is our HBCUs have real time in the face how we're going to keep the lights on problems. And for us to then start to try to keep up with technology that is moving faster in the last just year than it has in probably the last decade, right? It's kind of far-fetched. And it takes somebody like me, to be honest, that's forward thinking, that's going to like really push the envelope. And I can't tell you that this road has been easy. It's been me going to talk to people and they're like, okay, so no. You know what I mean? Like we can't see the utility in that. We can't see, and even with data, even with peer-reviewed data that we've published, even with as many, conversations that I've had, even though we've seen evidences with larger institutions or predominantly white institutions that have had much success with XR and innovation, there's still a deficit in our communities when it comes to how to utilize the technology. I think I have been on like a serious tour, like even artists get breaks, right? A serious tour for the last 5 years of just showing the technology, demoing the technology, going to rural communities and doing it, going as far as the Arkansas, like literally, and getting them started in their rural community to save schools. I've gone and educated teachers, you know what I mean? Like whatever it takes to at least introduce the technology to schools, to K-12, to higher education, to graduate and professional schools. Whatever it has taken, really has been a grassroots effort of me saying, I'm not going to stop until exposure has been gained. And the reason why I've done it this way is I remember growing up, all Black schools, all expectations very high of us being excellent. But I remember it being 500 students in my elementary school, and there was one Apple computer. One. But I remember having my moment with that computer and how that left a lasting and profound effect on me. And so I've always taken the approach of, even if it's just one student that gets exposed to this for 15 minutes and it can change, or something in their mind can click, I know it can happen. And so that's why it's been such a grassroots effort of me giving headsets and sub awarding the gifts of what we give. Because a lot of people would say, well, it's Morehouse. Morehouse gets a whole lot of stuff. Like, Morehouse is kind of like one of the elite HBCUs. So yeah, Morehouse could do that, but other spaces can't. Well, that's that's true. But from one, you know, like for me, it was okay, well, I have this, and so I will also share. Like I will also, I do understand that there are people who aren't able. So how could I share? How could I get you grant funding? How could I write something with you? How could I partner with you? And I have with so many institutions. If I have to train you, FAMU has come on board, Alabama A&M, North Carolina A&T. I mean, so it's not like I'm the only digital representative. It's been me making sure our HBCUs are well represented, me making sure that Atlanta Public Schools, DeKalb County Schools, schools where we are majority of the population, you know, are also getting access to this information, that it's not just technology in a box that can't really be realized or utilized by anybody but the elite few. So where are we with it? I feel like I've made a great dent. I'm still asking for collaborators. I'm still asking people and educators to join me. I'm still in the fight for, at the intersection of extended reality technologies and AI, there is an opportunity for us to imagine a new world that we could have access to so many different tools that we can't actually have in our physical world because of different reasons. There are instrumentation and things like that in chemistry that cost millions of dollars. Well, in virtual reality, we can build those things. You know, we can have you manipulate them. I remember starting as a graduate student at Emory, and even though we had an NMR machine at Clark Atlanta that I was on all the time, we didn't have the big boy, like, you know what I mean? Like, so it was learning new software and learning how to use these different instruments. I remember it being like such a steep learning curve, and I feel like we can lower the barrier of entry for so many students where they can see themselves in these spaces. How did I make it? The grace of God. The grace, when I say the grace, but I realized too that certain barriers can be obstacles that are hard for others to overcome. And I have compassion for that. You know what I mean? Like I understand what it's like to cry yourself to sleep over a problem that you just can't wrap your head around. And now literally I can go and type in a chat and have a thought partner working with me through some complex issues where that didn't exist. And it still doesn't exist for so many students and so many children, you know, to this date. So I have compassion for those who can't quite see their way through, to let them know that they can persist, that they do have the capability, that they do have, you know, the creativity, the imagination, the intellectual power to be exactly who they want to be in this world. So where are we with XR? Not where I want us to be at HBCUs. The thing that I know now is that more HBCUs are asking for it. You know, but it's almost like I skipped over a step for them, because HBCUs were just in person, face to face, really into like building relationships and that kind of thing. And so even being in a virtual space at all, like through collaboration tools, was a stretch. Digital learning is still something that is like, oh, that's brand new, you know, and there are institutions that are way beyond that, you know, at this particular time. And so it's like I skipped a step for a lot of people. It's like, okay, you skipped all the elementary school for me, and now you moved us on into like college, and we weren't ready. So, but it takes that to get us to a not even really a level playing field.
Right. That's true. I mean, and as we talked about, I'm sure as you are well aware of, you know, there's a lot of historic and systemic reasons why we, you know, even when we get equal tools, there's not equal opportunity, there's not equal spaces to leverage them, and there's not equal representation and compensation for our time and talents. So that's by design, right? And so that's where I think that your other yet another space of expertise that you have is in the space of artificial intelligence. You kind of spoke about it when we're thinking of extended realities and tools that can help us visualize and interact with these spaces. But the underlying architecture of artificial intelligence now having a bit more of a going from strictly scientific to now commercial to now public facing, over the past 3 to 5 years. But you've been called upon as yet again an expert in this space. Where can we see that this movement in and of itself as a component for change to help try to address some of these systemic issues we just noted? And I know you got to answer. That's why I can be very concise and then try to put all this stuff on mute to solve our black our black navigation to the next movement.
I'm gonna tell you what I have thought about. Okay.
Oh yes, man.
I'm just gonna when I was thinking about just this keynote, just how would you close out Black Futures Month? And what's the true vision for the next era? I thought about the future being ours to build. How do we go from legacy to liberation? How do we truly chart our future in this digital age? How do I pay homage to the rich legacy of ancestry that we have while boldly shaping the blueprint for Black futures? And I can stand on this, and this is a powerful truth that I hope everyone who is listening hears me, is that we are the architects of tomorrow. As Black people, we build the future. We are existing in a future that we built. And so let's honor our past, not as a limitation, but honestly as a launching pad. Recognizing sacrifices that have been made, dreams that have been deferred, walls that have been broken down by people who came before us, but also to sit in reflection, in rest, in true restoration, so that we can move in action towards a better future, because it's truly ours to build. And the future isn't something that we need to wait for. It's something that we design. We talk so much about mindset and we talk so much about faith as a people. But what I do know is that we are builders. We are creators, just like the creator. We are crafters of a unique future. And we must truly be intentional about how we prepare for our future. For instance, education. We cannot forsake education. Education is a weapon. Our ancestors were denied access to knowledge. Why? It's power, right? So how can we reclaim our power and make sure that future generations are fluent, not just in history, but in the languages of technology, in economics and entrepreneurship, and in leadership and government? We have to remember that education has always been a tool for which we have grown. And then innovation. How do you overcome 20 generations of oppression? You innovate, right? From the pyramids at Kemet to the Underground Railroad to the first open heart surgery, Black ingenuity has shaped our world. And so the next chapter of our innovation must be written in code, in virtual worlds, in STEM, in entrepreneurship, and in policy making. And then when we think about who we are and who we've always been, strength is in numbers. And so community is our strength. I've done this grassroots movement, but by no stretch of the imagination have I done it alone. I stand as one, but I am sitting here in front of you and standing in front of everyone as many. I represent a multitude of people, of folks that stand behind me, Okay, so Black futures are collective futures. If we are to thrive, we must invest in each other. We must mentor the next generation. We have to build infrastructures that sustain Black excellence for generations to come. And so my call to action is, what will you build? How will you use all of your gifts and your talents to create a Black future where our children don't just survive, but that they thrive? And so if you're an educator, how will you prepare young Black minds to lead in the digital age? If you're an entrepreneur, how will you ensure your businesses don't just generate profit, but create pathways for others? If you're a tech innovator, how will you make sure your voices shape artificial intelligence, the metaverse, and the future of work? The answers do lie in our willingness to act with courage, to dream with audacity, to be bodacious, and to walk in the footsteps of our ancestors with the confidence that we are the future that they fought for. We are answered prayer. And so Black futures, it's not just a distant possibility. It's being written right now in rooms just like this by people like me and you, just like us. We are the leaders we've been waiting for. We are the leaders, the innovators, the elders, the disruptors, the ones who refuse to be left behind. And so, honestly, tonight, let us boldly step into the future, knowing we are limitless, knowing that we carry the brilliance of our ancestors, the power of our community, the innovation of a new era. Because the question is not what will the future hold? The question is, how will we shape it? So my call to action for all of us is, let's build, let's lead, and let's thrive together. Because the future is ours. We design the future. So that's my answer. That's what I've been thinking on. Those are my thoughts.
I think that is going to be a preamble put on someone on a classroom somewhere that will be reciting and again making our Black future from the Black history of today, which you're absolutely a part of. So that's such a resounding component, and really just brought together, I think, so many amazing points. No need to even do nothing but just bask in this affirmation and call to action that the Black Futures Month that we were waiting for is being built as we speak together.
Absolutely.
And so that's it. So I'm just going to just ask, how can we support you? How can we keep up with the mother of the metaverse, the mother of 5 boys, and steward of these Morehouse men? How can we uplift you? How can we support you and make sure that that the fruits of your labor, are within reach, in your lifetime?
So I really would like for people to come together, like reach out to me. I am the most approachable, open door person, open for conversation, open for ideas. I am not a gatekeeper. Why? Because I know I can't do it alone. I know that this is too much of it's not a burden, but it is a responsibility to carry. And so you can find me. My website is unitethemetaverse.com. I am on LinkedIn and Instagram primarily. You can look me up by my name. If you just look up Messina Morris Metaverse with Morehouse, trust me, enough articles will pop up and you'll be able to find me. I never have hidden not one bit of what my email address or my telephone number is. Every student that I've ever taught since the beginning of time has had my cell phone number and it has not changed. And they still call on me. So, but my website has all the information on it, unitethemetaverse.com. And then you can subscribe. And I have a podcast. So, Beyond Reality. And it's just me talking about things that are beyond the scope and the realm of what my mind can hold. So,
and putting them out there in the universe. But that's on my YouTube channel too. So you could just reach out to me and support Morehouse and their efforts to continue to stay at the forefront of innovation and technology. And the reason why I say Morehouse is it's the only Black male college in the nation. I mean, it is our leaders of the community. It's the leaders of our household. It is our young Black men. And for me, it is so important for them to be seen, for them to be heard, for them to be uplifted. And I say that as a mother, but I say that as a wife to a Black man. I say that because in so many spaces, our men have to be someone else to be accepted for not who they are. It's you know what I mean? Like it's really important for them to have a space where they can truly freely be all that they should be in this world. And so it's important for me to uphold that and to make sure that they are getting all of the tools and resources. Because to be honest, we are under resourced. You might hear about a whole lot of restricted funds that come to Morehouse College, but I could tell you they are not, it's still not. Our endowments are not nowhere near where they should be at HBCUs in general. But for the only school for young Black men to be educated, where they could have a space to just totally be themselves, like we need funding. We need funding for innovative programs because literally we're still trying to house students. We're still trying to feed students. Like literally I pay rent for students, you know, like I'm trying to make sure that they eat, that they're not sleeping on the streets, because literally people walk by our Black men in need and say, oh, figure it out, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, get it together. You know, you're lazy, you're sorry, you're trifling. And mental health and emotional needs and spiritual support and all of those things are real things that even men need. And so as a mother, as the womb of the mind of man, I say I have nursed babies, young boy babies at my breast. I have nurtured them through adulthood. I'm a grandma now. Did I tell you I was a grandma? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a grandma. So my oldest son had a daughter. So I have a girl in the family, but I'm a grandma now. So like I have raised, I'm not saying this as a mom to little young babies, and I haven't seen men grow up to be men, homeowners, good community leaders. Like I am saying this as someone who has nurtured the mind of men, real men who are real leaders of their family, who are real leaders in their community, who are spiritual leaders to their household. And I am saying that we need villages around our men. And so there is no small amount that can be donated and given to support the development of the minds of our men, because there's so many destructive forces. There's so many other things that are coming to break down what is really the family unit in the Black household. And it starts at the head, which is the man. I mean, it just is. And so while we know my sisters, we already know we run things, you know, but I'm just saying, you know, our men really, really need our support, like in ways that we can only show by showing up for them and speaking and being voices. And if I have to be the one that's building the table for them to be able to walk into and to sit at, then I don't mind doing that because it's necessary. Harriet Tubman said we're gonna go this way, and so I'm a Harriet Tubman this movement until we get all the freedom.
That's it, yeah. So you know, holding a beacon, you know, and a pistol that we get to where we need to get to, right? We get, you know, it's trust and safety, right? And making a way, you know, and being you know, again, good stewards of people, good stewards of young men, particularly young Black men and Black families, is paramount to getting there together, right? And I
Right.
mean, that's the space. I appreciate your articulation of such, and really just again giving us the blueprint. As an architect of the future, and as a young Black woman in these leadership spaces, we see you and we appreciate you, and I think it's because of folks like yourself that we are encouraged and hopeful and joyful about where the next destinations lie ahead for the next movement. So I just want to thank you for being you and all your tireless work and all the amazing things I look forward to accomplishing because of you and with you. So just really thankful for you,
Absolutely.
Dr. Morris.
Well, I am grateful for you and all of the tireless work that you do. It's a joy to be here with you again this year. Like, I look forward every year to Black Futures. I think that just like Morehouse in the Metaverse is a movement that started that just really, I mean, God led. I really believe that what you're doing, what you're building for the city of Atlanta, that it's going to translate into something huge. It is.
Oh no, it's together, absolutely, and I'm here for it. So no, so thank you so very much. Let me return you some time, to your family and to hopefully some rest. But I know that, likewise, there's some innovation on the other end of this evening as well. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right.
All right,
Take care.
all right, take care,
Thank
sister. I
you.
appreciate you. All
Love
right, again.
y'all.
All right. Thank you so very much. So, with that, Dr. Messina Morris, mother of the Metaverse, of Metaverse United, of Morehouse, and of family, and of our leader of promise for, again, an unlimited Black future. And so I'm so thankful for everyone being a part of this program and this set. And we'll take just a brief 2-minute reprieve as we just look to conclude and kind of talk about where the next steps ahead together for us here at SUBSUME, as again we come to a resounding conclusion, but also some next steps together for the next movement. And again, thank you so very much for being a part of Black Futures Month 2025, our year 6 here at SUBSUME. Thank you. We'll be right back. Good day, y'all. My name is Dedrick Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media, and welcome to SUBSUME Studios here in downtown Atlanta and historic underground Atlanta. So really imagine the basement of my childhood where I could invite my friends and family and folks that I wanted to build things with, whether those were to share my comic books, to play with my toys, or to just simply dream about the companies that we could make, the things we could do together. And so for SUBSUME Studios, we wanted to build a third space that really used the lens of Afrofuturism to work through art, tech, and culture to make anything that we can dream up. And so this is our play space. This is our this is our workbench, but this is also our community gathering space that we get a chance to look through our history, our culture, and use technology to really build our tomorrows together. So not only do we work in technology, we work in a lot of the practical spaces of art as well. So whether that's animation, whether it's comic books, we are always looking at how can we tell our stories in every medium. So we see the space of transmedia, meaning that media from different intellectual properties existing in the same space in different locations, whether we think of things like the Marvel comics to the Avengers. You know, their apparel, their toys, their games, their TV shows, then they turn into curriculum, they turn into larger than life parts of our popular culture. So for us to be represented in that space, absolutely mission critical. For the younger generation and the young at heart, that there's a new sense of entrepreneurialism, the idea of being able to build yourself the things that you want to see. But a lot of times skills and opportunities are not always congruent. You may live in the wrong zip code that doesn't have enough internet for you to be the next YouTube sensation. You may not have access to the actual technology you need to really build and develop your true and authentic self. Or you may not see yourself represented in that same technology that you have in your hands. So for us, we really want it to be intentional in empowering and encouraging creators, and that everyone's a creator, whether we look at technology as a creative venture, entrepreneurship and filming or forming your own business as its own venture, that we have the capacity to serve and build together. And so for SUBSUME, it means that you're able to be included in whatever you'd like to be. I would like for SUBSUME to be the creator brand of tomorrow, to be able to be the storytellers, the narrators, but also the navigators of where we as a people go together. So I want, when people think of SUBSUME, to think of dreams being able to be turned into reality. We've been able to have a gathering, say, for the Georgia Game Developers Association. We work with the Fulton County Library System, but then also our own community-led programs for creators who are looking for that third space, who need that space for continuous gathering. And so now we come into our classroom. So the idea for us is a classroom to be very non-traditional, but also to be modular. For us, we get a chance to watch anime here. We play video games here. We do AI programming here, as well as being able to gather and have our community meetups, whether those are around artificial intelligence, around writing, around art, or just around being in our own civic and social spaces. So we wanted a space that didn't feel like it was only obligated to one thing. So we get a chance to really have this as a dreamscape. So I want to be able to galvanize our amazing creative technology and artistic and cultural creators here in Atlanta and use that as a true lens of influencing the world. I think when you come to SUBSUME, you will truly find your tribe. If you're someone that wants to see themselves represented in the things that they appreciate, want to find an authentic but also highly skilled group of individuals and collaborators that want to build with you, but also that we're able to navigate these uncertain times of art, tech, and culture together, then we want to make a space that's going to be consistently raising the bar and elevating ourselves to be the premier people of the creative class. Now, to be a part of what we're doing here of Afrofuturism in action with SUBSUME, you can find us at SUBSUMEstudios.com, on most social medias at SUBSUME Studios. And right here in downtown Atlanta, you can find us at 50 Lower Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303. So we're literally under the Fairfield Inn downtown Atlanta in the Lower Alabama Art Walk. And we're also online through Twitch, YouTube, and other social media channels. And we welcome you to be a part of our shared future. Thank you all so very much, and I appreciate it. I wanted to give another space, an opportunity to kind of show a little bit of who we are and why we are here. So again, Dejan Sneed with SUBSUME Studios, SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're celebrating Afrofuturism in action, looking at the creative technology and community opportunities for us to serve and build Black Fantastic. And so there's so much joy, consideration, tiredness, but also optimism that I've been able to really gather and appreciate today. And knowing that Black futures, particularly this year, if I'm being candid, probably was about a coin flip away from not happening at all. We have so many things that we are all beset upon, and myself and my business and our opportunities are not immune by any stretch. Particularly when everything in my work says Black, Africa, inclusive, diversity, and equitable. That this cultural shift, the political shift, and the policy shifts that we're seeing here in the United States, really around the world, is changing and navigating away from what we know into a space of the unknown. And so, with that, I think it is really just taking some of my own advice, the idea of being rooted in resilience. For every reason that I had to not be here in front of you digitally here today, I found two more that I needed to be. And so I just remind myself and stay appreciative that, we are all made of the dreams of not only our ancestors, but the promise of humanity. And though we're celebrating and absolutely elated to be a part of Black history, being able to build and be innovative, to be a part of the culture of today, but also be a part of the Black tomorrows, the promises, the joy, and the liberation that we as a culture, as a people, and as a narrative definitely deserve and are working towards actively. That we had to do this. We have to have a space. We have to have a physical space. We have to have our humanity appreciated in every facet. So, with that, there's typically at the end of these shows where I have a state of subsume. I'm going to ruminate on this a bit and really try to make sure that the works and the words, the wisdom, and the opportunities to connect with just an impossible level of talent this year. And every year when I think that we can't be more blessed to know and be a community of practice, but of purpose here at Subsume, I am so pleasantly surprised and happy to be wrong, because I'm hoping that as you're seeing these programs that we're building, that there is a narrative, that there is navigation, and that there's a blueprint for change, and that I am devout in the sense that we can do it, and that we have to do it, not only just out of necessity, but I think out of purpose. So for the builders and the doers and the dreamers, that's why I want Subsume to be the thing. And that's not for me in my own edification, but I think it is for the watering of the trees that I will never get to see grow, right? We have to build our legacies as our ancestors did, not fight for rights because they're rights for us, but they're rights for everyone. And we can't fight for economic freedom and liberation because it's going to change the state of our own bank accounts. But we have to be accountable for those that were in front of us, those from behind us, and those that are at our sides. So as we do that, that's how the next movement is successful, and how we get a chance to be the space of our own dreams. And so I'm going to follow this up with an opportunity for us to convene, converge, and talk a little bit more in here, because I had so many great guests. Did not have the opportunity to really take a lot of questions in this cohort, but there are so many things that we need to unpack and look to build together. So, though Black Futures Month for this particular iteration may be coming to a close, by no stretch, it's a call to action going anywhere. We do not need a calendar. We have the culture. And so with that, I hope that everyone feels empowered and encouraged that, even through the hard times that we are all under, and we do want to acknowledge this is an unprecedented assault on definitely groups of people, definitely Black people, but at the same time, in this space, if we just look historically and we look at where we are staying rooted in resilience, that the next movement is always to our betterment. And so I just want to stay encouraged to everyone that it is not just you and it is not just us, but, to say they're not like us, right? Those that would oppress, we find opportunity to serve. And so that's what makes us us. And I'm happy to be here and be in your presence. And yet another year down for the count and up for what's next, right? And so I'm going to go ahead and conclude our time here. I just want to just give a couple of handful of appreciations to some very specific folks, but at the same time, first off, as always, thankful to our guests that gave of themselves of a Saturday. Those that actually came to our studio here today, though it was only set to be digital. I think that the calling of the SUBSUME Studios is growing, and I'm happy to have had people here throughout for the other components of the program, being our Select Start technology meetup. We partner with Technologists of Color. Absolutely want to thank Kickstarter for giving us the space for our comic chat yesterday, Black Comics Connect. And of course, for all of you all that were a part of our show and our service here today, both in participation, those active and engaged, and then those that had us in their thoughts, prayers, and considerations. We always appreciate that. But, I really do want to just appreciate that, this is our shot. Right? If there's ever going to be a time to change, it is right now. So I want to just encourage everybody, as I just give a couple of thanks and then conclude again. I definitely want to thank the team Subsume, the official and unofficial folks that take my calls, take my absenteeism, but also take care of me in a way that I somehow get to manage to just be a person that gets to build stuff and gets to make a space for others, and hopefully it comes across as someone who is willing to do what it takes to serve our community the best as we can. So starting off with Tanya Woods, Kyoko M, Kimiko, Tony Cade, Robert Jeffrey II, really all of Squad Z. And so, I really want to thank you all in that sense. Our behind the scenes, I think mentors for sure, which I'd love to thank Milton J. Davis and Glenn Parrish on that. There's so many of you all that reached out in space to build and continue things out. For y'all, I say thanks for Greg Burnham, for Beltline Cosplay, for coming out last night to the Black Comics Connect. That's Sam Cusick with Kickstarter, and the Kickstarter team for listening to the voice of Black comic creators and give me an opportunity to help leverage a program that we'll announce that will be a component of a space to sustain. Also, Technologists of Color, and for all the guests that came out on Thursday for this first Select Start. This place was absolutely packed, and it's always great to see humans make the journey into spaces. And when there's a group of us, it's always a good time. So I'm again thankful for that. And just kind of thinking through friends and family that I have not had a chance to talk to. It is the road, right? And so it's the road to get to the space where I feel like I can be most supportive and helpful to folks. So to make this next movement, I've got to move, and I stay on the move for sure. But I do want to be intentional to say, right, that I'm out here, and so there's no church in the wild, there's definitely still the sermon in my heart that that there's better days ahead. So I'm here to do the work. I'm around y'all, and so I thank y'all for being the best part of the next movement. So for you, our dear readers, viewers, listeners, those who back this Kickstarter. That good Lord, I got these books and they are out, and I got to figure out how y'all not getting them, but done and done and done. And we're going to work on more books, more creative spaces, more creative opportunities, collaborate and support, and really just look to build the next movement together. So I'm going to sign off. I'm going to find a pizza and we're going to continue to work. So I thank y'all so very much for being a part of Subsume, staying included with us in the art, tech, and culture. So for a final time, Dejan Sneed, founder, owner, operator of Subsume Studios, Subsume Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, signing off for year 6 of Black Futures Month 2025, where we celebrated the next movement. So we'll make the next move together. Thank y'all so very much. Have a good night, y'all. And we'll see y'all in the future.